We hope you will stick to your statement and say, Lilco, it's no deal.
Later this week, Judge Jack Weinstein will hold fairness hearings on the settlement Vladeck reached with Lilco. If that settlement crumbles, Lilco may once again be liable for billions of dollars in damages, enough to bankrupt the utility and close Shoreham. And in the face of growing power demands and uncertainty about where it will come from, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has given permission for the New York Power Authority to lay a cable under Long Island Sound in order to bring electricity from upstate in Canada. The state says it hopes the cable can supply power sometime in 1991.
Nassau County's Water Authority may soon be given more power. County leaders are preparing to introduce a bill that will reorganize the way Nassau County water districts are serviced. The move was prompted by complaints from water district representatives. They claim the current structure is ineffective and unorganized. Under the new plan, the Nassau County Water Reserve Board would increase its number of board members and bring the currently divided water districts under one governing body.
We have 41 water districts instead of one single central water supplier. We need to pull all these water districts together. We need to have one concentrated effort here to protect our water.
If the measure is approved, the new board members would be appointed by the county executive and the Board of Supervisors.
One of Long Island's oldest private resorts is getting a facelift. When Sayville's Old Shoreham Beach Club reopens, it'll be as a public park. The town of Islip has agreed to condemn the 4-acre site and then buy it from its owner. Some area residents don't like the idea of opening the beach to the public. They're afraid of increased traffic and vandalism. But others see the plan as a blessing.
I think it's a good idea. I think give some place for the kids to go, some place for the parents to bring them, and it's a good use of the land.
The park may open at the beginning of June.
And these stories are happening island-wide. In Hicksville and across the country, the largest retailer is preparing to display a new image. Sears department store has closed its doors for the first time in its 102-year history, while employees are replacing old signs with new ones and reticketing items in hopes of rebuilding a new style. Sears says they plan to compete more with discount stores rather than traditional retailers. And in Westbury and throughout Nassau County, police say they are not paying for vandalized phones. There are more than 500 police telephones in Nassau County, but most of the phones don't work. And AT&T says they want Nassau County Police Department to pay for repair work by the hour. Nassau officials and AT&T are scheduled to begin talks by next week.
On the police beat this morning, Suffolk County Police are investigating the death of 36-year-old David Johnston. His body was found late last night on the grounds of the hospital where Johnston was a patient. First indications were that he was hit by a car that left the scene, but homicide detectives now say there is a possibility that drugs may have been involved, and they'll wait for an autopsy to determine causes of death. In Bayshore, 24-year-old Jose Morales has been arrested and about $22,000 worth of stolen computers recovered. Police say he tried to sell the machines to undercover officers. And still ahead on News 12, meteorologist Joe Chaffee has that 4-letter word in his forecast, and it isn't hazy or warm.
And in sports, the Great One visits the Garden, but it's the legend who steals the show. Details on how LaFleur tricked the Kings up next.
LaFleur down the middle, gets the pass. He scores!
And now, contestant number 9, Darlene Newman. Now, Darlene, if you're crowned our queen, what will you do with all that prize money?
Oh, that's easy. I'm going to buy a new truck. I just love trucks.
For your kind of truck, it's McNamara Buick Pontiac GMC Trucks, Wisconsin Highway, Fort Jefferson Station.
The Rangers are in sole possession of first place in the Patrick Division this morning, a full 3 points over second place Pittsburgh. Mike Zimmett has the highlights of last night's game at the Garden as the Rangers crown the Kings 6-4.
Big night for Guy Lafleur at the Garden last night. He scored his first hat trick as a Ranger. As a matter of fact, first overall hat trick in 5 years. Rangers beat the Los Angeles Kings 6-4. Let's go to Guy Lafleur night at the Garden. First period, it's 1-0 Los Angeles. Ogrodnik here for Lafleur. Check out the backhand pass Healy. This tied the game at 1. Then same period on the power play. This is Wilson to Sandstrom. Lafleur will take the rebound. He will shoot it past Healy. 2-1 Rangers, and now 3-3 in the second. Ogrodnik in the corner. He feeds Lafleur, and watch it. He just one-times it past Healy. Quick shot. Rangers lead 4-3. There's the hat trick, and of course, you have the hats. Now 4-4 in the third period. Lucien Deblois cutting across. Nice drop pass for Kissio. The game winner, he beats Healy 5-4. Rangers win it 6-4, so the Rangers now are 3 points ahead of Pittsburgh for first place in the Patrick Division. I'm Mike Zimmett, News 12 Sports.
And tonight the Devils host the Bruins and the Islanders play Hartford at Nassau Coliseum.
And good morning, everyone. It looks like snow may be in the forecast yet again. Meteorologist Joe Chaffee has the forecast next.
We'll also have an update on traffic for you this Tuesday morning, and we'll take a look at the morning's top stories. So don't go away. We're coming right back.
Long Island, home to 2.5 million people, a vital part of a region that helps power the Empire State. Every day, as Long Island begins to stir, it proves we have the people, resources, and vision to meet tomorrow's challenges. Throughout Nassau and Suffolk, orderly business growth has created a quality of life second to none, as new and emerging companies provide economic independence. Mitchell Field and Route 110 are indisputable signs that Long Island's economy is thriving, building schools and parks, protecting the investments we have made in our homes. In America today, there are communities that have failed to realize their future, failed to understand the need to encourage orderly business growth. Now more than ever, Long Island needs to build on its past to meet a future we can all be proud of.
Binder and Binder helped me get the disability benefits I was due. Right during the free consultation. They told me they could help, and they did.
For over 10 years, the firm of Binder and Binder has helped thousands obtain Social Security disability benefits. Call now for a free consultation and find out how their experience can help you.
They knew the laws, really knew them. They helped me fight for my benefits and win.
The law firm of Binder and Binder. Call our offices in Hauppauge or Mineola now for a free consultation.
Tax lien, bankruptcy, bad credit, judgment, foreclosures.
If you need emergency money, call the Fast Cash people at Royal Consultants.
Don't worry, sir. You'll have the money you need in plenty of time. At Royal Consultants, there are no income checks, no credit checks, no problems. All you need is the equity in your home or condo to get the money you need for any purpose, and we can get it to you fast. We're here to help 7 days a week. Call now for personal, confidential, and fast answers to your financial needs.
Call Royal Consultants at 516-569-5177.
Good morning, everyone. The time right now is 8:43. It is 30 degrees in Montauk. These are some of the stories we're following on this Tuesday, February 28th. Suffolk County legislators have voted unanimously to appeal their controversial lawsuit against Loco. Negotiations to settle out of court fell apart last week. Now the county hopes to gain the $23 million it originally won in a court decision that was reversed by a federal judge. Meanwhile, Long Island is due for some much-needed power. The New York Power Authority has approved a 26-mile cable that will run under Long Island Sound. The cable will provide 600,000 more kilowatts of electricity to Long Islanders. And in sports, Wayne Gretzky came to town last night, but Guy Lafleur stole the show. His first hat trick in 4 years helped the Rangers to score a big win at the Garden. We'll take a look at the highlights. Right now, we'll take a look at the roadways. The time is 8:44, and we'll go to our live traffic eye picture to see how things are shaping up. This is the Northern State as you pass routes 106, 107 in the Jericho-Hicksville area. Westbound traffic here moving along to the left and no problems in this area. Shadow traffic reports westbound Northern State is heavy from Brush Hollow Road into Wantagh Parkway. Things usually slow down at the Wantagh Parkway merge, followed by the Meadowbrook Parkway merge into the city line. We'll take a look right now at the westbound LIE in the near Willis Avenue in Roslyn. Westbound traffic here is heading towards you, and traffic in both directions looking very good. No reported problems. Traffic, according to Shadow, is slow for half a mile into Glen Cove Road due to an earlier accident that has been cleared. Things will be a little slow around Route 107 and Northern Boulevard. Route 107 was closed both ways at Northern Boulevard just a little while ago because of an earlier minor 2-car accident. Police are working to clear that roadway. And westbound on the Southern State, things are generally slow. Westbound into the city, that's because of an earlier 5-car accident. On the eastbound side of the Southern State, things are beginning to pick up just a little bit now, according to Shadow. And the LIRR reporting all westbound trains are subject to 10 to 15-minute delays this morning due to signal problems on the railways. 8:45 is the time, and Joe Chaffee joins us now with a look at our forecast that has a little bit of snow, but we're gonna hold back and wait to see exactly what happens.
Yes, there's snow on the radar now, about 50 miles south of Suffolk County. So it really is. It's just offshore.
We've seen that before. It's just offshore down in New Jersey.
No, from last Friday though, the stuff was aloft all day long. It took about 6 hours for it to reach the ground.
Yeah, it's important to point that out because it snowed above us for most of the day.
No, you could have taken a chopper up there and about 1,000 feet up, and it was coming down. It's just the air was so dry it never reached the ground.
And it made all the weather forecasters look like.
Yes, although we didn't. It still has to be pointed out that at least we got some snow out here. I know folks in some western parts of Nassau County might think we didn't get snow Saturday morning, but in eastern Suffolk they got 3 to 6 inches worth. So. It depends on where you are, I suppose, and at this stage of the game, my mind has been so fried in terms of these forecasts and these snow events that are alleged and unalleged, and they don't show up, but they do, and they do show up when they don't, that, well, it's just for me, it's just sort of like walking on air, I suppose. I don't know. Sunset at 5:46 p.m., sunrise at 6:30. Normal high of 42, the normal low of 27. 64, the record high in 1976, and 4 back in the nifty 50s. In 1950. Now, for today, we do have a lot of moisture just offshore, and now, as we said on the radar, there's some snow aloft about 50 miles south of Suffolk County. No movement has been determined. That's the National Weather Service radar out of New York City that sees that. Also sees some patchy snow and rain across interior southern New Jersey now, extending south over the Delmarva Peninsula. As this low streaks on by us, we could get clipped with a little bit of snow or snow mixed with rain later today into tonight, but it really shouldn't amount to much, since all the energy will move into the system after it goes by, so no real serious problems, we think. Famous last words, of course. And then high pressure builds in for tomorrow. That we're sure of, folks. Whatever happens today, it will be dry tomorrow and turning colder for tomorrow later into Thursday. Here's our satellite view, and there is quite a bit of moisture. Make no mistake, that's sitting off the southeast coast and back through the Tennessee Valley. But most satellite loops indicating that this is going out to our south, and let's hope that it continues on that trend. And this northern system is clipping on by. Less with this, you'll notice that there are brighter white clouds here, higher cloud tops, colder cloud tops, indicating heavier precipitation with this southern system rather than this northern system here, composed mainly of low clouds that go back up to the Rockies. And polar air, you can almost cut out the Arctic high here that's in through central Canada around Lake Winnipeg and back up the Rockies, and that will settle in. This time of year, it's very difficult to get temperatures much below, say, down through 10 or the single numbers because the sun is getting higher and higher in the sky. The angle of the sun's rays coming in a little more direct now, and we're approaching the arrival of astronomical spring in mid-March, and usually our sun now is as strong as it is in early October. That's just to give you a relative feel for it. It just takes the atmosphere a whole lot longer for it to warm up. Meanwhile, our forecast calling for leftover, no, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead of myself here. For today, a high overcast with a few breaks of sun, and there might even be a passing snow flurry or two during the afternoon, 33 to 38. A period of snow is possible tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy and chilly, 27 to 32. Then for tomorrow, leftover clouds with returning sun, breezy and cold, highs 35 to 40. And for the boaters, variable winds to northeast 8 to 15 knots, 2 to 4 foot seas on the ocean, 1 to 2 on the sound, visibility 5 miles, water in the low 40s and tides near normal. High tide at Jones Beach at 12:11 p.m., at Port Jeff at 4:30, and at Montauk Point, high tide today, 1:35 p.m., only 1 to a customer today.
We've been mentioning today that one of our weather observers, Lenny the lawyer, now becomes Lenny the councilman.
Today in Oyster Bay.
That's right. You will be there for his induction
sure
ceremony.
Will. And we wish him the best.
You have to treat him with a lot of respect now. So now, does this mean he'll still have this? Will he still get up early enough to have time to call in his morning temperatures?
He'll even get up earlier now.
That's for sure. I've listened to all his constituents' problems. No, we wish Lenny the best of luck in his new position as Oyster Bay Town Councilman. And you'll be there personally to wish him luck.
That's right.
Okay, the time right now is 8:49, and stay with us. Roman Torrey and I are coming back with this Tuesday morning's top news stories, so don't go away.
alternative to buying or leasing a car. Discover the 2-year plan from Lincoln Mercury and Hasted in Wantagh, the economical way to get a new car every 2 years. Find out all the exciting details.
Hasted in Wantagh, Lincoln Mercury in Vancouver.
President Bush is rolling up his sleeves today, trying to push through the nomination of John Tower for Secretary of Defense. President's lobbying blitz hits full stride this morning as Bush welcomes 12 senators to the White House. Mullen Jennings has the story from the nation's capital.
Virginia Senator Chuck Robb is one of 10 Senate Democrats invited to the White House this morning. Robb and the others are undecided about confirming John Tower as the next Secretary of Defense. President Bush wants to personally help them make up their minds. And Robb, who married former President Johnston's daughter, has a lot of respect for the Oval Office.
A very heavy weight ought to be accorded to the President's choice.
If Tower is to win confirmation, he must receive every Republican vote and at least 5 Democratic votes from the Senate. Other undecided Democrats beside Robb include Connecticut liberal Christopher Dodd and Texan Lloyd Benson. Mullen Jennings in Washington.
The Supreme Court upholds Bernhard Goetz's illegal weapons conviction and his 1-year prison sentence along with it. Goetz had appealed to the higher court to review his conviction, saying that his constitutional rights were violated during trial. But the 41-year-old so-called subway vigilante will have to remain behind bars until Sunday, when he becomes eligible for parole. Goetz, who is white, was cleared of attempted murder in the 1984 shootings of 4 black teens who he says were out to rob him. Sentencing was postponed once again for the 10-year-old Wyandanch boy arrested back in January for selling crack. A Suffolk County family court judge met yesterday with the boy's lawyers to consider testimony from psychologists on his condition. The Suffolk County Probation Department wants maximum sentence of 18 months in a state juvenile detention center, while the boy's lawyers are pushing for foster care. Until yesterday, the boy was being held in detention. The judge has now ordered him placed in a children's home until sentencing.
An autopsy is being performed today on the body of a Mineola college student who was found near Siena College in Albany. Police say 19-year-old Christopher Marchese was a student at the Siena Business School. A woman walking her dog found Marchese's body yesterday at the base of a water tower. Police say the autopsy will determine whether Marchese fell or jumped from that water tower.
There will be no classes in AIDS education today for a group of Valley Stream students. Their parents won a temporary injunction in court yesterday that exempts the children from state-mandated AIDS instruction. The Valley Stream families are part of the Plymouth Brethren, a religious group that stresses a strict moral upbringing. The group calls the AIDS curriculum offensive. The case goes back before a state Supreme Court justice on Friday in Mineola.
Federal authorities are charging 8 employees of an Elmont chemical company with mail and wire fraud. This comes after a 4-month investigation into alleged extortion and deceitful sales practices at the Rockwell Chemical Corporation. Authorities say the $6 million scam involved use of deception, bribes, and other shady sales tactics to move their merchandise.
They do hook in the purchasing agents, and that gets them to keep buying more and more and more of the chemicals.
Postal inspectors say their investigation will now focus on the purchasing agents who participated in the business practices of the Rockwell Corporation. In business news on this Tuesday, February 28th, the price of gold opened in London today at $386.70 an ounce. That's down $2.30 from yesterday's close. The U.S. dollar was up against the Japanese yen in today's trading on the Tokyo Foreign Exchange. It closed at 127.15 yen. That's up 0.15 yen from yesterday's close. And prices on the Tokyo Stock Exchange closed lower today. The Nikkei average was down 300.17 from the previous session. And back home on Wall Street, the stock market closed up on Monday. The Dow climbed nearly 5 points to 2250.36.
And coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says don't be alarmed by any white stuff that may fall from the sky tonight, and he will tell us why.
And looking at sports, St. John's has to work overtime to scalp the Eagles. Highlights of that game when we come back, so stay with us.
Right now, it seems everyone is having a sale of some kind, but at the Thomasville Gallery, we want you to know why our winter sale will save you money. I'm John Campbell, manager of the Thomasville Gallery in Farmingdale. At this time of year, Thomasville reduces the price of every piece of furniture they make. We translate that into savings for you. It's really as simple as that. Beautiful furniture, beautifully made, at great prices. Come to the Thomasville Gallery of Farmingdale's winter sale. I'll see that you're well taken care of.
Thomasville Gallery, Route 110, Farmingdale.
In local college basketball action, the Big East season is nearing an end, and St. John's needs every win it can in order to make the NCAA tournament. Last night, they had to go into overtime to beat a stubborn Boston College team 62-59. Boston College was led by Dana Barrows, who scored a game-high 30 points, but St. John's was able to hang tough with Jason Williams leading the way. With the win, St. John's snapped a 4-game losing streak and kept what little hopes they had left to gain an NCAA bid. Turning now to spring training and baseball, outfielder Ricky Henderson is finally settling in at Yankees camp. That's apparently where he wants to stay. He says he'd like his contract extended beyond the year remaining on the current deal, but only if an agreement can be reached by opening day or the All-Star break at the latest. Henderson is in the final season of a 5-year, $8.6 million contract. He says he'll become a free agent if the Yanks don't sign him by the end of the season. Over to the National League, Bob Wolf has arrived at Mets camp in Port St. Lucie. He spoke with center fielder Mookie Wilson about the ongoing platoon situation.
Told me that platooning seems to hurt Lenny Dykstra more than it does you. Why?
Well, the reason for that is I've been playing a couple years, every day, and I switch it, and I've done well over those period of time. Lenny, on the other hand, probably has 4 complete years of playing, and he's never done anything other than platoon. And that might be a little skepticism on his part and maybe other people whether he can play every day or not. So I think in the long run, it's going to hurt him more than myself.
How do you view this team? Championship caliber?
This team definitely is a championship caliber ball club. A few things to iron out, and those things are just who's going to play where.
You've ironed it out in your mind, though, right?
Oh, yes. I know who should play where, but they'll ask my opinion later.
All right, Mookie. And the Mets already have their first injury of the season. Left fielder Kevin McReynolds missed practice yesterday because of a bruised left foot. He fouled a ball off that foot during batting practice on Sunday. His status is listed as day-to-day.
And coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee tells us February is going out like a lion, and he'll tell us why.
We'll also keep you updated on Tuesday morning's top stories, so don't go away.
Bath by Royal designed and installed the most beautiful bathroom I've ever seen. And when my good friend Linda saw it,
I had the owners of Bath by Royal design and remodel my bathroom too, and when my neighbor Sharon saw it,
I asked Bath by Royal to create a bathroom for me too.
Look in the yellow pages of the bathrooms and call Bathrooms by Royal, 775-2714.
At Royal, we've earned our reputation by treating our clients like royalty.
They're great.
Be part of the solution. Recycle. Be part of the solution. Recycle.
You're cordially invited to a Spitz and Peck bar mitzvah. No matter what the occasion, no matter what the budget, when extra special floral decorations and themes are required, it's time to invite Spitz and Peck. No wonder when it comes to special parties, Spitz and Peck is always the first to be invited. Make your next party special, too. Call Spitz and Peck for a convenient appointment at one of our showrooms today.
Only Total tells you what you want to see. Total tells you the way TV was meant to be. Enjoy it every week. Your TV looks better when Total tells you.
This week, how did Bruce Willis wind up moonlighting as a movie star?
Total tells you.
What makes TV's Mike Hammer sing the praises of opera?
Total tells you.
And why has Barbara Feldon decided to bring back Agent 99?
Total tells you. Your TV's not totally on without Total. Total tells you.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west. News about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12, Long Island. And now, the daytime edition.
Lawyers for Suffolk County are headed back to the courts.
The Suffolk legislature voted yesterday to appeal a judge's dismissal of its racketeering lawsuit against Lilco. News 12's Roger Stern reports on the latest turn of events.
Mahoney.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Levy.
Yes.
Suffolk lawmakers voted unanimously to appeal the county's RICO lawsuit against Lilco.
Every time the Suffolk County legislature beats Lilco fair and square, whether it is before the NRC or in a federal courtroom, the forces of power and money find a way to steal the victory from the people.
The county's law firm will handle the appeal at no cost. Earlier this month, federal judge Jack Weinstein dismissed the suit, saying the federal courts have no jurisdiction, even though he upheld the jury's verdict that Lilco lied about Shoreham in order to get rate hikes.
This is a terrible example of judicial activism gone berserk. Yes, the jury told us Lilco stole billions of dollars out of the public pocket, but now a judge will let the crooks walk.
The most Suffolk can get from this appeal is $23 million. That may sound like a lot of money, but it's probably not enough to alter Lilco policy. The big issue is Lilco's class action settlement, the settlement between the utility and its ratepayers. If that unravels, it could mean a liability of $4 billion, enough to bankrupt the utility, and that settlement hasn't been cemented yet. The class action settlement was signed by Manhattan lawyer Judith Vladeck, appointed by the court to represent Lilco ratepayers. Under the deal, they would get almost $400 million in rate rebates over a decade. But since the deal signing, appearing on Bill Zimmerman's Newsmaker program, Vladeck said she might repudiate the settlement when the judge holds fairness hearings this week.
Judy, we call on you to live up to your promise. If Lilco doesn't agree to give up its license, we hope you will stick to your statement and say, Lilco, it's no deal.
Prospects talking about Shoreham, which he and his colleagues still want to close. That's not technically part of the RICO suit, but they hope that if they keep the suit alive, they can apply enough pressure to close the plant. In Hopog, Roger Stern, News 12, Long Island.
Lilco's largest private customer, Grumman, is in court today. Grumman is asking Judge Jack Weinstein to delay fairness hearings on the RICO settlement because full details of the settlement haven't been released in written form. The Long Island Association is supporting that request.
And in the face of growing power demands and uncertainty about where that power will come from, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has given permission for the New York Power Authority to lay a cable under Long Island Sound. That cable will bring electricity from upstate and Canada. The state says it hopes the cable can supply power to Long Island sometime in 1991.
Suffolk lawmakers are holding a second hearing on the so-called English-only bill.
The controversial measure would make English the official language of Suffolk County. Standing by at the Riverhead County Center is News 12's Rosemary Gomez. She has more on what the bill means. Rosemary.
Well, Lee, Roma, if this hearing is anything like the hearing that was held in Hopog 2 weeks ago, then tempers should be flaring. Hispanic groups call this bill racist, discriminatory, and say it would make Hispanics second-class citizens. Joining me now is one of the people who plans to speak out about the bill. He is Larry Manussis, and he is a member of the Coalition for English Plus. Larry, why is there such an uproar over this bill?
Well, from the Hispanic community, we feel very threatened by it. What this bill will do, it will, with one legislative move, it will curtail services and service delivery in the Hispanic community. And we just think that that's unfair.
What about people who say this will force Hispanics to learn English?
Well, that's an argument that we've heard, but it reminds me of the fable of the sun and the wind, who are arguing about taking a traveler's coat off. The wind tried to blow and blow, and what I find is that when you threaten someone, when you force them to do something, they hold on a little bit tighter. I think that if the issue here is to help Hispanics assimilate more quickly, I think that we can have other solutions.
What are the solutions for teaching Hispanics to learn English?
Well, certainly I think expansion of the literacy projects that are out there, the bilingual programs that are helping Hispanics learn the language, assimilate more quickly. One of the problems we have in our community is our people come here to work, and it's very hard to work 2 jobs, sometimes even 3 jobs, and still make time for classes. But in my experience, that is something that they do and they address, and if not the parents, certainly their children learn English very quickly.
Who will be hurt the most if this is approved?
I think that this bill will really have a negative impact on elderly people, because for them it's very hard to learn a new language, and for children who have unusual problems, who will no longer be able to receive any services in their native tongue.
Thank you very much for joining us. Now, 17 states already have English-only bills. Hispanic groups say they plan to go straight to the Supreme Court if this bill is approved here. Reporting from Riverhead, I'm Rosemary Gomez. Now it's back to you both in the studio.
Rosemary, there is some opposition within the Suffolk County Legislature. What is the likelihood of this bill actually passing?
Well, first of all, Suffolk County Executive Patrick Halpin says he would veto the bill if it is passed. Also, the legislature needs 10 votes to get it out of committee. So far, we have only been able to confirm 9 of those votes.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Rosemary. Well, 5 construction company officials are under arrest. They're charged with bribery in connection with the building of the Brookhaven Health Care Facility in East Patchogue. The 5 arrested are from separate companies. They were originally fined by the Labor Department for underpaying the construction workers who built the nursing home. But then they allegedly paid bribes to Labor Department officials to get the fines reduced. All now face a maximum sentence of 15 years in prison and fines of up to $250,000 each.
Federal authorities are charging 8 employees of an Elmont chemical company with mail and wire fraud. This comes after a 4-month investigation into alleged extortion and deceitful sales practices at the Rockwell Chemical Corporation. Authorities say the $6 million scam involved use of deception, bribes, and other shady sales tactics to move their merchandise.
They do hook in the purchasing agents, and that gets them to keep buying more and more and more of the chemicals.
Postal inspectors say their investigation will now focus on the purchasing agents who participated in the business practices of the Rockwell Corporation.
And still ahead, meteorologist Joe Chaffee has our complete island forecast next.
We have that and some more stories on the Tuesday daytime edition, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
At the New York Institute of Technology, we believe that our students deserve more from a private college than simply the right to go to class. They deserve realistic admissions policies, affordable tuition, and a faculty dedicated to providing the individual attention and personal respect which has always been the NYIT standard. The New York Institute of Technology, opportunity and excellence for today and tomorrow.
I'm a Long Islander and proud of it.
Long and the short of it is island pride.
I'm a Long Islander and I'm proud of it.
Long and the short of it is island pride.
There will be no AIDS prevention instruction today for a group of Valley Stream students. 3 parents won a temporary injunction yesterday, and that ruling is keeping the children out of state-mandated classes in AIDS. The Valley Stream families are part of the Plymouth Brethren, a religious group that stresses a strict moral upbringing. The group calls the AIDS curriculum offensive.
We just seek to remain separate from this present evil world. Be true to the teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Do you view the world as evil?
Yes, it is. The world system is evil.
Then why do you bother sending your kids to public schools in the first place?
This ruling governs every school, not only public schools. It governs every school in the state.
The case goes back before a state Supreme Court justice on Friday in Mineola.
Sentencing was postponed once again for the 10-year-old boy from Wyandanch arrested in January for selling crack. The boy is temporarily in the care of the Little Flower Children's Home in Wading River. News 12's Soshia Liebler has more on the details.
Since his arrest in January, the 10-year-old child has been in the Nassau Children's Shelter. But following this latest court hearing, he's being moved to the Little Flower Children's Home in Wading River. Monsignor John Fagan spoke with the child and says he seems to have normal concerns about his new environment.
He wanted to know if he could keep his radio, so that was a normal. And he seemed fine. He was concerned about, I'd say tomorrow we'll start school, and I think he appeared to me, he didn't appear to be a violent child, and he was cool.
The child's court-appointed legal guardian approves of the transfer.
I prefer the child to go to Little Flower rather than go to the Nassau County shelter. I think it's a more, less restrictive area, and I think he'll do well.
We'll try to offer him a neutral environment with other boys, like a camp, and with a school. He can get a chance for education. Of course, all boys need love, and they need values that they achieve from bonding with other kids.
When the 10-year-old child was arrested, police say he dropped a bag containing 3 vials of crack. A judge later found him guilty of selling and possessing a controlled substance. The boy's uncle, who wants to be granted custody of the child, says his nephew is unfairly being singled out.
They're trying to use him for an example to let the kids in the street to see that he's being used as an example. But that's not going to help the situation. The situation is out there, it's out of control, and there's no way it can be controlled by making him an example.
On Wednesday, the judge will decide whether to send the 10-year-old child to the Edward Parker Juvenile Detention Center in upstate New York for 18 months, or whether to place him in the care of an aunt and uncle here on Long Island. A third option is to keep the child at the Little Flower home. The legal guardian in the case says he may put the young child on the witness stand at Wednesday's hearing. In Hauppauge, Sophia Liebler, News 12, Long Island.
In Southampton, an illegal immigrant is arraigned on charges of sexually abusing a 5-year-old boy. 19-year-old Vincent Ruiz was babysitting for his employer's 5-year-old son over the weekend. When the employer returned home, he found his son's clothing in disarray and called police. Ruiz, who is from Guatemala, was carrying a phony green card at the time of his arrest. He is charged with several counts of sexual abuse.
Suffolk County Police are investigating the death of a 36-year-old Pilgrim State Hospital patient. David Johnston's body was found last night on the grounds of the Brentwood facility. People initially thought he was the victim. Police thought he was the victim of a hit-and-run car accident. But now police say they're looking into the possibility that drugs might have been involved, and they're waiting for results from that autopsy to determine the cause of death.
Nassau County's Water Authority may soon be given more power. County leaders are preparing to introduce a bill that will reorganize the way Nassau County water districts are serviced. The move was prompted by complaints from water district representatives. They claim the current structure is ineffective and unorganized. Under the new plan, the Nassau County Water Reserve Board would increase its number of board members and bring the currently divided water districts under one governing body.
We have 41 water districts instead of one single central water supplier. We need to pull all these water districts together. We need to have one concentrated effort here to protect our water.
If the measure is approved, the new board members would be appointed by the county executive and the Nassau Board of Supervisors.
In Southampton, fishermen and their wives want to dredge the Shinnecock Inlet, and Congressman George Hochbruckner has agreed to take up their cause. In a meeting of the Southampton Town Board last night, members of the Fishermen's Co-op claim that boating accidents are common on the inlet, and since many fishing boats pass through the inlet on their way from Hampton Bays to the Atlantic Ocean, it's just unsafe for passage. Hochbruckner promised to appeal to fellow lawmakers in Washington to approve the possible $9 million it would take for the dredging.
Well, Mother Nature, Joe, I suspect had something to do with the whole creation of the Shinnecock Inlet to begin with, and Mother Nature is now causing the problems out there.
Well, and on another respect, too, we were talking a little earlier about the water story. It's still desperate need of rainfall, not so much here on the island, but although any rain would be welcomed or any snow, but up in upstate New York, it's still needed to replenish the dwindling water supply, and now we're getting into some critical time here, folks. If we don't make it up this spring, summer problems will certainly be here in terms of lack of water. Now, by the way, we do have the possibility of some snow in the forecast for late today, if not this evening, and a part of tonight as we're watching an area of moisture to our west and south. You'll notice bright white cloud tops through West Virginia and to the Panhandle, Virginia, and western North Carolina, moving to the north and east. There's some light to occasionally moderate snows going on over parts of the mid-Atlantic states, and we think that there's a chance we could get brushed by that a little late this afternoon or into this evening. There's even some precipitation aloft offshore being found by the Chatham, Massachusetts radar and also by the New York City radar. So again, the possibility that we could see some precipitation, either some snow or some snow mixed with a little bit of rain, but should be of little consequence. We think the bulk of this moisture should pass to our south. It better pass to our south. And then we will see some changes coming for tomorrow. Notice drier air covering a large portion of the middle Mississippi Valley, and that dry air and its colder air will start moving in tomorrow. We won't feel it so much tomorrow in terms of temperatures because we'll make a run for 40, but we will see perhaps colder air for Thursday. Here's that weak storm we're talking about. It'll go out to our south and east. We'll get brushed by a little moisture. Then this cold front kicks on through tomorrow afternoon, and in comes the next shot of drier air, which should keep us dry through Thursday and into at least part of Friday. Best we see it right now, anyway. Here's our boating forecast now for the rest of the day. Variable in northeast winds 8 to 15 knots. Seas 2 to 4 feet on the ocean, 1 to 2 on the sound. Visibility 5 miles or better. Water temperature in the low 40s and tides running near normal. And your tide times today, high tides 1 to a customer at Jones Beach, Port Jeff, and Montauk Point, ladies.
All right, Joe.
All that precipitation that we had, that hasn't made a dent in our dryness?
A very small one.
Really?
We were about 80% below normal. Now we're maybe about 50% below normal. We need to get a good 4 or 5 inches more of liquid rain or snow melted, and to get us back to where we should be. Plus, you want a little bit of insurance and get over that. So, good half a foot of rain still. Need it.
All right.
Bad.
We'll see you later to see if any of that liquid is in the forecast. Thanks, Joe. Well, the family of a Massapequa woman who fought a desperate battle against leukemia would like to thank the public for helping her in her last months. Her name is Joan Leota. We first told you about her struggle last year, just before Christmas. She needed a bone marrow transplant to live. Her family says she recently found a donor through a Kentucky blood bank, but it was too late. Joan died this weekend of a hemorrhage. She's survived by her husband, Stanley, and 3 children.
And coming up, a missing Holbrook girl is back home.
And President Bush is back from his trip abroad. He'll be meeting with the Senate today to talk about John Tower, Bush's choice for Secretary of Defense. Well, Long Island, what do you think of the president's nominee? Here's what you're saying.
My name is Gene Piccioni. I live in Bethpage, Long Island. I don't feel that the man should be into public office, especially of that nature, with the supposed history that he's had.
My name is Maggie O'Rourke. I live in Northport, and I think they shouldn't put him in for defense.
Why?
Because maybe he is an alcoholic. Well, it might blacken his judgment a little.
My name is Ralph Lavallo. I'm from Northport. I would encourage the Congress to consider carefully John Tower's nomination. I'm inclined at present to encourage them to vote for him.
It's the American Leader Celebration at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer. Now you can get low factory financing or cash back on some of America's best-selling cars and trucks. Get 4.9% financing or up to $750 cash back on Ford Ranger, America's #1 selling compact pickup. Choose 4.9% financing or $500 cash back on Ford Escort, America's #1 selling car. There's cash back on Taurus and select F-Series too, all before you make your best deal during the American Leader Celebration at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer.
It's so nice to have Commander round the house. It's so nice to have Commander in and out. Everywhere service that's always there. Nobody else around can compare. It's so nice to have Commander round the house.
Learn how to save up to 30% on your heating bills. Call 922-7000 for a free combustion efficiency survey.
It's so nice to have Commander round the house.
President Bush is rolling up his sleeves trying to push through the nomination of John Tower for Secretary of Defense. The president's lobbying blitz hit full stride this morning when Bush welcomed 12 senators to the White House. Mullen Jennings has the story from the nation's capital.
Virginia Senator Chuck Robb is one of 10 Senate Democrats invited to the White House this morning. Robb and the others are undecided about confirming John Tower as the next Secretary of Defense. President Bush wants to personally help them make up their minds. And Robb, who married former President Johnston's daughter, has a lot of respect for the Oval Office.
A very heavy weight ought to be accorded to the president's choice.
If Tower is to win confirmation, he must receive every Republican vote and at least 5 Democratic votes from the Senate. Other undecided Democrats beside Robb include Connecticut liberal Christopher Dodd and Texan Lloyd Benson. Mullen Jennings in Washington.
And in today's installment of Taking Sides, News 12's Steve Villano and Bob McMillan look at John Tower and the controversy his nomination is causing.
Steve, John Tower is eminently and professionally qualified to be Secretary of Defense. He's run into some personal challenges, But those personal challenges raise three areas of a double standard in Washington. The first area is that a lot of the people sitting in judgment of John Tower couldn't command a missile silo base. They couldn't command a SAC plane. They couldn't pass the same test that they're putting towards John Tower in terms of alcohol and women. The second double standard is that the media has failed to comment about those same people sitting in judgment of John Tower when they've raised every minor issue that you can think of, including some untrue issues about John Tower's drinking.
But they're not being nominated for Secretary of Defense, Bob.
The third area of double standard, in my opinion, is the Congress's failure to come to grips with the revolving door. John Tower, in terms of doing work for defense contractors, has committed no crime. The challenge is the Congress has failed to define what is ethical when they've taken great pains to provide similar laws of ethical standards for the executive branch.
I think it's time to close the revolving door now by either having Tower withdraw his nomination or having the Senate reject him. I'm not so concerned about his pledge that he's not going to let liquor touch his lips again, or maybe he should make a pledge that he's not going to chase his secretaries around the desk again. But what I'm concerned about is that here is an individual who, fresh out of government service, went and made a fortune from defense contractors that
Steve,
he's now
you're wrong,
going to have to be monitoring.
Steve, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong at all.
It was not fresh out of government service. It was over
within
a year and a half.
Within a year's
the first
time.
thing he did was he served as
Bob,
an arms negotiator.
The appearance of this impropriety is abhorrent, and the message it sends is that people can cash in on their public service. Whatever happened to the ethic of people going into government service to serve the public and not to eventually serve themselves?
Steve, a lot of people...
This is the person who is going to be responsible for keeping a tight control over the defense industry.
Steve,
how can he do it when he's been in their vest pocket all along?
Steve, let me put it this way. I don't believe that just because you've worked for someone that means that that's where your loyalties are going to lie for the rest of your life. John Tower left the United States Senate after 24 years and went on then to serve further as an arms negotiator in Geneva before he came back to do any government work. John Tower has personal problems that may preclude him from being the defense secretary.
But don't lose sight of the ethical issue, which is the real issue which should sink him here.
Taking Sides airs twice weekly right here on News 12. Roma.
Lee, the jury in the Oliver North trial is due back in court today. Jurors were sent home after the trial came to an abrupt halt. That's when North's defense wanted to use a name the government wants to keep secret. Attorneys and Judge Gerhard Gazelle tried to iron out the problem of using national security issues in the trial. Gazelle is using code names to mask the identity of foreign officials who could be endangered if their names were known.
Joseph Peichel admits killing his estranged wife, but insists it was all in self-defense. The former Wall Street analyst took the stand for the first time yesterday at his murder trial in upstate New York. Peichel is charged with killing his wife during an argument at their Amagansett home in 1987 and then dumping her body on the New York State Thruway. Peichel says his wife died during a struggle after she attacked him with a knife.
A 14-year-old girl from Holbrook is back home with her parents after a police search that lasted nearly 2 months. Police say Lauren Fiore had been missing since the beginning of January. She was finally found yesterday in New York City. Police say Fiore was a runaway.
Well, coming up on News 12, can work stress cause you to become unhealthy? Well, next we'll talk with the author of a book which helps us understand what happens to the body when it's overstressed.
And Sears closes its doors, preparing to make every day a sale day. That story and much more as the daytime edition continues.
No one should think twice before they smile. Hi, I'm Dr. Frederick Seltzer, and if dental imperfections are inhibiting you, consider Mirage Porcelain Restoration, the latest in dental technology. Mirage Porcelain Restorations are a non-surgical procedure that requires less tooth structure to be removed. With Mirage Porcelain Restorations, you'll have a beautiful smile. What's more, you'll have something to smile about. For an appointment, call me at 791-3555. And remember, I give extra special care for cowards.
Saludos, my darlings. For those of you who haven't been at Toto Europa and you know who you are, look what you missed. Look at these cards. They look marvelous.
That's right, Michael. Auto Europa stands out from the rest by offering the best prices on its imported cars. Our fleet of leased cars is backed by Auto Europa's super efficient service department, Auto Europa Leasing Company.
You love Auto Europa.
If you're planning on buying bedding today, here's important news from Dial Mattress. By dialing M-A-T-T-R-E-S, you'll save up to 60% off department store prices on famous Simmons Beauty Rest mattresses. And Dial Mattress will deliver your mattress within 2 hours, 7 days a week, and you pay the driver only upon your approval. Dial M-A-T-T-R-E-S and leave off the last S for savings and sleep on a new Simmons Beauty Rest tonight.
No denying it. Han & Yarn at Roosevelt Field is the greatest place on Long Island. For all your yarn and crafts needs, where else will you find knitting needles and books 20% off all the time? For over 60 years, Han & Yarn has been Long Island's home of name brands like Reynolds, Brunswick, Bernat, DMC, Dimension, and Elsa Williams. If you need help or expert advice, Han & shows you the way. And now specially priced 1 pound of yarn at $1.69 a pound. A $6 value also. Bags of 6 3-ounce pull skeins. Normally $8, now an unbelievable $2.98. Han & Yarn. Petite Mall. Roosevelt Field.
A volunteer fireman is dead following a fire in Franklin Square. Police say Daniel Strong died of cardiac arrest while fighting a shed fire on Fenworth and Franklin Boulevard. News 12's Jean McGregor is standing by in Franklin Square with that story. Jean?
From what we know at this point, the fire started around 5:10 this morning. Right now, the homicide squad and the arson squad is on the scene. We're at 994 Fenworth Boulevard in Franklin Square, and the owner of the house is with me now. The fire took place behind the house, and it was a shed, from what I understand. It's slightly suspicious because there have been numerous fires around 5 a.m. of cars. Now tell me, what did you hear at that point?
Actually, I really didn't hear anything. I was awakened by a pop noise, all right, and I woke up and I went immediately to the front of my house to look to see if maybe there was an accident or something, and I didn't see anything, so I was about to go back to bed, and all of a sudden I saw a red, like, glow on my shade, and I immediately pulled it back, and all of a sudden I saw my shed on fire. So immediately I called, like, the Franklin Square Fire Department, and they responded within, like, 3 minutes.
This is Anne Marie Caputo with me, the owner of the house where the arson took place, or possible arson took place. The big question is, did the firefighter who came to the scene, one of them was a New York City police officer, his name was Daniel Strong, he was a 48-year-old New York City police officer. He had a heart attack on the scene, and he has been pronounced dead. His family has been notified. Now, if in fact it is an arson, and if in fact it can be proven that the cause of the death of this firefighter was related to the arson, then there could be murder charges. Yet that is still so unfounded. There's got to be legal questions answered, there's got to be medical records looked into, and that's all happening right now with the investigation. That's all I have at this point. We'll get back to you later.
Okay, thanks, Jean. Stress. We all live with it, and for the most part, we learn to deal with it. Most people, though, feel there's not much they can do about it, especially when that stress is related to their job. But that's not so, says our next guest, author and psychotherapist, Dr. James D'Amato. His first book has just been published. It's called Work and Stress, and it's all about how work and stress can affect your health. James D'Amato joins Lee now in our studio.
Thanks, Roma. Dr. D'Amato, welcome to News 12. The cover of the book is black and white, and as far as you're concerned, the issue of stress and how it affects your health is also pretty black and white. How does work stress affect our health? Why is it of a particular concern today instead of 10 years ago?
Well, today we have a different kind of employee than we've had 10 years ago. Today we have an employee who's very bright, he's very energetic, and he's looking to get something else out of the job other than just a salary. He wants a feeling of fulfillment. He wants a good feeling about himself, which a number of years ago people weren't so concerned with. And today, the person is not able to get that from the job.
All right. How do you know if you're suffering from work stress? First of all, let's see if we can pinpoint a few of the signals before we go into why people are suffering from it.
Okay, many times people don't know
Really?
they're suffering from work stress. They are going to their doctor frequently. They're feeling fatigued. They're feeling dizzy. They're feeling angry, frustrated. They don't really know that they have this kind of symptomology going on at the time. They're like wearing work stress like you would wear a suit of clothes. After a while, it becomes so familiar, they don't understand it, except that little by little, they're getting sicker.
Does anything physical happen to the body that an MD or a psychologist or a psychiatrist could pick out?
Yes, very much so. The variety of symptoms that people have, and many times people do go to the doctors because of what we call psychosomatic illnesses. For instance, today, Lee, approximately 12% of the gross national product in our country is spent on health care, which is a tremendous increase. Chrysler Corporation, for instance, when you go to buy a Chrysler car, has added $600 to the cost of the car just to pay for the employees' health insurance benefits.
Really?
And it's very, very perversive. It's all over the country, and it's in every field and every industry. And I was hoping that the book would present this to the general public so that people would be understanding of what the problem of work stress is and do a self-analysis and say, hey, am I under work stress, and what can I do about it?
It's an issue of particular concern to you. I know that's why you said you wrote the book. You say in the book that control is a factor. If an employee doesn't have control, they're in for some serious health problems. What do you mean by that?
Well, because of this new type of employee, the employee who is more educated, he's looking for more on a job than just salary. He needs to feel that he has some control over what he's doing. And he's no longer the type of person who is just going to take instructions from someone. He wants to do it himself or herself, you know? They want some say in what's happening to them. They want to see the end of their productivity. They want to see their productivity. They want to be able to manage it. They want to be able to chart it and also to evaluate what they're doing.
So who's causing the stress then, the employer?
Many times the employer is causing it because the employer doesn't fully understand that he has this new type of employee. He doesn't know that. He thinks he still has the employee from 20 years ago or 30 years ago. In fact, some employers still think that the employee is the cost of production. No, he's not.
There's a quote that I wanted to pull out of literature that you had sent us in advance that really struck me as being a good example of what you're talking about. One employer recently told you that his employees should thank him for even having a job.
Yeah. That's very, very old-fashioned, quote-unquote.
I could see where that attitude would cause a lot of stress in an employee.
There are many people that I have worked with, Lee, many older people, where they have been let go for doing a good job. You know, and the boss didn't really want them to do a good job. He wanted them always to be subservient to him.
All right, so we have about a minute left. Just quickly, what can an employer and an employee do to make them feel better and reduce the stress on the job?
Okay. Firstly, the employee can recognize that these needs can exist and to participate in some kind of testing program to find out for himself, is this affecting me? And if so, to what intensity? An employer can then ask for an analysis of his employees. And this would be a confidential analysis, no names, but just to get an organizational profile, and then deal with that. And of course, it pays for an employer because it increases productivity, it cuts his health benefits. In fact, one plan I recommend is to use the employee's health benefit plan to help pay for psychotherapy on the job. See, I think psychotherapy should be applied to the job.
All right, makes everybody more efficient then all around. The name of the book is Work and Stress. The author, Dr. James D'Amato. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
A few things to think about when we go to work.
Thank you.
Roma.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. Speaking of stress, Sears workers are going to be due for a lot of it very shortly. The nation's #1 retailer is giving itself a makeover. Sears has closed its doors yesterday, and when they open tomorrow, we're told the popular chain will be a very different operation. Business editor Karen Ryan has the details.
These employees are already hard at work trying to get a jump on replacing signs, taking inventory, and marking down all the merchandise in the entire store and in the catalog. The process will take a few days, causing all Sears stores to close their doors for the first time in its 102-year history. And it's a big job for store employees working shifts around the clock.
We're holding up. We're getting free coffee, donuts, sandwiches, and having a good time doing it.
But starting at noon on Wednesday, when the work is done, Sears, the #1 retailer, will have changed the way they do business.
When there's convenience is very important, we want to offer them the values every single day. And when we open on Wednesday, that's exactly what they're going to see. Merchandise priced at an everyday price, new signing, and just a lot of changes.
The change is an attempt for Sears to revive sagging profits and rebuild its market share. They will carry their own items along with brand names. And instead of competing with the likes of JCPenney and Macy's, they will now enter the fierce competition with discounters.
We will be very, very competitive, and in fact, if they advertise the item, we will be able to beat that price.
For the customers who shop at Sears, paying less agrees with them.
I think it's a great idea. They got a lot of nice things in here. Some stuff is a little expensive, but it's a good idea.
I think it's fantastic.
And we'll be back.
We'll be back.
Plenty of times.
When Sears opens its door on Wednesday, they will have changed all their prices. They will have changed their advertising campaign to your money's worth and a whole lot more. But then they start their biggest challenge, and that's to change their image in the minds of their customers. In Hicksville, Karen Ryan, News 12 Long Island.
Well, still ahead, meteorologist Joe Chaffee tells us what we can expect on this last day of February. Stay tuned.
And a Sayville Beach Club is getting a complete overhaul. That story and a lot more. Stay tuned.
Generally News 12 Consumer Report, brought to you by Consumers Kitchens and Baths. You'll always find more kitchens and baths at Consumers.
Excuse me, where are the kitchens?
I don't know. I work in plumbing.
Excuse me, we're looking for kitchens.
Oh, I think it's next to automotive. Or maybe it's paint.
Honey, here they are.
This is the kitchen department?
At Consumers, you'll never have a problem finding kitchens. You'll see over 200 kitchens on display. Traditional, contemporary, European, and colonial. Consumers, where kitchens and baths are our only business.
Style, what is it? It's an attitude. It's the way you feel about yourself. And that shows in your smile. A smile can be your most attractive feature. Friendly, confident, appealing. And keeping it healthy is no puzzle. It takes daily brushing and flossing, a nutritious diet, and regular dental visits. That's how to keep a smile that says you care. A healthy smile makes all the pieces fit. A healthy smile shows your style.
The star of today's hockey generation was outshone by one of yesterday's hockey generations last night at the Garden. It was billed as Wayne Gretzky's return to New York, but it ended up Guy Lafleur's night. The Hall of Famer scored his first hat trick as a Ranger to lead New York to a 6-4 win over the LA Kings. In the first period, we're taking a look at the highlights off a nice feed from John O'Grodnick. Lafleur beats Glenn Healy to tie the score at 1. 5 minutes later, off the rebound of a Thomas Sandstrom shot, Lafleur bangs in goal number 2, giving the Rangers a 2-1 lead. Then in the second period, with the score tied at 3 off another great pass from O'Grodnick, Lafleur gets the hat trick, his first in over 5 years and 17th in his career. Now, even with Lafleur's heroics, it was Kelly Kissio who sealed the victory when he beat Healy with the wrist shot to give the Rangers the lead for good. They went on to the 6-4 win. Now, with the victory, the Rangers increased their lead to 3 points over Pittsburgh in the Patrick Division.
This week's EAB News 12 Scholar Athlete Award goes to Kelly Longo of Plain Edge High School. Kelly is a 3-sport athlete who also has an outstanding academic record. News 12's Lisa Galliano has more.
Go ahead.
Whether it's working in the chemistry lab or explaining a tough calculus problem, Kelly Luongo is a success in the classroom. She's ranked 8th in the senior class at Plain Edge High School with a 94 average. Kelly also scored very high on her SATs, 680 in both verbal and math. It's an academic record which she hopes will get her accepted into the Naval Academy.
It is something I've read about West Point and the Navy and everything, and it was always an interest. And then I visited 2 years ago, and I thought it was great. I fell in love with the place. And I guess it's the challenge and, I don't know, the discipline there. I liked it a lot.
She has the proper attitude for the Naval Academy. I was there at a conference a few years ago, and it struck me that, you know, how these young people, how they carry themselves, how they look, and what they stand for, and she will certainly fit in at the Naval Academy.
Kelly is also a 3-sport athlete at Plain Edge. She is the captain and most valuable player of the girls' tennis team, as well as a member of the track and softball teams. Her coaches say what stands out the most about her is her dedication.
She's a hard worker. She gives you 100%. She's not afraid to try different things.
She comes in at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning to work on the shot put. And that kind of dedication gets a lot done.
One
we just get the action shots first?
Kelly is also the photography editor of the yearbook. Photography is a hobby she truly enjoys.
My dad has been taking pictures for a long time, and I always wanted to get my hands on his camera. And recently he's been teaching me how to, you know, all the different aspects of photography.
Kelly received the EAB News 12 Scholar Athlete Award, presented by Plain Edge branch manager Miriam Student. The award goes to a girl who is the oldest of 7 children, something which has taught her how to get along with others.
Just to help me, like, dealing with people and everything. I've always had to, you know, learn about other people's problems and, you know, how to cope with everyone else.
In Plain Edge, Lisa Galliano, News 12, Long Island.
Congratulations to Kelly. No awards, however, for Joe Chaffee until he gets a forecast right.
Oh, that's
Everybody's got their bow and arrows, and they get them pulled out very long, you know, swing.
He wasn't alone there.
I know. But he says snow, and I'm waiting for snow to show up.
You're waiting for it to show up. And what are we doing?
Talk about a stressful job here. Try predicting the weather.
Well, you know, my brain has been, like, totally fried, so you know, whatever is left. You know, we kind of try in this...
I'm sorry.
We did our... No, I won't say. Let's just roll along here. What do we have to show you? Well, we have to talk about maybe a period of snow again. Yeah, right. For later today into this evening. And then the snow will get out of the way, and we'll go uphill for tomorrow. A lot of forecaster friends of mine, and we're probably the only friends we have among the world. We've just sort of huddled amongst each other to save from all the darting arrows and all kinds of things that are flying through the air. But we are all incredibly demoralized by this past winter. And we keep trying. Readings middle to upper 20s. These were the lows across eastern Long Island. Some spots that have snow cover on the ground did manage to cool down as low as 21 from Dick Simmons and Center Reach and Icy Hollow, which it was a low of 22. Smithtown, low of 28. South Shore, West Babylon, and Freeport, both bottoming out at 29. Sunset today at 5:46, rising at 6:30. The normal high 42, normal lows 27. And the records on this date, the record high in 1976 was 64 and a 4. The record low back in the nifty 50s in 1950. 1 week storm going out underneath us, and there is a large area of snow associated with it, but that we think will just clip us by perhaps an hour or two of snow or snow mixed with rain. Maybe there'll be enough to whiten the ground and give a cheap thrill to the snow lovers, but other than that, out it goes. This cold front sweeps on through later on tonight or tomorrow morning, and that should help clean house tomorrow. We'll make a run for 40 today. We'll make a run again for 40 tomorrow, but then it will turn colder for Thursday and for Friday. Here's the full U.S. satellite view, and we can see the clouds in the eastern states. Here's the Arctic cold air here, carving out clear skies across the plain states, and when those winds that blow around the high pressure clockwise go up the mountain chain to the Rockies, it produces clouds and snows there, a little bit of snow around the Great Lakes, and here's that moisture in the east that will slide out over or just underneath us. Not too bad if you're headed down to Florida, not too bad if you're going to the southwestern part of the country, and for the rest of the week into the weekend, we will remain in a rather cold, unstable pattern. There's some indication, or at least another attempt, of some kind of a wave to develop in the southeastern states and maybe bring a round of snow here again on Friday, but we'll believe it when we see it. Here's our forecast now for the rest of the day with a high overcast, along with a couple of breaks of sun, and it could snowflake at just about any time, highs 33 to 38. A period of snow this evening into tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy and chilly, 27 to 32. And then for tomorrow, leftover clouds with returning sunshine, breezy and cold, highs 35 to 40 degrees, ladies.
I just want to say the only reason we can joke about it is because you're such a good sport and you joke about it yourself.
They say that now.
Yeah.
Wait till we get off camera.
No, I'm in trouble. Thanks a lot, Joe.
That's right.
Well, it might be a little too early and too cold to think about this right now, but Sayville's Old Shore and Beach Club will soon be open to the public. It's one of Long Island's oldest private resorts, but coming this summer, it'll open as a public park. News 12's Rosemary Gomez reports some residents are concerned about the crowds, while others see the plan as a blessing.
The pool at the Old Shore and Beach Club in Sayville is now filled with graffiti instead of water, and both the tennis courts and clubhouse have seen better days. But soon the old will give way to the new, and this abandoned beach club will be transformed into a public park.
This is the last piece of open land between here and LaSalle Military Academy, and we want to preserve it.
The town of Islip has agreed to condemn the 4-acre site and then buy it from its owner. The property will retain its original name, but only the tennis courts will stay. And even the town's supervisor feels a little nostalgic.
People would sort of end up here at the end of a Saturday night. This is where you would come for maybe your nightcap or your final cup of coffee or something. And they had a band, Ralph, I forget his last name, but he was here for years. And you could tell the time of night by the song he played.
In just a few weeks, these buildings, once filled with activity, will be gone. The local fire department has agreed to gut the buildings out as part of a practice fire drill. Some local residents were opposed to the idea of turning the land into a public park because they were afraid it would increase traffic and vandalism. But people who park in the area just to watch the waves see it as a blessing.
I think it's a good idea. I think give some place for the kids to go, some place for the parents to bring them, and it's a good use of the land.
The owners of the property originally considered selling out to real estate developers to build condominiums, but town officials say this way there'll be nothing to block the view. In Sayville, I'm Rosemary Gomez, News 12, Long Island.
When we return, singles and comedy, do they mix? Well, comedian Richie Minervini talks about his single experience and how he draws on that for his act. Next.
And Stan Dworkin tells us how sweet it is in the produce corner. We'll be right back.
I'm going to tell you about me and my honey. Coming up in the produce corner.
News 12's Produce Corner, brought to you by King Cullen, America's first supermarket.
We got the price that's right and so much more. We're King Cullen, Long Island's own. Low, low prices all through the store with super savings and so much more. Our prices will surprise you. Every item on the shelf. You won't believe our friendly service till you see it for yourself. We got the price that's right and so much more. We're King Cullen, your Long Island store.
Right now, it seems everyone is having a sale of some kind, but at the Thomasville Gallery, we want you to know why our winter sale will save you money. I'm John Campbell, manager of the Thomasville Gallery in Farmingdale. At this time of year, Thomasville reduces the price of every piece of furniture they make. We translate that into savings for you. It's really as simple as that. Beautiful furniture, beautifully made, at great prices. Come to the Thomasville Gallery of Farmingdale's winter sale. I'll see that you're well taken care of.
Thomasville Gallery, Route 110, Farmingdale.
Turning now to our People Files, Brian Gumbel, the controversial co-host of NBC News' Today Show, reportedly has written a blistering assessment of his program staff. In the memo written to his executive producer last fall and quoted in today's Newsday, Gumbel said, and these are quotes, that weatherman Willard Scott holds the show hostage to his assortment of whims and bad taste, that film critic Gene Shalit's reviews are often late and not very good, and that consumer reporter David Horowitz is a walking cliche. However, the memo did not mention his co-star, Jane Pauley. Well, the great communicator is planning to put it all in writing. Former President Ronald Reagan will entrust his memoirs to author Michael Korda. Korda, a Democrat, won't disclose the size of his deal with Reagan, but he says that Reagan was a best-selling president and expects the book will be a bestseller as well. And one of the kings of Hollywood films will be honored tonight. Actor Sidney Poitier, who since 1950 has made 42 films, will be saluted at the Waldorf Astoria by the American Museum of the Moving Image. Some of the guests on hand to honor Poitier include Bill Cosby, Richard Widmark, Tony Randall, and Cecily Tyson. In 1963, Poitier became the first black to win the Oscar as Best Actor for Lilies of the Field. Tonight will be a post-birthday celebration for Poitier. He turned 65 on February 20th. Well, no matter how you try it, there are many ways to freshen up your home-cooked dishes. Whether it's honey, sugar, or maple syrup, they'll all be fine for the sweet tooth in the family. In the Produce Corner today, News 12's Stan Dworkin has the sugary details.
Look, I'm a person who loves his sweeteners, but I can't remember the last time I bought or used white sugar. As far as I'm concerned, that kind of empty calorie is just wasted. I use honey a lot. Honey has good flavor to it. Matter of fact, different honeys have different flavors. If you used a lot of honey, you would know that. This is light brown sugar. Some people use this for cooking. Actually, light brown sugar is white sugar to which molasses has been added, which the molasses is good stuff, but the sugar isn't. Dark brown sugar is light brown sugar to which caramel coloring has been added. I stay away from caramel coloring. This stuff is called sugar in the raw, but it is not raw sugar. It says so on the box. This is not raw sugar. Now, why it's called sugar in the raw, I don't know. What it is partially refined sugar. So it's got some of the benefits of unrefined stuff, but some of the drawbacks of a refined sugar. This is cute. This is pancake syrup. Do you know what it's got in it? It's got 3% maple syrup. And on top of that, a lot of artificial and natural flavors, it says, and water and corn sweeteners and chemicals, and I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use real maple syrup. Granted, it costs a lot more, but then I'll use a lot less. By the way, once you open maple syrup, it can go bad because it doesn't have any preservatives in it. So if you're using maple syrup, once you open it, put it in the refrigerator to keep. I use honey and maple syrup. You'll have to make up your own mind. Until next time in the Produce Corner, this is Stan Dworkin for News 12 Long Island.
Well, when it comes to comedy, a lot of joke tellers use their marriage as inspiration, but at the East Side Comedy Club on Tuesdays from now on, it's the singles life that's providing all the material. It's part of a new arrangement at the club with Solo Times, a new publication for single people. Joining Roma now in our studio is the co-publisher of Solo Times, Susan Steinloff, and the owner of the East Side Comedy Club, Richie Minervini. Roma.
Thanks, Lee. Well, thank you both for joining us. You know, I wonder what is so funny about single life. Are we going to hear Take My Boyfriend, Please tonight instead?
Well, I don't know. This is East Side's first co-venture with anybody, and Solo magazine's come in and they've done some nice things. We know the joke business, and they know the single business, and these things do go together very well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed a lot more groups of singles coming in, be it groups of single women or single men, and they come there because it's different. It's not dancing, being hit on. It's they could sit down, relax, enjoy some jokes. I myself was very fortunate being single at the club, and I met my wife there. A lot of the comedians have also.
Yeah, you've been single for most of your life.
33 years, yeah, since I was born, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, what's so funny about single life?
Well, it's more planned. Single life is more planned. Like lovemaking, for instance. You know when you're going to make love when you're single. You go out, you go to dinner, you enjoy yourself. As a married man, you never know. It's like, honey, you want to make love? Did you take out the garbage?
Watch it. This is a family show.
I didn't say anything bad yet.
Susan Steinloff, you're the co-publisher of Solo Times. Do you find single life very funny?
Well, I think sometimes you have to, you know. I mean, there's the blind date situation, trying to impress the date, and many times it can be very painful or difficult, and you've got to look at the funny side of it, and I think this is probably the best way to do it.
You know, we've heard of the Single Gourmet and all sorts of clubs that have sprung up to encourage singles to meet and get together. How did you come up with the idea for a single comedy club?
Yeah, how did you come up with the idea?
You wanted to date
With help of, exactly. Unfortunately, he's married already, and so that's it. Basically, because, as Richie started to say, it's a different way of getting together and meeting people. It's a singles area, it's an atmosphere. You know you're going to meet other single people, but the thing is, there's no pressure. You go, you have a good time, you watch a good show, get a good laugh. Maybe you'll recognize some of the jokes up there that you've gone through yourself. And if you meet somebody, it's great, but there's no pressure to do it. There are going to be other singles there, but it's not like a club situation where you're just walking around staring at one another. There's something to do.
Are you changing the format of your show to suit the singles there?
Actually, I've changed my format over the last 2 years. There's some very rank comedy out there, and I don't like that. So we've been definitely changing to more clean-cut comedy. I mean, I don't like X-rated comedy, so a single night, yeah, there'll be single comedians there. There'll probably be one male comedian, one female comedian. Tonight we have Dan Wilson, a very funny man, and Joe DeLion, two male comedians, but they're both single guys. They're very funny. I'll be there in the future. Most of their comedy will be geared towards a single living, which can be a lot of fun.
Well, are you looking for singles to do the comedy too? I mean, does that have to be that way?
I think what you want is just a good comedian who can really get people working together. I don't know, you think marriage counselors don't have to be married. Comedians working on single nights don't have to be single. They will draw from their experience naturally and make some jokes. But things are changing anyway.
Yeah, I think the thing is that even if a comedian is married, they've more than likely have had the single experience, and then they can draw upon that.
You know, we were talking before about stress, and there really is something very therapeutic about being able to laugh. And a lot of people don't often find being single so funny because, you know, they're always in that rat race to find the right person. But I guess it is a very good idea to be able to go into a situation where you can laugh with somebody
I think the key point is looking. A lot of people are uptight about looking, trying to find the right person. You're never going to find anything looking for it. And I know that if I go looking for my keys, I don't find it. It's when I just lounge around, I put my hand behind the couch, and there they are. I think that's the way to find a partner. Just go out, enjoy your life. Don't be looking for it. Don't push it. You'll find it. Yeah.
Do we have any examples of what we can hear?
Certainly. I went to a wedding the other day, and things are changing. Used to be able to throw rice, but now birds die when they eat the uncooked rice, so they throw bird seed.
That's right.
There's more dead birds being run over by limousines now.
So what's it gonna be like tonight? Do you expect a big crowd?
Well, we hope so. We've been publicizing it. We've been spreading the word. It's been in a couple of papers, including our paper. And this is the kind of thing we want to do weekly, so it's a great excuse for people after work. You know, they can stop on over. The doors open at 8 o'clock. Get a drink, have dinner, relax, bring your friends. I mean, again, it's the kind of thing where you bring a group of your friends and just relax and have a good time. And we'll be there. We'll have the magazine there, so if there's any questions or anything like that, we'll be happy to answer that.
Okay. Well, Susan Steinloff, co-publisher of Solo Times, and Richie Minervini of the East Side Comedy Club, thank you both. It's singles night starting Tuesday nights at the Comedy Club, starting tonight. And every week from now on.
Every week from now on.
All right, good luck. Thanks both.
Thank you, Roma.
Let's go back to Lee.
Thanks, Roma. The funny side of being single. Well, it was a sight for glistening eyes at the annual Snow Sculpture World Championships in Finland. Children watched with wonder as the magical creations took form. 20 teams from 10 countries labored with love as they competed for the international award. This year's crowning effect went to the Finnish team for their sculpture of the Snow Queen's Party. And not far behind, the United States won third prize for its portrait of Mickey Mouse. Team members said they chose to memorialize Mickey in snow in honor of his 60th birthday. That's a pretty good reason. Well, that is it for this hour. Thanks for joining us. For Roma Torrey and Joe Chaffee, we thank you for joining us on this Tuesday. As we say goodbye this hour, we leave you with a look at a place that is beautiful in any season, Sunken Meadows State Park, shot by our own Chris Conroy. Have a great day.
Toy Fair in New York is now recent history, and all it's left us with is a curiosity as to which toy every kid in the land will want next Christmas, and how much energy we're going to have to put into finding one. That's 2 minutes. I'm Joe Cook.
In the east to Great Neck in the west. News about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the morning edition.
Good morning, everyone. The time right now is 6 o'clock. The temperature in Montauk is 33 degrees.
These are some of the top stories we're following on this Wednesday, March 1st. There may be a light at the end of the Lilco debate after all. Governor Cuomo has stepped back into the picture with a new deal that could permanently close Shoreham. And this time, both sides seem to approve.
Suffolk County residents are directing some harsh language at supporters of the county's English-only bill. Residents will soon be voting to decide if English should become Suffolk County's official language. And a couple of Hempstead teenagers are heroes this morning. They saved an elderly woman from a burning house, and now the town will show its appreciation.
And the time now is 6:01. It's time to find out how the weather is doing. I had some frost on my windshield this morning. When are we going to stop seeing that?
Another month. Or a month or two. We always have a lot of frost here, a lot later than most spots. And a little snow overnight, whitened the ground in a couple of spots along the South Shore. And that was the end of that. Now we have a nice day to start off the 1st of March. Good morning, everybody, as it comes in like a lamb. And enjoy the sun today. We'll have some of that, along with a brisk wind at times, leaving March the tradition of being a windy month. And there is a reason for that, by the way, because in March, the southern states with the sun go to 37, and there's a chance for some snow or snow changing to rain tomorrow night into Friday as temperatures remain mainly in the 30s. Now the roulette is working today really good. No travel delays.
You said snow, and we got it yesterday, so congratulations.
Oh, yes.
I thought you said a little flurry, and it was just a dusting. All right.
Amen.
Thanks a lot. The time is 6:04. Let's check in with our live traffic eye in Hauppauge, the LIE at Vets Highway. Westbound traffic moving to your right, and it's moving just beautifully as the sun starts to come up a little earlier these days, which means spring is definitely on the way. No problems to report on the highways. According to shadow traffic, the LIE westbound is heavy from Comac Road to Deer Park Avenue. And in Queens, the eastbound lanes of the LIE are also very heavy. Passing the Elmhurst tanks, the problem there is a tractor-trailer car accident, so you might want to set out a little early this morning if you're heading towards the city. Well, that's it for us. It's 6:04 in the morning, and Lee Tyrell and I will be back with more of your morning's top stories this Wednesday, March 1st. Stay with us.
McDonald says Locos supported the governor's last deal to close Shoreham, and this one doesn't look much different.
We had been a party to the governor's settlement.
Power authorities. Roma.
Suffolk's so-called English-only law continues to stir up emotional debate. Yesterday, Suffolk lawmakers held their second public hearing on the bill. If passed, the measure would require all county communications to be carried out in English. Protesters say that's racist. Republican Joseph Rizzo of Islip Terrace, the bill's sponsor, says the bill appears to be just one vote shy of passage.
Immigration agents arrest another group of illegal aliens. 69 people were arrested in Los Angeles last night as they prepared to board a flight to New York. The arrests follow Monday night's big bust in Atlanta. In that raid, immigration agents collared 79 illegal aliens on a stopover en route to New York. Some of those arrested say they paid $4,000 for the flight and were promised phony legal papers and a job in New York. The Immigration Service says it will continue to target flights leaving Los Angeles until the transportation of illegal aliens is stopped.
Employees of the town of Riverhead picketed outside Town Hall last night. The workers are demanding a new contract and a pay increase. They say the town board recently voted itself a raise, and they say they're entitled to the same. They insist they're paid less than the workers in nearby communities, and they're frustrated because they're not allowed to strike.
We can't strike. If we strike, we lose 2 days' pay for every day that we strike. It's not even worth it for us to strike. That's something they got over our heads.
So you hope to achieve your goal through protests such as this?
We hope to. We're going to hold out until we get what we think is fair.
Members of the town council insist they're doing their best to hammer out a new contract for the workers. Long Island cab drivers have only 2 weeks left to fight a proposed regulation that would raise the cost of doing business in New York City. The Taxi and Limousine Commission in the city wants the taxis to get New York City hack licenses if they want to pick customers up in the city. The cost of a license is $350.
Cost of these licenses that New York City wants to charge us are ridiculous.
It would have to be reflected in our fares that we would charge to the residents of Nassau and Suffolk counties.
The Long Island Taxi Association held a meeting yesterday to enlist the help of local politicians in fighting the new measure. They'll have to act quickly. It goes into effect March 15th.
Well, coming up on News 12, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says don't expect anything major today weather-wise as March debuts rather calmly.
And in sports, the Islanders proved to be hospitable hosts as their core gets harpooned by the Whalers. Highlights when we return.
If you like heat, then you're gonna love this heat. It's the hot sale at Newmarket Lewis. You'll find scalding hot buys on CD players and audio equipment, sizzling hot values on appliances and air conditioners, red hot bargains on big screen TVs and digital VCRs. The prices are hot. The products are hot. The sale is hot. The hot sale at Newmarket Lewis. Get it hot.
If Lewis is watching.
On the ice last night, the Islanders hosted the Whalers, and it turned out to be their 5th straight loss. News 12's Mike Zimmett has the highlights of the Isles' 3-1 loss to Hartford.
It was just...
Good morning. The time is 6:15, and the temperature in Islip is 28 degrees.
These are some of the top stories we're following for you on this Wednesday, the first day of March. President Bush is rolling up his sleeves as he begins his fight in Congress today over his choice for Defense Secretary John Tower.
Immigration agents have made a second raid of an Eastern Airlines plane bound for New York. The plane was carrying 69 suspected illegal aliens from Central and South America. And 4 Air National Guardsmen are honored on Long Island. They're heroes for saving the life of a Spanish sailor trapped at sea.
The time right now is 6:15, and Joe Chaffee joins us with a look at the forecast. Things rather calm today for this first day of March.
Yeah, usually it's the old saying about March coming in like a lion and going out, out like a lamb, and kind of reversed this time around. At least we came in like a lamb. We'll see if we can go out the same way.
And keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, and should be a quiet day today. Good morning, everybody. Ice scrapers will come in handy because there's a lot of frost this morning, a lot of condensation overnight. There's also some very patchy ground fog adding to the moisture in the air to the upper teens. And then early sunshine tomorrow will fade behind increasing and thickening clouds. Highs 32 to 37, and we are going for the possibility of some snow Thursday night into Friday that may or may not change to rain. Northwest winds 15 to occasionally 25 knots with some higher gusts. Seas 2 to 4 feet on the ocean, 1 to 2 on the sound. Visibility 10 miles or better. Water temperature in the low 40s, and tides are running near normal. And your high tide times today for Jones Beach at 1:15 p.m., Port Jeff at 5:32 a.m., and at Montauk Point, Roma and Lee, high tide at 2:43 p.m. today. 1 to a customer today.
We were talking about spring on the way, but it's going to be colder before it gets warm.
Well, but bear in mind that March 1st starts meteorological spring. I mean, March, April, and May are the 3 warming months. December, January, and February are the 3 coldest months, so the worst should be behind us, we think.
Not warm enough yet, though. Okay.
Not yet.
Thanks, Joe. Time now is 6:19. It's time to check in with our live traffic eye. We go to Hop Hog. It's the LIE at Vets Highway. Westbound traffic is moving to your right. Absolutely no problems to report as the sun is mostly up, but you should be careful of some slick spots, especially on the side roads on your way to the major highways because there is still some ice on the roads. Let's check in with the shadow traffic report. The LIE westbound is heavy from Comac Road to Deer Park Avenue. In Queens, eastbound lanes on the LIE are heavy passing the Elmhurst tanks because of a tractor-trailer car accident. What we're looking at right now is the LIE at Willis Avenue in Roslyn. Westbound traffic is coming towards us, and it is slowing down a little bit as you move further west towards the city, but still no problems to report just yet. Well, the time is 6:19, and Lee Tyrell and I will be back with more of your Wednesday's top stories. Good morning, everyone. It's March 1st. We'll be right back.
We got the price that's right and so much more. We're King Cullen, Long Island Zone. Low, low prices all through the store with super savings and so much more. Our prices will surprise you. Every item on the shelf. You won't believe our friendly service till you see it for yourself. We got the price that's right and so much more. We're King Cullen, your Long Island store.
Hardball lobbying efforts continue in Washington as President Bush and Senate Republicans continue to push for the nomination of John Tower as Defense Secretary. Correspondent Mike McKee has this story on the latest Republican strategy meeting.
For the second night in a row, John Tower came to the White House to talk about saving his nomination, this time with President Bush and Senators Bob Dole and John Warner. They came out of the meeting to charge Senate Democrats are trying to subvert the president's right to choose his cabinet.
We cannot let this case stand as an example
of whether or not power was tried to be wrested from the President of the United States by the majority in the Senate.
Clearly angry, the Republicans announced a get tough strategy. They'll work to create public pressure on members of the Senate, while President Bush exerts personal pressure.
I don't believe anybody should be pilloried on the basis of unfounded rumor.
The president will continue meeting with swing senators, while Republican Senate leaders try to delay today's scheduled debate on the nomination until all members of the Senate have had a chance to read the FBI report on Tower. But one who has, Hollings of South Carolina, says that won't help.
Their names, their facts, their absolute statements, and the words crocked, bombed, excessive drinking, sloshing, stoned, comatose, too much of that.
Indeed, despite arm-twisting 13 Democratic senators yesterday, President Bush failed to change anyone's mind. If the get-tough strategy doesn't work, Mr. Bush could be the first president since Eisenhower to have the Senate reject a cabinet nominee. Mike McKee at the White House.
The results of Chicago's Democratic mayoral primary are in. Richard M. Daley won the Democratic nomination for mayor last night. He beat out acting mayor Eugene Sawyer. That makes Daley the first white politician to unseat a presiding black mayor in a major U.S. city. Unofficial results show Daley led the vote by a wide margin. Daley follows in the footsteps of his father, former mayor Richard Daley, who reigned over Chicago for 21 years.
A federal drug agent making an undercover narcotics buy is shot and killed on Staten Island. Police say the unidentified officer was gunned down late yesterday as he tried to negotiate a deal with a suspected cocaine dealer who sensed he was being set up. Paramedics worked frantically but in vain to save the officer's life. Hundreds of law enforcement officers are fanning out throughout Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and New Jersey looking for the killer.
In today's police beat, an escapee from Nassau County Police has been killed in a shootout with police in Miami. 35-year-old Leroy Malcolm, who had been convicted on charges of robbery, assault, and escape from Nassau County in 1987, was involved in a rape and robbery in Miami last week and was killed after a high-speed chase and shootout. In Merrick, during the night, 2 men were killed when their speeding Corvette Stingray skidded off the Meadowbrook Parkway and slammed into a tree. Investigators are still working on the case, and they've not released identities of the victims. And Suffolk County Police have arrested 33-year-old Celeste Young from Wyandanch for assault. They say she had an argument with her ex-boyfriend and stabbed him with a barbecue fork. Police say a few minutes later, her present boyfriend showed up and she stabbed him in the back with a knife. Both men were treated and released, but Celeste Young spent the night in jail. She'll be arraigned this morning.
Here are some of the stories happening island-wide. In North Amityville, police arrest 50-year-old William Mitchell for the hit-and-run killing of a Pilgrim State Hospital patient. Police say Mitchell was visiting a friend at the Brentwood Hospital when he hit 36-year-old David Johnston in the parking lot. Mitchell is charged with leaving the scene of an accident. And in Franklin Square, a volunteer firefighter is dead. 48-year-old Daniel Strong collapsed at the scene of a fire yesterday that burned in a utility shed on Fenworth Boulevard. He was taken to Franklin General Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. Strong was a New York City police officer who lived in Franklin Square. In West Babylon, robbers got away with $11,000 in a bank holdup. 2 gunmen wearing ski masks entered the Apple Savings Bank at 1000 West Main Street yesterday. According to police, they ordered everyone to lie on the floor and then took the cash. Then they fled in a car, which was later found abandoned. And in Hauppauge, a hearing continues today to determine the fate of a 10-year-old boy accused of selling crack. This week, a Suffolk judge rejected pleas from the defense to allow the boy to stay in the foster care of his aunt and uncle. The youngster was arrested late last month after police say they saw him selling crack on a wide-end street corner with another 14-year-old boy.
In business news this Wednesday, March 1st, the price of gold opened in London today at $386.50 an ounce. That's 25 cents down from yesterday's close. The U.S. dollar was up against the Japanese yen in today's trading on the Tokyo Foreign Exchange. It closed at 127.88 yen. That's up 0.53 yen from yesterday's close. And prices on the Tokyo Stock Exchange closed lower today. The Nikkei average was down 21.30 points from the previous session. And on Wall Street, the stock market closed up on Tuesday. The Dow climbed more than 8 points to 2258.39.
There's more to come on the Wednesday morning edition. March will not be coming in like a lion, according to meteorologist Joe Chaffee. His forecast is next.
And in sports, local high school basketball is getting closer to the final moments. We'll have details on a classic semifinal matchup after this.
News 12 weather brought to you by the Home Improvement Show at the Nassau Coliseum this Thursday through Sunday.
It's here at the Nassau Coliseum Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the area's largest home improvement and energy expo. If you own a home, you'll want to be at the Nassau Coliseum this weekend. See hundreds of home improvement ideas from hot tubs to skylights, windows and doors, building materials, kitchen and bath remodeling, home improvement loans, wood flooring, energy-saving devices, swimming pool, home security systems, and a lot more at the Nassau Coliseum this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you own a home, be there.
In local high school basketball, things are coming down to the wire. The Warriors of Wyandanch took on Oyster Bay in the Class C Region 1 semifinals. As Mike Zimmett tells us, it was the Warriors who came out on top, 84-62.
There was high school basketball playoffs on the island yesterday. Class C Region 1 semifinal. It was Wyandanch over Oyster Bay 84-62. Wyandanch 21-3. First half, Oyster Bay in action. This is Steve Maddox with a pretty reverse for the Baymen, but Wyandanch began to click. Kevin Brown with 20 points in the first half.
Kevin, in the first half, you were on fire. 20 points in the first half.
Yeah, well, they played a 3-2 zone, which left the middle wide open, and we practiced that in the game, you know, just to drop back in the middle. They were getting me the ball, so, you know, pretty much an easy shot.
And in the second half, Mike Hood on fire for Wyandanch. This one of his 4 three-pointers on the day. The big man for Wyandanch in the second half, Vernon Garrett, 18 points. Wyandanch wins it, and Joe Chodosh talked to the winners afterwards.
Have no fear of anyone, do you?
Nobody. I'm ready. That's all. I've been waiting for this ever since I was a freshman.
If we play the way that I know that we can play and the way I see them play in the gym, we can go all the way.
How many?
Maybe. Congratulations to Wyandanch. I'm Mike Zimmett, News 12 Sports.
Wyandanch now advances to the Region 1 finals on Saturday. They'll face Red Hook at Marist College in Poughkeepsie. Lee?
Well, in baseball, it looks as if the only way Phil Rizzuto may ever make the Hall of Fame is as a broadcaster. Once again, the former Yankee shortstop was snubbed by the Hall of Fame Veterans Committee as it selected 2 new members to join the Hall of Fame. Entering Cooperstown this year will be former second baseman Red Shanedanks and former umpire Al Barlick. Shanedanks spent 18 years in the major leagues, mostly with the Cardinals, and batted over 307 times. He also managed the Cards to a World Series title in 1967. Now, Barlick was one of the youngest umpires ever to make it to the majors when, at 25, he began his career. He wound up umpiring 27 full seasons in the National League. Rizzuto has been open about his disappointment about not being picked, but he may not be the only one upset by the selections. Also overlooked by the Veterans Committee was former managing great Leo DeRocher.
And coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee has the day's forecast.
And we also have a look at the morning's top stories, so don't go away. Good morning, everyone.
It's here at the Nassau Coliseum Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the area's largest home improvement and energy expo. If you own a home, you'll want to be at the Nassau Coliseum this weekend. See
second baseman Red Shanedanks and former umpire Al Barlick. Shanedanks spent 18 years in the major leagues, mostly with the Cardinals, and batted over 307 times. He also managed the Cards to a World Series title in 1967. Barlick was one of the youngest umpires ever to make it to the majors when, at 25, he began his career. He wound up umpiring 27 full seasons in the National League. Now, Rizzuto has been open about his disappointment about not being picked, but he may not be the only one upset by the selections. Also overlooked by the Veterans Committee was former great Leo DeRocher.
And coming up, meteorologist Joe Chaffee has the day's forecast.
And we also have a look at the morning's top stories, so don't go away. Good morning, everyone.
You're cordially invited to a Spitz and Peck bar mitzvah. No matter what the occasion, no matter what the budget, when extra special floral decorations and themes are required, it's time to invite Spitz and Peck. No wonder when it comes to special parties, Spitz and Peck is always always the first to be invited. Make your next party special, too. Call Spitz and Peck for a convenient appointment at one of our showrooms today.
Surgeons don't train on the job. Neither should salespeople. When salespeople are on a call, there's a lot at stake. Your business, the bottom line. That's why salespeople need rigorous training. At the Institute of Selling, we train salespeople to become sales professionals. Developed by award-winning sales leaders, our program, The Science of Selling, provides the training to achieve peak levels of sales performance. Call 516-367-9190 now. The Institute of Selling. Total sales training for the complete sales professional.
Majestic savings are being dealt right now on the Chevys you want at Majestic Chevrolet in Freeport. That's right. The dealer that's all heart has a full house of savings on the hottest new 89s. We're dealing on sporty Berettas and exciting new Corvettes, luxurious Corsicas, and roomy Caprice Classics, all backed by Mr. Goodwrench. It's not just a car, it's your freedom. So grab a great deal on the Chevy you want during Majestic's full house of savings going on right now at Majestic Chevrolet in Freeport, the dealer that's all heart.
Oh, Total tells you all you want to see. Total tells you the way TV was meant to be. Enjoy it every week. Your TV looks better when Total tells you.
This week, how did Bruce Willis wind up moonlighting as a movie star?
Total tells you.
What makes TV's Mike Hammer sing the praises of opera?
Total tells you.
And why has Barbara Feldon decided to bring back Agent 99?
Total tells you. Your TV's not totally on without Total. Total tells you.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the morning edition.
Good morning. The time is 8:32 and the temperature in Islip is 29 degrees. These are some of the top stories we're following on this Wednesday, March 1st. President Bush is rolling up his sleeves as he begins his fight in Congress today over his choice for Defense Secretary, John Tower. Immigration agents have made a second raid of an Eastern Airlines plane that was bound for New York. The plane was carrying 69 suspected illegal aliens from Central and South America. And 4 Air National Guardsmen are honored on Long Island as heroes for saving the life of a Spanish sailor trapped at sea. Time now is 8:32. We're going to check in with road watcher Jean McGregor, who's standing by at Bagatelle Road overlooking the LIE. And Jean, what a difference 15 minutes makes. I hear we have some accidents to report.
Yes, we do have several accidents, and that's probably why traffic here at Bagatelle Road has been on and off, stopping and going. Now, there are 2 accidents to report. There's one on the Meadowbrook. There's a car on fire about a quarter of a mile north of Southern State, and there's a 3-car accident on Southern State near Newbridge Road. Now, their Long Island Railroad is reporting an accident where a pedestrian has been killed, and it's causing 13-minute delays. That accident was in Queens, according to our reports, and delays are westbound. All trains are being rerouted past Kew Gardens, Forest Hills, and Woodside. That's all we have for this hour.
Hey, Jean, we'll keep watching. The time is 8:33, so we've got some problems on the roadways this morning. We're going to first look at our live traffic eye. Northern State Parkway at routes 106, 107. Westbound traffic is moving to your left. Obviously, the problems on the roadways haven't caught up with that area yet. Traffic is moving just fine. But we do know that traffic is sluggish in most areas. Southern State Parkway is held back. And if you need to travel on the Long Island Railroad this morning, we know there's problems there. 30-minute delays. All right, let's find out how the weather is shaping up. Fortunately, we have some good news to report on that front.
Yeah, it's pretty much a dry day today, and with sunshine, it should warm up nicely to near or just over 40. Most spots on the island. Here's your forecast. Partly sunny, windy, and chilly today. Highs 35 to 40. Tonight, clear and cold with less wind, 21 to 26. And for tomorrow, early sunshine, then clouds will increase 32 to 37. The chance of snow or snow changing to rain tomorrow night into Friday. And we'll have details on that later. No significant weather-related travel delays, but do check with your airline.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Time now is 8:34, and Lee Tyrell and I will be back with more of your day's top stories, so don't go away. Good morning, everyone.
tax liens, bankruptcy, bad credit, judgment, foreclosures.
If you need emergency money, call the fast cash people at Royal Consultants.
Don't worry, sir. You'll have the money you need in plenty of time. At Royal Consultants, there are no income checks, no credit checks, no problems. All you need is the equity in your home or condo to get the money you need for any purpose, and we can get it to you fast. We're here to help 7 days a week. Call now for personal, confidential, and fast answers to your financial needs. Call Royal Consultants at 516-569-5177. There's an unusual calm this morning in the stormy Shoreham controversy as the major players all consider Governor Cuomo's new deal to close the Shoreham nuclear power plant. The governor and Loco unveiled the deal yesterday, and as News 12's Roger Stern reports, it's very similar to last year's agreement, which died in the state legislature.
What the governor did is cut the state legislature out of the process. He announced the deal at a time when many believe Shoreham is close to receiving a 25% license.
The clock is running out on our ability to prevent Shoreham from firing up on Long Island. And therefore, I have produced and secured the concurrence of Loco in a modified version of my original settlement agreement to end the Shoreham nightmare forever.
Lilco accepted the deal in the hopes of ending what has become an almost paralyzing Shoreham controversy. This deal is almost identical to the one approved last year, with the state buying Shoreham for $1. The only difference is rates. The last deal contained a specific rate structure. This deal leaves it up to the State Public Service Commission.
Nobody ever said we don't want the plant closed. They said we don't want to be responsible for the rates. Now they'll have the plant closed, and they're not responsible for the rates, and neither am I. Mirabile dictu. Nobody is going to be responsible for the rates. It's wonderful.
Roger Stern, News 12, Long Island.
Loco promises to sign the new deal, but only if it gets rate increases similar to the ones outlined in last year's deal. Loco Vice President Joseph McDonald says the utilities position really hasn't changed. McDonald says Loco supported the governor's last deal to close Shoreham, and this one doesn't look much different.
We had been a party to the governor's settlement, and we continue to be a party to it. So our action today is just a reaffirmation of that commitment that we have to the governor's settlement.
Suffolk leaders seem generally pleased with the new proposal. County Executive Patrick Halpin says Suffolk will now consider whether to push on with its appeal in the Loco racketeering case. According to Halpin, the new deal changes the whole landscape. And in the Suffolk legislature, lawmakers are hailing the deal as a practical solution to the Shoreham quagmire.
I don't think we're going to see the kind of rate increases that the governor was looking for in his original deal. But what's really important is the cloud of the threat to our public health and safety, known as Shoreham, is about to break up.
The deal still needs the approval of the Public Service Commission, Loco stockholders, and the Long Island and New York power authorities. Roma.
Suffolk's so-called English-only law continues to stir up emotional debate. Yesterday, Suffolk lawmakers held their second public hearing on the bill. If passed, the measure would require all county communications to be carried out in English. Protesters say that's racist. Republican Joseph Rizzo of Islip Terrace, the bill's sponsor, says the bill appears to be just one vote shy of passage.
Immigration agents arrest another group of illegal aliens. 69 people were arrested in Los Angeles last night as they prepared to board a flight to New York. The arrests follow Monday night's big bust in Atlanta. In that raid, immigration agents collared 79 illegal aliens on a stopover en route to New York. Some of those arrested say they paid $4,000 for the flight and were promised phony legal papers and a job in New York. The Immigration Service says it will continue to target flights leaving Los Angeles until the transportation of illegal aliens is stopped.
Employees of the town of Riverhead picketed outside Town Hall last night. The workers are demanding a new contract and a pay increase. They say the town board recently voted itself a raise, and they say they're entitled to the same. They insist they're paid less than the workers in nearby communities, and they're frustrated because they're not allowed to strike.
We can't strike. If we strike, we lose 2 days' pay for every day that we strike. It's not even worth it for us to strike. That's something they got over our heads.
So you hope to achieve your goal through protests such as this?
We hope to. We're going to hold out until we get what we think is fair.
Members of the town council insist they're doing their best to hammer out a new contract for the workers. Long Island cab drivers have only 2 weeks left to fight a proposed regulation that would raise the cost of doing business in New York City. The Taxi and Limousine Commission in the city wants the taxis to get New York City hack licenses if they want to pick customers up in the city. The cost of a license is $350.
cost of these licenses that New York City wants to charge us are ridiculous.
It would have to be reflected in our fares that we would charge to the residents of Nassau and Suffolk counties.
The Long Island Taxi Association held a meeting yesterday to enlist the help of local politicians in fighting the new measure. They'll have to act quickly. It goes into effect March 15th.
Well, coming up on News 12, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says don't expect anything major today weather-wise as March debuts rather calmly.
And in sports, the Islanders proved to be hospitable hosts as their core gets harpooned by the Whalers. Highlights when we return.
News 12 weather brought to you by the Home Improvement Show at the Nassau Coliseum this Thursday through Sunday.
It's here at the Nassau Coliseum Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the area's largest home improvement and energy expo. If you own a home, you'll want to be at the Nassau Coliseum this weekend. See hundreds of home improvement ideas from hot tubs to skylights, windows and doors, building materials, kitchen and bath remodeling, home improvement loans, wood flooring, energy-saving devices, swimming pool, home security systems, and a lot more at the Nassau Coliseum this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you own a home, be there.
On the ice last night, the Islanders hosted the Whalers, and it turned out to be their 5th straight loss. News 12's Mike Zimmett has the highlights of the Isles' 3-1 loss to Hartford.
It was Jeff Hackett's turn in goal for the Islanders last night. He lost it, so did the rest of the team. 3-1 was the final to Hartford. Let's go to the highlights. First period, Paul McDermott, beautiful feed in front to John Anderson. It is quickly 1-0. Second period, who is this, Mark Bergevin or Bobby Orr? Look at this rush up ice, and he scores on the backhand, tied it at 1. And a pair of former Rangers team up on the power play. Norm McIver feeds Brian Lawton. Whalers take the 2-1 lead on that game-winning goal. How about this? A vicious cross-check, Rich Pilon on D. Nevison. Watch, his head goes right into the goalpost. Thank God for that helmet. Third period, the insurance goal the Whalers wanted and got. Ray Ferraro to Joe Quenneville made it 3-1. That was the final. The Islanders lose to Hartford. I'm Mike Zimmett, News 12 Sports.
And across the river, the Devils skated to a 3-3 tie with Boston. The Bruins are unbeaten in their last 5 games, not allowing their opponents to score more than 3 goals in each of those games. The Devils, on the other hand, haven't won in their last 7 tries. Tonight, the Devils are in Pittsburgh, the Rangers host Toronto, and the Isles visit the Detroit Red Wings.
And coming up, March is here. Could spring be very far behind? We'll have a forecast from meteorologist Joe Chaffee.
We'll also keep our traffic eyes on the roadways for you, bring you traffic updates, and take a look at this Wednesday morning's top stories. So don't you go away. Good morning, Long Island.
News 12 Long Island, brought to you in part by EAB, the bank for Long Islanders, where you belong. Birds Only of Mineola is celebrating their 5-year anniversary by having a grand opening in their new and expanded store on Jericho Turnpike. Visit for Birds Only and see how all their tropical birds are raised on open perches and hand-fed. And every bird sold comes with a store guarantee. So visit for Birds Only in their new store and celebrate their grand opening. For Birds Only on Jericho Turnpike in Mineola.
Bye-bye. If you like heat, then you're gonna love this heat. It's the hot sale at Newmarket Lewis. You'll find scalding hot buys on CD players and audio equipment, sizzling hot values on appliances and air conditioners, red hot bargains on big screen TVs and digital VCRs. The prices are hot. The products are hot. The sale is hot. The hot sale at Newmarket Lewis. Get it hot.
St. Louis is my kid.
Good morning. The time is 8:45 and the temperature in Farmingdale is 30 degrees. These are some of the top stories we're following on this Wednesday, March 1st. A deal to settle the Lilco-Shoreham dispute is in sight again, maybe. This time the governor has revived his proposal from last year with some changes, and now it seems to have a lot of support. John Tower for Secretary of Defense will be the cry among Republican leaders today as the fight in Congress over his confirmation is set to begin. And Islanders fans had another disappointment last night, a loss to Hartford at home. But baseball fans are cheering over the news of 2 new members to the Hall of Fame. Time now is 8:46. We're going to check in with our live traffic guys. Our first picture we move to is the Northern State Parkway at routes 106, 107 in the Jericho-Hicksville area. Westbound traffic moving to your left, no problems there. But we do want to mention there are a lot of problems on the highways this morning. There's a 3-car accident right near the Southern State Parkway, approaching Meadowbrook Parkway and between Meadowbrook Parkway and New Bridge Road, and traffic is really tied up in that area. So give yourself a lot of time if you're just setting out for the city this morning. And let's move on over to Willis Avenue in Roslyn. That's the LIE there. Westbound traffic is moving away from you, and it's starting to move now. It was pretty cluttered earlier in the day, but there is movement, which is a nice sight to see. Also, there are problems on the Long Island Railroad. If that is the route you choose to see, pedestrian was killed, and that's meaning 30-minute delays throughout on all westbound trains into the city. So you're going to have to give yourself a lot of time. Let's find out if the weather picture is any sunnier this morning.
Well, certainly than was yesterday at this time, and we have a nice, partly sunny day, we'll call it. There'll be a few clouds around later this morning and this afternoon to contend with, and a brisk northwest wind, but nothing too serious to deal with. Here's our forecast. Partly sunny today and chilly and windy. Highs 35 to 40. Clear and cold tonight, 21 to 26 with less wind. Tomorrow, look for sunshine early, but then clouds will increase. Highs 32 to 37. Could see some snow develop Thursday night, continuing into Friday morning. It may or may not change to rain, or it may or may not even get here. Northwest at 15 to 25 and gusty. 2 to 4 foot seas on the ocean, 1 to 2 on the sound. Visibility 10. Water in the low 40s. Tides running near normal. And your tide times today for Jones Beach, Port Jeff, and Montauk Point, Roma.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Nice to see marches in like a lamb.
So far.
Time now is 8:47, and Lee Tyrell and I will be back with more of your day's top stories, so don't go away.
News 12 Long Island traffic, brought to you by New York State Lottery.
I'd buy out my company and have my boss work for me.
I'd learn to speak Italian, like Ferrari, Jacuzzi, Armani.
I would shop until I dropped.
I'd party.
Tonight, someone could win millions of dollars.
I'd buy a baseball team for Brooklyn.
New York Lotto. All you need is $1 and a dream.
Hardball lobbying efforts continue in Washington as President Bush and Senate Republicans continue to push for the nomination of John Tower as Defense Secretary. Correspondent Mike McKee has this story on the latest Republican strategy meeting.
For the second night in a row, John Tower came to the White House to talk about saving his nomination, this time with President Bush and Senators Bob Dole and John Warner. They came out of the meeting to charge Senate Democrats are trying to subvert the president's right to choose his cabinet.
We cannot let this case stand as an example of whether or not power was tried to be wrested from the President of the United States by the majority in the Senate.
Clearly angry, the Republicans announced a get-tough strategy. They'll work to create public pressure on members of the Senate, while President Bush exerts personal pressure.
I don't believe anybody should be pilloried
on the basis of unfounded rumor.
The president will continue meeting with swing senators, while Republican Senate leaders try to delay today's scheduled debate on the nomination until all members of the Senate have had a chance to read the FBI report on Tower. But one who has, Hollings of South Carolina, says that won't help.
Their names, their facts, their absolute statements, and the words crocked, bombed, excessive drinking, sloshing, stoned, comatose, too much of that.
Indeed, despite arm-twisting 13 Democratic senators yesterday, President Bush failed to change anyone's mind. If the get-tough strategy doesn't work, Mr. Bush could be the first president since Eisenhower to have the Senate reject a cabinet nominee. Mike McKee at the White House.
The results of Chicago's Democratic mayoral primary are in. Richard M. Daley won the Democratic nomination for mayor last night. He beat out acting mayor Eugene Sawyer. That makes Daley the first white politician to unseat a presiding black mayor in a major U.S. city. Unofficial results show Daley led the vote by a wide margin. Daley follows in the footsteps of his father, former mayor Richard Daley, who reigned over Chicago for 21 years.
A federal drug agent making an undercover narcotics buy is shot and killed on Staten Island. Police say the unidentified officer was gunned down late yesterday as he tried to negotiate a deal with a suspected cocaine dealer who sensed he was being set up. Paramedics worked frantically but in vain to save the officer's life. Hundreds of law enforcement officers are fanning out throughout Staten Island, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and New Jersey looking for the killer. In today's police beat, an escapee from Nassau County Police has been killed in a shootout with police in Miami. 35-year-old Leroy Malcolm, who had been convicted on charges of robbery, assault, and escape from Nassau County in 1987, was involved in a rape and robbery in Miami last week and was killed after a high-speed chase and shootout. In Merrick, during the night, 2 men were killed when their speeding Corvette Stingray skidded off the Meadowbrook Parkway and slammed into a tree. Investigators are still working on the case, and they've not released identities of the victims. And Suffolk County Police have arrested 33-year-old Celeste Young from Wyandanch for assault. They say she had an argument with her ex-boyfriend and stabbed him with a barbecue fork. Police say a few minutes later, her present boyfriend showed up and she stabbed him in the back with a knife. Both men were treated and released, but Celeste Young spent the night in jail. She'll be arraigned this morning. Here are some of the stories happening island-wide. In North Amityville, police arrest 50-year-old William Mitchell for the hit-and-run killing of a Pilgrim State Hospital patient. Police say Mitchell was visiting a friend at the Brentwood Hospital when he hit 36-year-old David Johnston in the parking lot. Mitchell is charged with leaving the scene of an accident. And in Franklin Square, a volunteer firefighter is dead. 48-year-old Daniel Strong collapsed at the scene of a fire yesterday that burned in a utility shed on Fenworth Boulevard. He was taken to Franklin General Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. Strong was a New York City police officer who lived in Franklin Square. In West Babylon, robbers got away with $11,000 in a bank holdup. 2 gunmen wearing ski masks entered the Apple Savings Bank at 1000 West Main Street yesterday. According to police, they ordered everyone to lie on the floor and then took the cash. Then they fled in a car, which was later found abandoned. And in Hauppauge, a hearing continues today to determine the fate of a 10-year-old boy accused of selling crack. This week, a Suffolk judge rejected pleas from the defense to allow the boy to stay in the foster care of his aunt and uncle. The youngster was arrested late last month after police say they saw him selling crack on a Wyandanch street corner with another 14-year-old boy. In business news this Wednesday, March 1st, the price of gold opened in London today at $386.50 an ounce. That's 25 cents down from yesterday's close. The U.S. dollar was up against the Japanese yen in today's trading on the Tokyo Foreign Exchange. It closed at 127.88 yen. That's up 0.53 yen from yesterday's close. And prices on the Tokyo Stock Exchange closed lower today. The Nikkei average was down 21.30 points from the previous session. And on Wall Street, the stock market closed up on Tuesday. The Dow climbed more than 8 points to 2258.39. There's more to come on the Wednesday morning edition. March will not be coming in like a lion, according to meteorologist Joe Chaffee. His forecast is next. And in sports, local high school basketball is getting closer to the final moments. We'll have details on a classic semifinal matchup after this.
It's the American Leader Celebration at your tri-state quality Ford dealer. Now you can get low factory financing or cash back on some of America's best-selling cars and trucks. Get 4.9% financing or up to $750 cash back on Ford Ranger, America's #1 selling compact pickup. Choose 4.9% financing or $500 cash back on Ford Escort, America's #1 selling car. There's cash back on Taurus and select F-Series too, all before you make your best deal during the American Leader Celebration at your tri-state quality Ford dealer.
In local high school basketball, things are coming down to the wire. The Warriors of Wyandanch took on Oyster Bay in the Class C Region 1 semifinals. As Mike Zimmett tells us, it was the Warriors who came out on top, 84-62.
There was high school basketball playoffs on the island yesterday. Class C Region 1 semifinal. It was Wyandanch over Oyster Bay, 84-62. Wyandanch 21-3. First half, Oyster Bay in action. This is Steve Maddox with a pretty reverse for the Baymen, but Wyandanch began to click. Kevin Brown with 20 points in the first half.
Kevin, in the first half, you were on fire. 20 points in the first half.
Yeah, well, they played a 3-2 zone, which left the middle wide open, and we practiced that in the game, you know, just to drop back in the middle. They were getting me the ball, so, you know, it was pretty much an easy shot.
And in the second half, Mike Hood on fire for Wyandanch. This one of his 4 three-pointers on the day. The big man for Wyandanch in the second half, Vernon Garrett, 18 points. Wyandanch wins it, and Joe Chodosh talked to the winners afterwards.
Have no fear of anyone, do you?
Nobody. I'm ready. That's all. I've been waiting for this ever since I was a freshman.
If we play the way that I know that we can play, in the way I see them play in the gym, we can go all the way.
Maybe. Congratulations to Wyandanch. I'm Mike Zimmett, News 12 Sports.
Wyandanch now advances to the Region 1 finals on Saturday. They'll face Red Hook at Marist College in Poughkeepsie.
And turning now to baseball news, it looks as if the only way Phil Rizzuto may ever make the Hall of Fame is as a broadcaster. Once again, the former Yankee shortstop was snubbed by the Hall of Fame Veterans Committee as it selected 2 new members to join the Hall. Entering Cooperstown this year will be former second baseman Red Schoendienst and former umpire Al Barlick. Schoendienst spent 18 years in the major leagues, mostly with the Cardinals, and batted over 307 times. He also managed the Cards to a World Series title in 1967. Barlick was one of the youngest umpires ever to make it to the majors when, at 25, he began his career. He wound up umpiring 27 full seasons in the National League. Now, Rizzuto has been open about his disappointment about not being picked, but he may not be the only one upset by the selections. Also overlooked by the Veterans Committee was former great Leo DeRocha.
And coming up, meteorologist Joe Chiaffi has the day's forecast.
And we also have a look at the morning's top stories, so don't go away. Good morning, everyone.
The greatest city in the world. What better place for a university? A university with a distinguished alumni, which includes the governors of New York and California. A university with a history of success and a tradition of opportunity. It's the least expensive private university in New York State and the largest Catholic university in the country. Yes, the city is New York, and the university is St. John's.
Do you know how big the Nassau Coliseum is? 4 acres. Now try to imagine it packed with the best imported and domestic cars on the market. Welcome to Woodbury Chrysler Plymouth Isuzu. 4 acres on Jericho Turnpike in Syosset. Here's where you'll find the selection that you've been imagining with prices that will amaze you. Pick from our huge inventory, from Chrysler's LeBaron to Plymouth's Horizon and Isuzu's Trooper. Woodbury Chrysler Plymouth Isuzu. The price you pay is the only small thing about us.
Baths by Royal designed and installed the most beautiful bathroom I've ever seen. And when my good friend Linda saw it,
I had the owners of Baths by Royal design and remodel my bathroom too. And when my neighbor Sharon saw it,
I asked Baths by Royal to create a bathroom for me too.
Look in the yellow pages of the bathrooms and call Bathrooms by Royal, 775-2714.
At Royal, we've earned our reputation by treating our clients like royalty.
They're great.
No denying it.
Han and Yarn at Roosevelt Field
It's the greatest place on Long Island.
For all your yarn and craft needs. Where else
will you find knitting needles?
And books 20% off all the time.
For over 60 years, Han and Yarn has been
Long Island's home of name brands like
Reynolds,
Brunswick,
Bernat,
DMC,
Dimension,
and Elsa Williams.
If you need help
or expert advice, Hannon shows you the way.
And now specially priced.
1 pound of yarn at $1.69 a pound.
A $6 value also.
Bags of 6 3-ounce pull skeins.
Normally $8, now an unbelievable $2.98.
Han and Yarn.
Petite Mall.
Roosevelt Field.
From Montauk in the east to Great Neck in the west, news about Long Island for the people of Long Island. 24 hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the daytime edition.
There's an unusual calm today in the stormy Shoreham controversy as the major players all consider Governor Cuomo's new deal to close the plant.
The governor and Lilco unveiled the deal yesterday, and as News 12's Roger Stern reports, it is very similar to last year's agreement, which died in the state legislature.
What the governor did is cut the state legislature out of the process. He announced the deal at a time when many believe Shoreham is close to receiving a 25% license.
The clock is running out on our ability to prevent Shoreham from firing up on Long Island. And therefore, I have produced and secured the concurrence of Lilco in a modified version of my original settlement agreement to end the Shoreham nightmare forever. This agreement now involves Lilco, executive agencies, authorities, and the Public Service Commission, and permits both the state and county legislators to avoid having to act on the main issues here.
Lilco accepted the deal in the hopes of ending what has become an almost paralyzing Shoreham controversy.
We have reaffirmed our commitment to the governor to sell the Shoreham plant to the state, and in return, the state will provide Lilco with adequate assurances that we can meet our energy needs on Long Island.
This deal is almost identical to the one approved last year, with the state buying Shoreham for $1. The only difference is rates. The last deal contained a specific rate structure. This deal leaves it up to the State Public Service Commission. Lilco says it will agree to this only if it gets rate money similar to what was in last year's deal. The only difference is it would be the PSC outlining the rates, not the governor or state lawmakers who have to run for re-election.
Nobody ever said we don't want the plant closed. They said we don't want to be responsible for the rates. Now they'll have the plant closed, and they're not responsible for the rates, and neither am I. Mirabile dictu. Nobody is going to be responsible for the rates. It's wonderful.
This deal still requires approval by Lilco stockholders and by the Long Island and New York power authorities. But they approved last year's deal, and this one doesn't appear to be much different. Roger Stern, News 12, Long Island.
And on another front in the Shoreham War, there's a public hearing today in the racketeering case against Lilco. You may recall a representative for Long Island's electric users reached a settlement with Lilco last week. Well, that deal still has to be approved by federal judge Jack Weinstein. The judge is listening to public comment today in Brooklyn and on Friday in Hauppauge, trying to get a feel for the opinions of the ratepayers. If the settlement is eventually rejected, Lilco may once again face the prospect of billions of dollars in damages, enough to bankrupt the utility.
And joining us now for a little perspective on the latest developments in the Shoreham battle is Suffolk legislator Wayne Prospect. Welcome.
Legislator Prospect, thank you for joining us once again. It seems we've asked this question before, but is the battle to close Shoreham finally over?
It appears that the last chapter in the Shoreham battle is about to be closed. We applaud Governor Mario Cuomo for doing what was necessary, and that is making sure principle overcame any political obstructionism by the New York State legislature. You know, coincidentally, we were briefed yesterday in the county legislature by our Washington attorneys, and who were fighting the battle for us before the NRC. And they told us, they gave us the 2-minute warning, they told us that the NRC was about to ram a Shoreham license down the throats of the people of Long Island in the next 2 to 8 weeks.
How were they about to do that?
They were about to throw out Governor Cuomo and the Suffolk County legislature out of the licensing proceedings on a lot of trumped-up charges. But nonetheless, they were about to rig the entire decision-making process for Lilco, throw out Suffolk County, throw out Governor Cuomo, and then claim, well, since there's no more opposition, having the county and the governor being thrown out, since there's no more opposition, we give Lilco your license to open Shoreham. This was going to happen over the next perhaps 2 months.
So it sounds like the governor was negotiating from a position of weakness. Are you satisfied with the deal that he's come up with?
Well, the deal means that the people of Long Island, and the overwhelming majority of the people of Long Island did not want to live with Shoreham, means the people of Long Island will not have to live with a potential public health menace. Shoreham will be closed. I think we're the first state, the first county that has successfully beaten back a completed nuclear power plant. So we're making history today on Long Island. As far as rates are concerned, the people of Long Island should be comforted by the fact that an operational Shoreham plant would do more damage to their pocketbooks than an abandoned Shoreham plant.
Now let's talk about the legislature's decision to go ahead with the dismissal now of Jack Weinstein's overturnment of the money that you were supposed to get in the Loco Rico racketeering suit that Suffolk County was supposed to get. In light of this, do you go ahead with the appeal, or is the appeal a non-issue?
No, the appeal is still very much an issue, and the Suffolk County Legislature does intend and will appeal Judge Weinstein's flip-flop, which robbed the people of Long Island of an economic victory over the Long Island Lighting Company.
What about the ratepayers suit? Judith Vladeck, who's representing the ratepayers, said her decision to settle was based on or contingent upon the closing of Shoreham. What's going to happen to that suit now? Is she settling then for the $400 million?
Well, it appears that she will. We wish she wouldn't settle for $400 million, which, when you spread it out over 10 years, is really $200 million. And given the fact that the Suffolk County Legislature won a multi-billion-dollar victory against Lilco, to settle that case for $200 million, we think is a travesty, and we would prefer Judith Vladeck to join us on behalf of the people of Long Island. I'm not sure who she's representing or who she thinks she's representing, but there are not too many voices on Long Island urging her to settle the class action lawsuit. We would prefer that she join us in the appeal. But I guess the big news today is that Governor Cuomo is fulfilling a long commitment that he had with the Suffolk County Legislature, and that is making sure the Shoreham plant never saw the light of day. And I believe he really deserves a pat on the back from all of Long Island.
All right, we will now wait to see if that deal goes through. Wayne Prospect, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
In other news, Suffolk's so-called English-only law continues to stir up emotional debate. Yesterday, Suffolk lawmakers held their second public hearing on the bill. If passed, the measure would require all county communications to be carried out in English. Prosecutors say that is racist.
They're using this English plus, wrapping themselves around the flag as if we weren't Americans. We're all Americans. And we don't want our children and the new immigrants to suffer like our mothers suffered.
Republican Joseph Rizzo of Islip Terrace, the bill's sponsor, says the bill appears to be just one vote shy of passage.
The way the vote will go in Pine Valley's first election is anyone's guess, but it's clear there is a big controversy simmering in the newly created village. One of the candidates for village trustee says developers hope to cash in on the town's picturesque setting by building condos, townhouses, and a hotel.
A bunch of people with multi-million-dollar interests have come in here, and they think they're going to control our zoning. They created a village over here like they did in Islandia, and they think that they're going to use our village to get their real estate values peaked up, and that they're going to use their political clout and their dollar clout to shove it down our throats.
The charges are leveled primarily against developer Leonard Selden. He says the idea of creating a village to help developers make money is nonsense. We will find out which side prevails on March 21st when residents go to the polls.
Authorities at North Shore Hospital admit to dumping infectious waste in the North Hempstead town landfill. The so-called red bag waste was part of a 20,000-pound haul dumped at the site earlier this week. The Nassau County Health Department inspected the waste shortly after it was discovered and then ordered it removed. North Shore Hospital is in charge of the cleanup. Officials there say it will take 2 to 3 days. The landfill will stay open during the removal. And 2 Brooklyn men will be arraigned today on charges of illegal disposal of waste. Nassau County Police caught them dumping flammable liquids down a storm drain in Uniondale. Police say the men were contracted to clean out an auto body shop, and in the process they dumped the hazardous material illegally down the drain.
And still ahead on News 12, President Bush and Senate Republicans continue to push for the nomination of John Tower as Secretary of Defense.
And as we reported, the governor and Lilco have reached a new deal that promises to close the Shoreham nuclear power plant. Under the agreement, the state buys Shoreham for $1 and has it dismantled, while Lilco's rates are set by the Public Service Commission. Well, Long Island, what do you think of that deal? Here's what you're saying.
Lou Bruska from East Norwich, New York. The only
The only observation I can make, I still awaiting decision until we find out what the cost is to tearing down Shoreham. That they're supposedly Lilco was supposed to assume, and yet it's going to wind up being paid by the utility users anyway.
Well, my name is John Joyce. I'm from Oyster Bay. The thing with Shoreham and Cuomo, I mean, they've been haggling over for so long now. It's just totally ridiculous. And the sooner the better. I mean, it's been keeping people on edge, and no one knows what's going on. And really, something has to be done. No matter which way it goes, something just has to be done.
Growth, development, maturity. It doesn't happen by itself, which is why the New York Institute of Technology has always been the private college that makes such a difference in the lives of our students. At NYIT, our dedicated faculty and caring staff provide the warm, supportive environment that encourages our students to achieve their greatest potential. The New York Institute of Technology, opportunity and excellence for today and tomorrow.
It's here at the Nassau Coliseum Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's the area's largest home improvement and energy expo. If you own a home, you'll want to be at the Nassau Coliseum this weekend. See hundreds of home improvement ideas from hot tubs to skylights, windows and doors, building materials, kitchen and bath remodeling, home improvement loans, wood flooring, energy-saving devices, swimming pool, home security systems, and a lot more at the Nassau Coliseum this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you own a home, be there.
John Huston. All my films from the Maltese Falcon on have been about courage, one kind or another. Since I acquired emphysema, I've discovered a very special brand, the courage of those fighting diseases of the lung. What price breathing? Anyone can get lung disease, even babies. Help the American Lung Association fight lung disease. It's a matter of life and breath. It really is.
In Hauppauge, the hearing resumes on the fate of a 10-year-old boy charged with selling crack. A Suffolk County judge rejected defense lawyers' pleas yesterday to allow the boy to stay with his aunt and uncle. The boy was being held in a detention center. The judge placed him instead in the Little Flower Children's Home in Wading River while he decides on a sentence. Defense lawyers will introduce more psychological testimony today. They're fighting a probation department report recommending the maximum sentence of 18 months in a state juvenile detention facility. The 10-year-old was arrested in January for selling crack on a Wyandanch street corner. The judge is expected to pass sentencing today.
A manhunt is underway on Staten Island and throughout the New York area for the killer of a federal drug agent. The officer was shot late yesterday as he was making an undercover narcotics buy. Police believe the killer is a suspected cocaine dealer who apparently sensed he was being set up. Paramedics tried in vain to save the unidentified officer's life. The man who fired the fatal shot was seen leaving the area in a white van that had 2 other men inside.
Testimony resumes today in the trial of 3 of 4 men accused of killing New York City rookie cop Eddie Byrne of Massapequa. Scott Cobb, Philip Copeland, and Todd Scott allegedly gunned down Byrne as he was guarding the home of a drug trial witness in Jamaica, Queens. Prosecutors say they were carrying out the orders of a jailed drug kingpin. A 4th defendant, David McClary, allegedly was the trigger man directly responsible for killing Byrne. He'll go on trial at a later date.
Old Comac attorney Robert Gottlieb is throwing his hat into the political ring. He announces today his candidacy for the office of Suffolk County District Attorney. And he joins us now in the studio to tell us about his decision to run. Welcome to News 12.
Thank you very much.
Twice before you have run for public office. Both times you have been beaten. Just 4 years ago you ran for district attorney, and now you're doing it all over again. Why?
Well, the last time I ran in 1985, if you recall that race for district attorney, that was a very close race. We got over 46% countywide. It was so close when people really said that Robert Gottlieb had no chance of possibly unseating the incumbent, but we came very close, and we came very close because we had a very strong message of shaking up things here in Suffolk County, making sure that we set up a professional, tough, independent, nonpartisan DA's office. That's the message, and the message is that if you commit a crime in Suffolk County, the people want a prosecutor who will understand only one thing, and that is to not only get a charge against an individual, but get convictions. The people are ready to respond to that, but you have to reinvigorate the DA's office, and that's the message we bring to them here in 1989.
Mr. Gottlieb, one of the major issues you'd like to focus on in your campaign, drugs, has been the focal point of Patrick Henry's reign so far.
Well, I don't even think that has been the focus of his reign. When you're talking about drugs, it's not enough, as we've seen, to take a 10-year-old boy and handcuff him and then say we've now had a victory in the war on drugs. That's not what we're talking about. The focus in my district attorney's office will be at the kingpin, the local individual. You know, you have a wheel, and the person in the middle, not the spokes, the person in the middle who's distributing those drugs in Suffolk County is the person that we are going to focus on, because that's the only way we're really going to have an impact. So there's much more we can do if we move into the 21st century, reinvigorate, make sure that our DAs are prepared to get convictions. I don't think there's been nearly enough done in that regard.
All right, during your career as an attorney, we've often seen you in the middle of controversial cases. Right now, you are the attorney for Martin Tankleff, and he's the Belterre teenager who is charged with murdering his parents. How will your run for district attorney affect the handling of his case?
It won't affect it at all. It has nothing to do with it. Right now, I'm a defense attorney, and the reason I'm a defense attorney, as you pointed out, is I was not successful in 1985 when I ran for district attorney. My obligation in representing an individual charged with a very serious crime now is toward that client, and even that will continue during the campaign. One thing has nothing to do with the other.
Is that possible?
Of course it's possible. It's my obligation, and I will make sure that it's done that way.
Okay, Robert Gottlieb, thank you very much.
Thank
Thrown
you.
your hat into the race for District Attorney of Suffolk County. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, in Hop Hog, the 4th floor of the H. Lee Dennison building remains closed today after a water leak, and officials are trying to determine if the accident released dangerous asbestos fibers. A pipe burst in the 5th floor men's room, sending a stream of water to the courtrooms below. Waterlogged asbestos ceiling tiles had to be removed. Health officials are concerned they might pose a health hazard. Court officials say the court docket is not being altered because of the flood. We certainly don't have to worry about any flooding around Long Island today, thank goodness, but we could use the rain.
Big time. The National Weather Service yesterday came out with some rather disturbing general predictions in terms of the lack of rainfall that could put places like New York City in a big water crisis if we don't get much needed rainfall. Also the same for South Florida in the big metro areas like Miami, because the reservoirs are so way down. By the way, I want to mention something to our viewers at home. We often and very happily get phone calls here at News 12 requesting weather information from back dates about what weather occurred. It might be of use to you for whatever reason, and the only thing is that we can't provide that information because we don't keep weather records here. So for your future note, if you do need some sort of a weather document to show what kind of weather was occurring on a certain day or at a certain time, we suggest that you contact the National Weather Service or the National Climactic Center in Asheville, North Carolina, and they'll be more than happy to oblige you. Now, as far as our weather goes, we see improvement today, relatively speaking, of course, because we did have clouds yesterday, and a bit of light snow late last evening and last night that whitened the ground in a few spots on the South Shore. But that is all gone goodbye now. We're drying out today in between weather systems. And also, we want to point out, too, angle on our satellite here is because they've had to move the one remaining working satellite, goes east. There are usually two, goes east covering the Atlantic and goes west in the Pacific, but goes west has died a few months back, and now they have to use that one satellite to cover both the Atlantic side and the Pacific side. This becomes crucial during hurricane season, so everything's been shifted over, and now we get these nice angle shots, which is great. I think they look better. We have moisture starting to stream out from the south and west, and that could be our next weather maker. And please note that I said could be. We're not ready to believe yet what our computer forecasts are telling us, that we could have a threat for snow here tomorrow night into Friday, or snow changing to rain, depending upon how much cold air comes in off the ocean. But we will be watching the situation very carefully for you. In the meantime, here's our boating forecast for the rest of the day, and try and have a good one, everybody. Northwest winds, 15 to occasionally 25 knots with some higher gusts. Seas 2 to 4 feet on the ocean, 1 to 2 feet on the sound. Visibility 10 miles or better. The water temperature in the low 40s and tides running near normal. And all this afternoon, high tides Jones Beach, Port Depth, and Montauk Point, 1 to a customer a day.
All right, not so bad.
No.
It is a nice forecast for the first day of March. Maybe it'll set a pattern for the rest of the month.
I doubt it, but with mine.
Okay.
You can always try.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Well, 2 14-year-old East Meadow boys are being honored as heroes for pulling an elderly woman from her burning house last month. It was back on February 3rd when the blaze broke out at the home of 79-year-old Evelyn Johns. Neighbors say the fire became intense so quickly no one dared make a rescue attempt except for Tom Lee and Jeff Paget when they came along.
Flames behind her. So I ran up the stairs and I ran inside the house and I grabbed the lady and I started pulling her out. I said, come on, let's get out of the house, let's get out of the house. And she, I don't think she really knew what was going on. So, I was like, there's a fire, let's get out of the house.
She was, walking back for her dog. She wanted to get a dog. And we told her that the dog was already out, that it was out already, and there's the only way she would come out if we told her that.
The dog was actually never found after the blaze. As for the boys, they're the first teenagers to get the town of Hempstead's Medal of Honor. They say they're not heroes and insist they just did what they had to do.
And still ahead on News 12, meteorologist Joe Chaffee says the forecast starts off with a purr, not a roar. Our complete island forecast is next.
And as we've told you, the governor and Lilco have reached a new deal that promises to close the Shoreham nuclear power plant. Under the newly reached agreement, the state buys Shoreham for $1 and has it dismantled, while Lilco's rates are set by the Public Service Commission. Well, Long Island, what do you think of that deal? Here's what you're saying.
Chris Flats from Oyster Bay. I'm against the decision. I'd like to see our rates at Lilco cut, and I'd like to have the plant here being running with nuclear power. I'm a believer in nuclear power.
Tom Mongolia from Wading River. As far as I'm concerned about the deal closing Shoreham, I'd like to see Shoreham open, to be honest with you. I think it's the safest plant that has been built in the country.
Sylvia Busby, Syosset, anything to close Shoreham. That's the most important thing. It should never have been built in the first place. It's in the wrong place for the wrong reasons. So that it's good that it will be closed. I don't like the rate hike at all. So that's something, that's the price we have to pay.
I'm a Long Islander and proud of it.
Long and the short of it is island pride. I'm a Long Islander and I'm proud of it. Long and the short of it is island pride.
It's the American Leader Celebration at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer. Now you can get low factory financing or cash back on some of America's best-selling cars and trucks. Get 4.9% financing or up to $750 cash back on Ford Ranger, America's #1 selling compact pickup. Choose 4.9% financing or $500 cash back on Ford Escort, America's #1 selling car. There's cash back on Taurus and select F-Series too, all before you make your best deal during the American Leader Celebration at your Tri-State Quality Ford dealer.
Hardball lobbying efforts continue in Washington today as President Bush and Senate Republicans continue to push for the nomination of John Tower as Defense Secretary. Correspondent Mike McKee has the story on the latest Republican strategy meeting.
For the second night in a row, John Tower came to the White House to talk about saving his nomination, this time with President Bush and Senators Bob Dole and John Warner. They came out of the meeting to charge Senate Democrats are trying to subvert the president's right to choose his cabinet.
We cannot let this case stand as an example of whether or not power was tried to be wrested from the President of the United States by the majority in the Senate.
Clearly angry, the Republicans announced a get-tough strategy. They'll work to create public pressure on members of the Senate, while President Bush exerts personal pressure.
I don't believe anybody should be pilloried on the basis of unfounded rumor.
The president will continue meeting with swing senators, while Republican Senate leaders try to delay today's scheduled debate on the nomination until all members of the Senate have had a chance to read the FBI report on Tower. But one who has, Hollings of South Carolina, says that won't help.
Their names, their facts, their absolute statements, and the words crocked, bombed, excessive drinking, sloshing, stoned, comatose, too much of that.
Indeed, despite arm-twisting 13 Democratic senators yesterday, President Bush failed to change anyone's mind. If the get-tough strategy doesn't work, Mr. Bush could be the first president since Eisenhower to have the Senate reject a cabinet nominee. Mike McKee at the White House.
The trial that has stalled more times than a car in the winter is expected to resume in a Washington courtroom today. The Iran-Contra trial of Oliver North was delayed again yesterday when another dispute relating to classified information cropped up. As it turns out, some memos the government said were classified had already been made public. North is charged with lying to Congress about secret efforts to help the Nicaraguan Contras while Congress banned such aid.
A firebomb explosion in the Bronx may stem from the furor over Salman Rushdie's book, The Satanic Verses. The blast gutted the office of the Riverdale Press yesterday, a few days after the newspaper ran an editorial supporting the right to read the Rushdie novel. Mayor Koch is calling the incident an atrocity and has announced a $10,000 reward for help in finding those responsible. Investigators are cautioning that any connection between Rushdie's book and the firebombing is at this point only speculation.
As tradition would have it, St. Paddy's Day celebrates the luck of the Irish. Well, now it marks the luck of Catholics as well. The Rockville Center Diocese is lifting the ban on March 17th that restricts Catholics from eating meat on Fridays during Lent. They're joined by the Brooklyn Diocese and the Archdiocese of New York. According to a church official, the special concession was made to honor the tradition of Irish stew and corned beef and cabbage on St. Patrick's Day. Boy, they're easing up. I was threatened with the wrath of God if I didn't eat fish on Friday.
Not anymore. Still ahead on News 12, money stops flowing towards the LIRR projects in Jamaica.
And Long Island taxi drivers are up in arms about having to get a license. These stories and more when we continue. We leave you now with a shot of the Northern State Parkway and Jericho-Hicksville.
Finding yourself in a court of law can be very costly, emotionally and financially. At the law firm of Russo & Russo, we know how trying these times can be. We are a family firm with a tradition of protecting our clients' rights with sound, reliable advice and representation. Whether it's a question of a divorce proceeding, a criminal arrest, an accident or negligence matter, or a real estate closing, Russo & Russo will handle it professionally and with care.
Russo & Russo in North Belmore and Huntington. Dial Justice.
No one should think twice before they smile. Hi, I'm Dr. Frederick Seltzer, and if dental imperfections are inhibiting you, consider Mirage Porcelain Restoration, the latest in dental technology. Mirage Porcelain Restorations are a non-surgical procedure that requires less tooth structure to be removed. With Mirage Porcelain Restorations, you'll have a beautiful smile. What's more, you'll have something to smile about. For an appointment, call me at 791-3555. And remember, I give extra special care for cowards.
The new job is really exciting, but I'm on my feet all day. Luckily, my Bruno Magli shoes make all the running around almost a pleasure. I never know what to wear to these parties, but I never have to worry about my Cole Hans marching, whatever I do wear. We hate to leave, but we have to get going. These valleys will keep me light on my feet all night.
Hey, guys, you were right. Marsh's is the place for shoes, and now they even have Florsheim.
Marsh's of Huntington Village is proud to announce the addition of Florsheim to their family of classic footwear.
Tom, they do sell clothes, you know. The Coral House in Baldwin, overlooking Milburn Lake, nestled in a quaint rural setting, is Long Island's most popular dining and catering facility. You'll be seduced by atmosphere, indulged by culinary expertise, and catered to by a attentive personnel. Our new colonial skylight room, enclosed outdoor deck, lakeside dining room, Merrick or Milburn rooms make us a special choice for your next dining experience or catered function. Your beautiful moment deserves a beautiful setting. The Coral House Restaurant and Caterers.
A group of Westbury taxpayers are demonstrating in Albany today. They call themselves the Westbury Coalition, and they boarded a bus in the cold early this morning on a mission to claim their fair share of education tax dollars from state legislators.
Basically, what has happened is that Westbury taxes are just overstated. The problem has been compounded because year after year, the kids have been denied more and more services. So we're going up to meet with those key people in Albany to let them know that this is a taxpayer and property tax-free vote.
No problem there. 35 community groups make up the coalition, and members say that schools are losing $675,000 a year in education aid, and the reason is disproportionate property taxes. Lee?
Well, Long Island cab drivers have only 2 weeks left to fight a proposed regulation that would raise the cost of doing business, that is, in New York City. The Taxi and Limousine Commission in the city wants Long Island taxis to get New York City hack licenses if they want to pick up customers in the city. The cost of a license is $350.
Cost of these licenses that New York City wants to charge us are ridiculous.
It would have to be reflected in our fares that we would charge to the residents of Nassau and Suffolk counties.
The Long Island Taxi Association held a meeting yesterday to enlist the help of local politicians in fighting the new measure. They'll have to act quickly, though. It goes into effect on March 15th.
A teenager from Great Neck is arraigned, charged with making and selling phony driver's licenses. According to police, 17-year-old Charles Tim was making fake New Jersey and Florida licenses in his home, and he would sell them for about $40 each. Police say the arrest came yesterday after a month-long investigation. Tim is charged with criminal possession of a forged instrument and criminal possession of a forgery device.
The Long Island Railroad may have to take a second look at some projects it's been planning. The head of the Urban Mass Transportation Administration says he'll officially inform the LIRR this week that it's not eligible for new construction aid. The administration says it's concerned with the railroad's management of capital projects. LIRR officials say they're fighting the decision, and they add they're taking steps to improve the situation.
Brookhaven town officials are having it out with the owners of a shopping center in Selden. Apparently, the town doesn't like the landscaping job in front of the stores. News 12's Doug Eade reports on that dispute.
When the shopping center was built several years ago, town officials required trees, shrubs, and a hill, or berm, to be left as a natural buffer between the parking lot and road. But when new owners recently bought the shopping center, they didn't like the fact that the view of the stores was being blocked. They say it severely hurt business. So they took matters into their own hands, literally. On a recent Saturday, town officials photographed a bulldozer knocking down trees and leveling the berm. They ordered the workers to stop, but say several days later, in the pre-dawn hours, the work resumed.
His attitude was very flippant, as a matter of fact. He proceeded to laugh and joke with me, saying, well, I have to do this because I have to eat. And I said, that's fine. I said, because I have a job to do also, and I'll see you in court.
Store owners say they had no idea the trees were going to be cut down. And while they say they certainly don't condone any illegal action, they admit the landscape was hurting their business.
Because, you know, they can see the subway and, you know, I'm 7 months here, very slow, and nobody can see the subway. Now, at least can see the subway, you know.
I've seen it picking up the past week or so. So I really think that, you know, it's given us a little more exposure.
From a businessman's standpoint, it was hurting his business in a sense that you couldn't see the stores.
Well, again, maybe it was, but that's why he should have came in for a change of site plan, and they could have probably worked something out. Not blatantly just come in and do something on their own.
The town is taking the owners to court, seeking to have the landscape restored. It's also seeking $100,000 in penalties.
We can't allow this to go on any longer. We demand buffer zones in shopping centers and other commercial pieces of property, and this man knew full well that that buffer zone was to remain.
Doug Geed, News 12, Long Island.
Well, it's no secret that the secret to good dental health starts at an early age. News 12's consumer reporter and Good Housekeeping's Metro editor Benita Fury has some tips on how to make regular brushing fun for your child.
When I was a little girl growing up in Providence, Rhode Island, one of the toy stores had a morning radio show. And if your mother or father called to say that you had brushed your teeth that morning, your name got said on the radio. Well, even in those days, I liked my name on the airwaves. And to this day, my parents and I have paid very little for dental work. And I have quite a smile. Marianne Littell of Good Housekeeping gave me some tips on how you can get your kids to take care of their teeth, even though that radio show is no longer on the air. In fact, they probably are taking pretty good care of their teeth already.
2/3 of America's children are cavity-free. And there are many reasons for that, but I think the most important reason is that children really are taking better care of their teeth than they were maybe when we were children. And the fluoride in the water also makes a difference.
Getting your kid to a dentist early in life is a good way to start good dental health.
Don't wait for a toothache or another emergency situation for the first visit to a dentist. It's better to take them to the dentist first on a routine visit so they don't get afraid about all the things that are going to happen once they get in the chair.
There are ways you can get your kids to like brushing their teeth.
Such as some of these children's toothbrushes, which have fun figures on them. And there's children's toothpaste, which often is bubblegum flavored and comes out in funny colors or comes out with sparkles in it, something like this. Comes in a pump container, which kids kind of like. And a fun idea you can do with your child is make a little chart for them to keep track of their own toothbrushing habits.
Remember, even infants can get bad tooth habits. Be careful of putting your baby to bed with a bottle.
A lot of parents do that to get their children to sleep, but it can be very bad for their teeth because the baby sucks the bottle to go to sleep and then leaves the bottle in his or her mouth. All that juice or milk just kind of pools up in the mouth and sits next to the teeth, and it can really cause serious decay problems. So dentists recommend that if you must put your baby to bed with a bottle, put it to bed with a bottle of water, not milk or juice.
If you follow these tips and get your children to brush their teeth, yours may be among the 2/3 of American children who are cavity-free. At the Good Housekeeping Institute, I'm Benita Fury, News 12, Long Island.
Now, if you think about it, brushing your teeth and taking care of your teeth has really changed a lot since we were kids. It has gotten to be a lot more fun.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. And with a toothbrush like the one Benita had, you should have no problem lose your teeth. And coming up on News 12, meteorologist Joe Choppy says all is quiet on this first day of March. Our complete island forecast is next.
And the battle is over. No more war games on the East End. That story's next.
News 12 Consumer Report, brought to you by Consumers Kitchens and Baths. You'll always find more kitchens and baths at Consumers.
Hello, service. I have been trying to get someone to fix a drawer in my new kitchen cabinet for over a week. It seems to be stuck. Yes, I'll hold. Hello, service. I have been trying for 2 weeks to get someone to fix this.
At Consumers, we utilize tomorrow's technology so you never have to wait. Our in-house factory facility assures you of prompt, courteous service. Consumers, where kitchens and baths are our only business.
Finally, a career move that puts you in the driver's seat. Come to the Commercial Driver Training School and let us teach you in as little as 60 days how to handle the road. We'll not only help you get your Class 1 license, we'll help you get a job that can keep you working for your entire life. Financial aid available for those who qualify. So visit the Commercial Driver Training School for a free tour and take hold of a career that'll put you in the driver's seat.
The war game war is over, and the war game people are the losers. As News 12's John Crawford reports, Riverhead's town board has denied a permit to a company that runs playgrounds for weekend warriors.
The battle over war games has ended. The Riverhead Town Board shot down a proposal to issue the National Survival Games Company a special permit that would have let them use a vacant 27-acre parcel where patrons could play soldiers with paint pellets.
I personally could find no compelling reason to vote in favor of it. There wasn't any provision of a large number of jobs, and there certainly wasn't a significant increase to the tax base of the community. So that being the case, and in view of the overwhelming opposition from the public, that there just wasn't any good substantial reason to vote in favor of it.
The town officials who voted against the war games proposal say they turned it down because of a real-life military drama that was played out on the streets here in Riverhead. This winter, Riverhead was plagued by a sniper who fancied himself a commando, shooting one person dead and injuring several others.
Ever since I first heard the application, I had this sort of underlying feeling, some sort of moral basis. Is this really the kind of thing that we want to promote in the town of Riverhead? I was not sure from the very beginning whether or not that kind of analysis was appropriate here. I think that the Riverhead sniper who fashioned himself a commando of sorts, going around shooting randomly at people playing war games, was something that brought that to public consciousness.
The councilwoman says better use for the land must be found.
That's the kind of land that we should be seeking out industrial development for. It would create greater tax revenues, it would create jobs for the town that are needed, and would create business in the town.
In Riverhead, Don Crawford, News 12, Long Island.
A Long Island congressman is trying to muscle a new bill through the state legislature. It would help keep steroids out of New York high schools. Yesterday, State Senator Dean Skelos of Rockville Center introduced a bill that would classify steroids as a controlled substance, similar to other dangerous drugs. It would also provide stiff penalties for high school coaches and athletes caught abusing the drugs. Skelos says young people need to learn that steroid use can lead to severe health problems and even death.
Well, Joe Chaffee joins us now with a look at the forecast on this first day of March. And Joe, is March coming in like a lion?
A lot of traditions. We were talking about this earlier, about the traditions that in March, you're supposed to on March 1st for good luck and to prevent yourself from going bald, for instance, to wash your hair with snow on a day like on March 1st.
Well, can we do that today?
You'd have a hard time with
No.
Yeah, well, there's so little of it on the ground. Other traditions, you're supposed to, when you get out of bed, a little bit late now, of course, at 9:30, rather from the overnight or morning period, unless you did it and didn't tell us, to get up on your bed and jump up and down and yell rabbit, rabbit, rabbit for good luck. Okay, they say they do that in Utah, I suppose. All right, for the rest of the day, we have a real nice spring day, and the best way to do it, of course, is to be outside. Do what the geese are doing, geesing around there, eating there at one of the local area best parks, this one particular Bethpage State Park. And they're back, folks. And in about 6 weeks or so, they'll be having all their little babies. They run around so nicely, and it's really interesting to see them here in Woodbury, for example, when they have their little babies and they go across the street in the complex that we're in, and the parents line up on either side with the babies in the middle, and the cars traffic comes to a dead halt. Beautiful sight as the spring takes hold and nature starts to replenish. The supplies dwindled from winter time, whatever winter we really had. 33 at Montauk. These were the lows, by the way, as we go back across eastern Long Island. Rather cold morning overnight. Enough snow to whiten the ground in a few spots, but nothing too serious. Selden, Matt Boder, low of 28. Holbrook, 27. Carroll Burnson, Mud Creek, a low of 27. Gary Stone, Centerport had a low of 28. Still waiting for the big snow. Keep waiting, Gary. 28 for Massapequa Park, the low there. And a few other spots, some of the inland places like Icy Hollow, where it was a low of 22, and 24 for Dick Simmons of Center Reach. And we will probably have a repeat performance of this tonight and tomorrow morning, may even be a little colder than that. Okay, sunset today at 5:47 a.m., the sunrise at 6:29, normal high 42, normal low 27. Records of 64 in 1954, and the record low on this day, courtesy of Brookhaven, by the way, 8 in 1980. Not that long ago, 9 years ago. And as far as our weather goes, we'll have a good day today, and then the weather should be going downhill tomorrow as moisture building up in the Gulf states. We'll stream to the north and east, and we could get some precipitation here, either snow or snow changing to rain tomorrow night into Friday, assuming it gets here, of course, and we're not really sure about that yet. Here's our forecast now for the rest of the day. Have a good day, everybody. Partly sunny skies. It'll be windy and chilly with highs 35 to 40. Clear and colder tonight. Lows by morning 21 to 26. A few of the inland locations could be a little bit colder than that, and the winds will diminish tonight. And for tomorrow, increasing and thickening clouds after some early morning sunshine. We could see some snow developing tomorrow night and continuing into part of Friday, where it may mix with or change to rain, assuming it all gets here. And that will be the next teaser, and we'll be seeing what that one does.
Joe, you were talking about strange things in March. My Italian grandmother had an interesting one. She said, "Matsu e batsu." You know what that means?
Oh, yes, March is crazy.
Yeah.
Matsu
That
pasta,
fits,
yeah.
right?
Oh, it sure is. Well, all over the world, because you have leftover winter air to the north, the cold Arctic air. This is the time of year where you could see like 90s in Texas one day, and the same day it'll be below zero up in the northern stream. So, yeah, March is a crazy month. You get all kinds of things happening.
So the fun is just beginning, folks, right?
Yeah.
Hang on for the ride. 4 rescuers from the Air National Guard in West Hampton are being hailed as heroes for helping a sailor in distress. The Suffolk legislature held a ceremony yesterday praising the Guards for bravery during the rescue mission in early February. The team parachuted 3,000 feet into the Atlantic Ocean to help save an Iberian sailor with appendicitis. The crew of the ship spoke only Spanish, but managed to call the 4 men angels for their heroism.
Crew was really happy. They were really excited that we had come. They were, when we parachuted in, they were clapping. They were all excited about it, and they treated us like gold. They were really very happy to see us, and they were just so glad that they were really concerned about this individual. I mean, really sincere concern for his safety.
In addition to Sergeant Malloy of Middle Island, the 3 other rescuers are Senior Master Sergeant Paul Bellissimo, I bet he's feeling beautiful today, of West Hampton Beach, and Master Sergeant Kevin Kelly of Riverhead, and Sergeant Greg Johnson of West Hampton Beach.
Congratulations to all 4. We are certainly proud.
Nice story.
Well, still ahead, if you have small children and can't leave your house to work, why not start your own business at home? Next, we'll tell you about a center that can give you advice on that and on other small businesses.
And some South Huntington Elementary School students have a goal to read for 1 million minutes. That story and a lot more as the daytime edition continues.
I'm a Long Islander and proud of it.
I'm a Long Islander and proud of it.
Finally, a career move that puts you in the driver's seat. Come to the Commercial Driver Training School and let us teach you in as little as 60 days how to handle the road. We'll not only help you get your Class 1 license, we'll help you get a job that can keep you working for your entire life. Financial aid available for those who qualify. So visit the Commercial Driver Training School for a free tour and take hold of a career that'll put you in the driver's seat.
R.J. Reynolds' Premier cigarettes went the way of legendary flops. Like the Ford Edsel, it just didn't sell, and Reynolds is yanking it off the shelves. The Premier was marketed as an alternative to regular cigarettes, offering smokers a lower tar intake. But according to a Reynolds spokesman, its two primary problems were taste and aroma. Reynolds didn't say if they planned to replace it. Along with starting up a small business comes a lot of questions. How do you begin? Can you get a loan? How do you find a location? Well, there is a place you can get answers to most of your questions, the Small Business Development Center at SUNY Stony Brook. The center is sponsoring a conference this month, and joining Lee now to talk about it is Center Director Judith McAvoy and the publisher of the Women's Record newspaper, Jane Gitlin.
Welcome. Thanks, Irma. Jane, nice to see you again. Judith, welcome to News 12.
Thank you.
Do we have a lot of small businesses here on Long Island?
We have a tremendous amount of small businesses, and one of the interesting facts that the Small Business Administration points to is that when the larger companies, like your Fairchild Republic and your Grummins, retrench, all of those employees usually go into small businesses. It's small business that takes up that slack.
Now, Jane, I have a sense, since the Women's Record is involved here, that a lot of those small businesses are headed by women, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's a tremendous increase in the volume of women-owned businesses in the last 10 years. I think we now have 5 times as many women starting their own businesses as men.
Primarily in what area?
Service sector. Primarily service sector, although we do have a lot of women now going into non-traditional work.
Judith, you were going to
Yes, women used to be 5% of women-owned businesses. It's now 30%, and they predict around after 1995 that 50% of business owners will be women.
Now, how tough is it to start your own small business?
It's pretty tough. Startup businesses usually do not get funding. Therefore, what we do is we give directions. If you need a business plan, sometimes you need your business plan updated. Some people don't even know you need a business plan. Which banks favor small businesses as compared to other banks? Just general information. Some people come and they say, well, I'd like to start a business. What would you like to do? Well, I don't know. I just want a business. So we help guide those people and get them set in a direction. And then when they're all up and running, they come back to us for updated business plans, and you know, then at that point you can get them into what federal and state funding is available after they're off and going.
Now, the Small Business Development Center is located on the campus of SUNY Stony Brook?
It's at the Harriman School of Management and Policy. There are 19 of these centers throughout the state, all located at schools, because the object is to hook into the faculty, staff, what's available in facilities that the university has to offer.
Why start up something like this?
Why start up a small business development
was there
center?
a real need for it?
Absolutely. Economic development is very, very big in the state. You notice the governor switched the Department of Commerce into the Department of Economic Development, and if you even look at Nassau and Suffolk County, economic development is very important. And if any assistance that you can give small businesses, startup business, people who want to go into business, is all part of your tax base and your economic development, which is what supports everything else that we do.
There's a conference coming up on March 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. It's called starting and managing a home-based business. And Jane, I would imagine a lot of women are getting into businesses in the home now.
Yes, and that conference is of particular interest to us with the paper because many women start small service businesses at home. Think of the ramifications of owning a computer.
Right.
And being able to develop service businesses from that computer while at the same time manage the kids and be available.
Is that the main reason why they started business at home, so they can stay with their children and take care of their children, or is it a way of generating extra income for their family?
I think it's a combination of both. And I think many times women will be in the corporate world, leave for a while to raise their family, discover that they enjoy the flexibility that comes with a home-based business, and then as the kids grow, their business grows, and before you know it, they're out of the home.
Judith, do women who start a business at home, do they realize the same advantages are available to them as anybody who starts a small business, even if it's outside the home?
They have probably even more advantages. First of all, when you start up in your home small, you don't have to worry about hiring employees. You usually don't have to get into all of the Social Security and all of that. There are some tax benefits to having business in your own home, and I think daycare is a big part of it. You don't have to have that expense. And most of the women I know who are going to be presenters, or even someone like Jane, they do progress to the point where they must move out of their home-based business. And at that point, my Small Business Development Center comes in again to help them figure out where they're going to go and how they're going to get established outside the home.
Are these businesses really profitable, though?
I think there's no question about that. It depends on your definition of profitable. Anything above and beyond what one member of the family brings in is profitable, particularly on Long Island with our standard of living and our cost of living.
You were smiling when I said that.
Yeah,
Why?
You made me laugh because there's this woman in Freeport who started a business. She and a friend were going to go into a little catering business. Well, today it's a multi-million-dollar business, Love and Quiches.
That's right. I guess it is very
that was a business that started from a home oven. And now she has, I think, a 30,000 square foot facility in Freeport.
Do small businesses, Judith, know how to market themselves? Is that a problem?
Big problem. Big problem. Marketing, even to the sense of a home business, how do you answer the phone?
Yeah.
It's very important that you answer the phone and you're professional about it. If you call someone and a child says, hello, you say, wait a minute, is this person going to really run my business? So yes, marketing yourself is part of that whole process.
Can you actually run a small home business on the line you have coming into your home, or do you have to get another phone line to avoid little mishaps like that?
You don't necessarily have to get another phone line, but what you should do is you should have an answering machine, and perhaps if you are busy doing other things, let the answering machine with a very professional message take that call. You don't have to get another line in. You may want to get another line in at one time. And the other thing that we caution, too, is make sure you know what your zoning regulations are. I would never attempt to tell anyone to start a business in their home and completely disregard where they're located. And this conference is going to explain all of those things.
And I guess they can find that out also at the Small Business Development Center.
Absolutely.
All right, that conference, I just want to remind everybody, is on March 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. It really talks about a home-based business, but if anybody has any questions about starting a small business of any type,
we're there
they can just contact
from 8:30
you.
in the morning, 8:30 to 5 every day. SUNY Stony Brook. We're there to answer any of your questions.
All right, Judith McAvoy, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Jane Gitlin, a pleasure always seeing you. If you want to read about any women's issues, just pick up a copy of the Women's Record newspaper. Thank you. Roma.
Thank you. Turning now to our People files, but does she do windows? That should be the title of the story. Just one day after being released from jail, David Letterman's most persistent fan made her fourth unscheduled visit to his home. Margaret Ray, who just this past weekend was ordered to stay away from the Letterman house, was found once again, this time lounging in Letterman's living room. For this most recent arrest, Ray has been charged with criminal trespass, possession of marijuana, and burglary. Police still have no clues as to how Ray continues to get into the Letterman household, but to quote from the show, they're trying to think of the top 10 reasons why. Congratulations are in order for the new Miss USA, Gretchen Polimas. A 23-year-old model and cattle broker from Fort Worth, Texas, was crowned Miss USA last night in Mobile, Alabama. Miss Polimas receives $200,000 in cash and prizes for her win, and she'll compete in the Miss Universe pageant on May 23rd. The state of Texas seems to have a monopoly on the pageant recently, as the past 5 winners have all come from the Lone Star State. The woman known to the world for losing more than 60 pounds now hopes to make her mark as a role model. talk show hostess Oprah Winfrey, who's called an unforgettable woman in a new cosmetics ad, said she hopes her appearance will inspire young black girls to see the beauty in themselves. The leotard-clad Oprah will appear first in W magazine. Let's talk about some little people now. You often hear educators talk about how students don't read enough. Well, the students at South Huntington Elementary School are doing what they can to change all that. As News 12's Ken Grimbaugh reports, the students are halfway to their lofty goal of reading for 1 million minutes.
Scenes like this have become commonplace at the Countrywood Elementary School in South Huntington. The school's 650 students have been reading everything in sight since January 23rd. Collectively, they hope to read 1 million minutes worth of material within 11 weeks. Now they're nearly halfway there in just 4 weeks.
428,437 minutes.
How many minutes have you read so far?
I think like 900.
900, that's a lot of words and a lot of reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you read the New York Times?
No.
This is reading that the children are doing at home, and they are reading approximately 20 minutes a day. And together, we hope to achieve this fantastic goal of reading for a combined 1 million minutes.
Roger says they're encouraging the young students to read and enjoy it during their leisure.
Our prime motivation is to have them read recreationally as well as for instruction.
In all the books I read, I put down the number of pages and add up the pages.
And how many have you read so far?
About 916 minutes.
The project is expected to end in April, and by that time, these students would have read a total of 1 million minutes. However, in the meantime, all they're going to do is... In South Huntington, Ken Grimbaugh, News 12, Long Island.
They're going to need glasses by the time all of that's over. You better believe it. Minutes.
900 minutes is about 15 hours, I think. 60
Here we go.
minutes, right?
The math genius over
Yeah,
here. I'll let you figure it out. Yeah, right. We're talking about reading,
it's
so not
900,
math.
right. But it's 15 hours.
All right. So weather-wise on this first day of March, Joe, just wrap it up for us real quick.
March 1st.
We know that.
In like a lamb for a change.
Right, in like a lamb today. Really nice day. Get outside if you can. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Joe. For Joe Chaffee, I am Roma Torre. Thanks for watching.
And I'm Lee Tyrell. We say goodbye this hour with a look at Caleb Smith State Park. That's in Smithtown, and these beautiful pictures have been shot by News 12 photographer Chris Conroy. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you have a terrific day.
About 45 degrees, so it'll be a little cooler.
Winter's gone, isn't it?
Winter is gone, and good riddance to it, Scott.
Yes. All right. What is the best way to get to Broadway from Syosset? Well, if you guessed practice, you're partially right. You can take the bus, too. It is also a lot of hard work, and today a graduate of Syosset High School who's in the Broadway show Cats came home to tell some students that, yes, dreams can come true. Education editor Roma Torre has the story.
These three cats have come direct from the Broadway production to Syosset's high school auditorium. That's because Rum Tum Tugger here, also known as Frank Mastrocola, graduated from this district in 1971.
I just wanted to come back and share what my life had brought me and pass it on to them in the hopes that if anybody has any aspirations in that area, you know, that they would be able to go ahead and go after it and see that that you can attain your goals if you really work at it.
Frank Mastrocola may be top cat in Cats now, but it wasn't an easy road to Broadway. After he left Syosset, you might say he had to claw his way to the top.
It was long and hard. That's really no joke or exaggeration when people say that. But nonetheless, it's very exciting to come back and remember doing shows on the same stage and now performing something from Cats on the same deck that I was doing Destry rides again. It's wild.
There were 3 shows, and after each one, the Cats spent time answering students' questions. For many of the young women in the audience, it wasn't talk that they wanted. Call it, perhaps, a case of animal magnetism.
They're very good actors, and he was hot. No, I like the body movement.
But whether female or male, seeing a fellow student make it here was the opportunity of a lifetime, perhaps even 9 lifetimes.
It makes me proud, you know, to think that there's somebody actually achieved something from here.
I guess it means that if you yourself can make an effort, you can be out on Broadway too, if you make hard enough effort.
In Syosset, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island. I don't often review 2 shows at the same time, but I'm making an exception in this case because the humor in these plays is rather similar and because they're both minor pieces of work. Now, that's not to say they're of lesser quality. It's just that being very fun, besides being very funny, there's not much else to them. Run for Your Wife is a classic British farce. It is silliness and sight gags all the way through. If you've never seen what the British do with these comedies, this is the one to see. It's the typical situation involving a man who's married to 2 different women at the same time. All is hunky-dory for 4 years until one day something goes wrong, and with traces of Monty Python, what could be a tragedy turns into the funniest of the comedies. The husband and his neighbor seen here try to keep the police from finding out the truth.
Your jurisdiction, though, isn't it? Just a social call, Mr. Gardner. Just a social call. Oh, Mr. Gardner.
Lend Me a Tenor is equally funny. For my taste, it is a better play because the characters seem much more like real people. It's the story of a podunk opera company in Cleveland, 1934. The impresario has invited the world's greatest tenor to guest star in their gala performance of Otello. Of course, nothing goes right, and in this scene, the impresario is giving his assistant some last-minute instructions before the great tenor arrives.
Glue, glue. You will stick to him like glue. You will not let him out of your sight. You will drive him to the rehearsal and then drive him back. You will give him whatever he wants except liquor and women. At the performance, you will leave a spontaneous standing ovation and return him to the reception, keeping him sober with his hand to himself, at which point he can drop dead. For all we care. Good luck.
Great writing. Both plays are beautifully acted. There's a touch of irony here. Run for Your Wife is a British import. Lend Me a Tenor was written by an American. When I heard this, I thought, finally, a solid American comedy written in this decade on Broadway. It turns out the joke is on me, after all. Lend Me a Tenor is produced by a British company and performed throughout Europe before ever setting foot on this continent. I guess life can be a bigger farce than art, after all.
Well, it's theater of the absurd many times.
Yeah, it is.
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Roma.
Sure.
A pair that we should see.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Well worth it.
That's it for us this hour. I'm Melba Tolliver.
Thanks for joining us. News 12 continues. I'm Scott Feldman.
Film. It stars Sybil Shepherd and Robert Downey Jr. Roma Torrey is here now with her review.
Okay, Melba, here we go. If you regard yourself as a discerning film-goer who expects movies to have some relationship to reality, and if you prefer your movies to be movies instead of TV stories on a big screen, then I wouldn't recommend Chances Are. This is a very cutesy film, doesn't make much sense, but for some it could be very appealing. Robert Downey Jr. plays a young man whose spirit once belonged to Sybil Shepherd's husband. You got that. When the husband died, his spirit was reborn into the body of Downey's character. One day, on a chance encounter with Shepherd, he starts to have flashes of his former life.
It's in the sideboard, second drawer down.
Alex?
Peekaboo.
Everybody looks great in this film. The premise is clever, but the acting is passable. It's also calculated. It's sweet and sentimental with a lacing of lame humor. Now, as I said before, if you're discerning about these things, you may find the script intolerable, but if you really don't care about a plausible story or real people on the screen, you might just enjoy it. I do have a particular bone to pick, though, with the film. It's morality. If you've ever heard me before, you'll know I am not a prude. Really, I'm not. But in Chances Are, the moral sensibility is pretty bizarre. If you're looking to see a movie tonight, I suggest you rent the great Irish film, The Quiet Man. Now, when Maureen O'Hara takes a slug at John Wayne, at least you know you are in the hands of people who knew what morals were really all about.
This other one sounds like a mishmash of a lot of other films.
Yeah, I know. Somebody
it?
said, I think Karen just said it's like it was a remake of something. That's what it looks like. It's very clever, but it just doesn't work for me.
Sounds like my kind of movie.
Yeah, I don't know why. Stick with the quiet man.
Yeah, I think it's on TV tonight or this week in any event. All right, is that it?
That's it.
That's all for this hour. I'm Scott Feldman.
I'm Melba Tolliver. 15 students, that was the nail-biting experience today in the Patchogue Metro School District. Education editor Roma Torrey was among the judges when the best students strutted their stuff.
Nerves, tension, and anxiety. You can see it in their faces. You can read it on their lips. But at the tender ages of 9 and 10 years old, these students in the Patchogue Medford School District handled their first public speeches like true professionals.
Once upon a time, there was a married couple who had wished to have a child for a long time.
They represent the best of about 1,200 students in each of the district's elementary schools. Some recited poetry, others fairy tales, with styles ranging from the sublime
Flip through the pages. Ah, here we are, said Death.
to the absurd.
Run fast, shouted down. If we don't catch it, we won't be able to get back to Canada. Oh!
And when it was all over, the group narrowed down for the last time. 2 little boys chosen the best of the best.
My legs felt like jello.
I practiced it every day, and I met with a lot of teachers.
I just kept saying it. My mother was getting angry at me because I was saying it, and she didn't want to hear it anymore.
The 4th and 5th graders who were selected are going to recite their presentations once again before the school board later on this year. But, you know, when you think about what it takes for a 9- and 10-year-old to get up on that lonely stage and talk to a group of strange faces, it makes you realize they were all winners. You wouldn't catch me doing it. In Patchogue, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Do you remember your first public speaking gig, Roberto?
Are you kidding me? I was entertaining folks already. I was raised on 42nd Street, you know?
Yeah.
And I was entertaining folks at the home for the sailors there. I used to come up with people, and I would be on the stage.
Entertaining.
Can you believe that?
Idea. Yeah.
Oh.
From Riverhead schools, this after a $5 million bond issue was okayed. By more than 2-to-1, the district residents voting in favor of this measure. In addition, some of that money will go toward replacing leaky roofs on the Riley Avenue Elementary School and the middle school on Osborne Avenue.
And voters in the Middle Country School District are going to the polls today. The school district is seeking to pass a $19.5 million bond referendum. News 12's Roma Torrey is standing by now, and she has the latest. Roma?
Thanks, Melba. You know, with the exception of the Riverhead bond, school bonds are not too popular with taxpayers these days. I know of at least 3 districts so far this year that have failed to get their bonds passed. The Middle Country School District serves the Selden, Lake Grove, Center Reach, and parts of Coram, and their $19.5 million bond has a very big selling feature, though, unlike the other bonds. District officials here claim that 70% of the bond is completely reimbursable by the state, and that means that the taxpayers would only be responsible for about 30% if that's true. Now, the bond would be used to pay for renovations and repairs. Some of them are considered essential by officials here. They say that they would hopefully avoid potential emergencies. At the New Lane Elementary School, these 20-year-old fascia panels require extensive repairs. District officials say they're facing a potential emergency. The panels are loosening and pieces are beginning to fall off.
With the settling, they have cracked, and in a couple of spots we have had small pieces fall off, and we're just concerned of the safety of the youngsters.
Further west at the Unity Drive Learning Center, the underground fuel tank has to be replaced. Right now, the district is using a temporary tank, but by state law, a new tank costing about $125,000 will have to take its place. And at the Eugene Auer Elementary School, leaking ceilings are keeping the plants healthy, but the rotting roof is causing problems in the classrooms.
Is it disruptive to the classes?
Yes, it is, because there are pails that are sitting around in the classrooms to pick up the leaks.
Well, I am now at the Bicycle Path Elementary School where voting is taking place, and I'm standing with Patrick Russo, the superintendent of the Middle Country School District. Dr. Russo, I just want to ask you, in this time when taxes in Suffolk County appear to be skyrocketing, how likely do you think it is that this bond is going to be passed?
Well, we've really done our homework for this bond issue. We've met with over 25 different organizations.
we've tried to relate the facts of the matter of the bond issue to the residents. And when we've put that on the table and we've shown the money that they could save by avoiding the emergencies that we foresee in the future, we've had a very positive response.
And you're certain that 70% of this is truly reimbursable?
For every $1 that we will put up, the state will reimburse us $3. And that is something that has been put into the capital line item, and hopefully that can be forthcoming.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Superintendent of Middle Country Schools, Patrick Russo. I'm at the Bicycle Path Elementary School in Selden. Let's go back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Roma. Roma Torre. The Long Island Expressway in the vicinity of the Elmhurst gas tanks, well, it's long been a commuter's nightmare. But as News 12's transportation editor Alan Gerstel reports for
Few of us would deny that drug abuse is among the top problems in this country, but what to do about it? A lot of experts believe education is the key to a long-term solution. But exactly what's happening in our schools? Education editor Roma Torre is here now to tell us about drug prevention education in our continuing series, No Quick Fix. Roma?
Okay, Melba, doesn't it seem every time you hear a politician talk about the drug problem, they point to education as our only real hope? Well, of course it sounds good, but just saying it isn't enough. These words have to be backed up with money and expertise. And so far, those are two elements in very short supply as far as drug prevention education goes. In my two parts, you're going to see it is a hit-and-miss proposition in our schools. It seems that a lot of people are looking for easy solutions to a terribly complicated problem. Are schools making the grade? Well, some are, but we're still very short of the mark.
My name is Kemba, and I'm drug-free. My name is Amy, and I'm drug-free. My name is Stephanie, and I'm drug-free.
These are all Long Island children at the front lines of the war against drugs. They've been guided by well-intentioned adults, each equipped with battle plans, each believing their strategies will lead to victory. But despite so much effort on Long Island, many believe we're losing this war. They point to a list of casualties that's growing each year.
We have all failed. The war on drugs has not done what we said it would do. You cannot say to children, say no, and give them nothing to lean on.
The New York State Division of Substance Abuse estimates on Long Island, 29,000 young people ages 12 to 17 are considered heavy drug users.
You have drug education in your school? Drug education? Not really, no. How bad is the drug problem in your school?
It's bad.
Bad?
Yeah, like 80% are either selling it or either smoking it themselves, you know, doing the drug.
Well, I go to a Catholic school, so we have, like, no drug education because, like, Catholic schools, they don't believe in drugs at all.
That's what some students think of drug education in their schools. Educators insist, though, the quality of the programs is getting better, but they say there are still big problems to overcome.
A lot of the programs the kids just laugh at because they don't believe that it'll ever happen to them, because they don't believe some of the horror stories we've told them, and they don't work.
For most school districts engaged in the daily battle against drugs, one of the biggest obstacles is a lack of funds. Here at Hempstead High School, for example, there is just one drug counselor for its 1,400 students. And that's not an uncommon situation. It begs the question, then, how are you supposed to fight a war without ammunition?
We claim we're fighting a war on drugs, but we've only provided enough money for a skirmish. There is clearly a lack of resources, a lack of will, a lack of intensity. It's really much more rhetorical than anything else.
The result, he says, is a patchwork approach in education. Some schools have tremendous programs, others have nothing. According to this man, a former president of the Wyandanch School Board, school children in this drug-ridden community continue to have virtually nothing.
We have 10-year-old kids on the street selling drugs. And you say, what you going to do with these kids? We don't know. We have nothing to do for them with.
Although the problems here are extreme, Wyandanch is not alone, and Tom Downey recognizes that. In an effort to correct some inequities, he has formed an anti-drug task force. Its aim is to unite the 20 school districts in his congressional district.
We've provided, from my task force, what we consider to be a model curriculum that should be taught in the schools, a standard set of principles that the boards of education might want to adopt with respect to how they deal with this problem. We have gotten money from private industry sources.
But children are only in school for so many hours.
It's the parents' responsibility. If parents don't know it's all that money that's coming in the house and they know their kids aren't working, they're not dumb.
Many experts agree schools just can't do it alone. A true solution, they say, is a united front. Parents, community, as well as schools. Otherwise, they say, the war will be lost. And once again, it's the children who lose the most. Tomorrow, I'll tell you about 3 drug prevention programs in our schools and how they're working. Scott?
All right, thank you, Roma. We would like to know your feelings about the drug problem on the island. That's why News 12 is sponsoring a special town meeting on the subject. This meeting is being held at the Central Ice. Outstanding. Spring is not only in the air, but so too is Oscar fever. That's right. It's just a day away from the Academy Awards tomorrow night. And Roma Torre is here now to give us a preview. Roma.
Well, I was going to call you Oscar, as they say in the big awards. Without any further ado, the nominees for Best Picture are... Accidental Tourist has already won several major awards for this year's best film. William Hurt stars as a melancholy travel writer whose life appears stuck on a slow track. When his marriage derails, he dates Gina Davis, a kooky pet trainer who teaches him how to get back in gear. Davis is up for a Supporting Actress award.
One of the reasons why I never remarried, despite a quite bewildering range of offers, was the determination never again to be ordered around.
Glenn Close, fresh from losing last year's award as Best Actress in Fatal Attraction, is back in the running again in this year's Dangerous Liaisons. She and Michelle Pfeiffer, a Supporting Actress nominee, have helped to make this 18th century soap opera a big hit at the box office.
What's got 4 eyes and can't see? What? Mississippi.
Gene Hackman is a Best Actor nominee for his portrayal as an FBI agent investigating 3 murders in Mississippi burning. The controversial film stirred up equal amounts of praise and condemnation. Critics love the film, while historians charge it's guilty of too much dramatic license.
You never touch the steering wheel when I'm driving. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Of course, I don't have my underwear.
What?
I'm definitely not wearing my underwear.
Dustin Hoffman, a close friend of Hackman's, is competing for the Best Actor award. He's favored to win for his portrayal of an autistic savant in Barry Levinson's bittersweet film, Rain Man. And all 3 women featured in Working Girl are contenders this year. Melanie Griffith, playing a desperate secretary who schemes her way to the top, is up for Best Actress. And Sigourney Weaver, as her snobby boss, is competing with Staten Island cutie here, Joan Cusack, for Best Supporting Actress.
Hold all calls, Miss McGill?
Yes, Cynthia, thank you.
Can I get you anything, Mr. Trainer? Coffee, tea, me?
And that is a wrap for me, and I will be in front of the TV set watching with the rest of you, Oscar and Melba.
Hi, Diana. Roma.
That's it for us. I'm Melba Tolliver.
Thanks for joining us. I am Scott Feldman.
When the head and neck are suddenly pushed into motion during an auto accident, whiplash may occur. It can tear head and neck support ligaments and move neck vertebrae out of position. It also disturbs neck nerves and blood vessels and may result in headaches and pain and weakness in the neck and arms. People who suffer from whiplash are often told that...
For years, we've been hearing the anti-drug slogan, just say no, but just saying it is not enough. Young people have to learn how to do it. That is the subject of our special report tonight in our continuing Focus 12 series, No Quick Fix. Education editor Roma Torre tells us about 3 groups of students who are learning how to say no to drugs.
The only reason why I go to school was to deal drugs, and that was it.
A lot of them are very, very ignorant. And they figure I got my chain and I got my clothes and I'm looking good and all the girls or all the guys want me. So that's all I'm worried about. I deal with the future when it gets here. Right. But they might be in jail when it gets here.
The State Division of Alcohol and Drug Abuse estimates 13% of Long Island school-aged children are addicted to drugs and or alcohol. Schools have an important role in the drug prevention scene, but exactly what is being done in our schools, and is it working? We're going to introduce you to 3 programs with widely varying budgets. What they have in common is the leadership of very special individuals. These are people who care enough to spend lots of time and energy developing the very best programs possible. You might say these Freeport students, all members of Operation Pride, stepped to a very different beat. The program, led by Ted Levy, has close to 200 members now. Students who join must each declare they're drug-free.
You know, we're proud of being drug-free now.
What's out there right now, the peer pressure and the materialism that's out here, but I think that to counter that, we need to also present positive alternatives to the problem. And I think this group is one thing that does that.
Our kids are bold and brave and proud of their stand that they've taken against drugs. So hopefully that is going to be contagious. And other kids in the school who maybe were looking up to the drug dealers will start to look up to the drug-free kids.
Their reward is the privilege of participation in activities such as step dancing and putting on shows for charity. But it's perhaps the program's best measure of success that many have already realized the true rewards are much simpler than all that.
Being drug-free can be fun, and it is fun.
Peer leadership is also the key to success in Smithtown's approach to drug education. Only here, the students, all members of SAD, are a bit more theatrical.
You don't mind, Sharon, do you?
No, guys, listen. No.
Come on, Sharon, this does good.
No, I don't want to do it.
I think that we teach the kids different techniques on saying no.
What you see here is just a tiny part of a major new approach to drug and alcohol abuse. Wally Sadoff, a school counselor, spent the last 9 years designing and perfecting what he calls a true prevention program. He recently won a grant worth $240,000 to bring it to life.
When the students first finish the first part of the program, they are going to believe, and they have to, this is one of the things that they must believe, they believe that anyone can develop alcoholism.
He developed the program because he believes most schools don't know how to treat students who already have addictions to drugs and alcohol.
The parents are called in, the student is dismissed from school, suspended for 5 days, returns to school, and then returns to classes with no follow-up.
With the likelihood of him repeating...
With very much so, the likelihood of him repeating the same problem. I felt that there has to be a follow-up for these students. There has to be identification.
Not too far away, the contrast is startling. In Wyandanch, the question isn't how to do it. Here they ask, can we do it at all?
The problem has never been addressed for whatever reason. I don't know.
William Collins, the director of Wyandanch Youth Center, says this is it for Wyandanch children. The schools, he says, have no drug programs. He estimates 450 children take advantage of his strained counseling services. Hundreds more, he says, don't come because it's too crowded.
They got a better horse stables, really, in Dix Hills than what we have here to serve our kids with. We have a youth population in the town of over 2,500 or more. And no one has mentioned one single thing about let's take some money and build a center to help these kids out, get them off the street.
Despite tremendous odds, William Collins Youth Center has no doubt saved lives. So has Ted Levy's Operation Pride and Wally Sadoff's prevention programs in Smithtown. But more than money, more than resources, it's taken a very special dedication. Without that, drug education would surely fail. Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Now, if you'd like to speak out about the drug crisis on the island, you'll have a chance Monday, April 3rd. News 12 is sponsoring a town meeting at Central Islip High School, a meeting to be televised live right here on News 12 beginning at 8 p.m. For more information and for free tickets, you can call 496-1734. This town hall meeting will feature a panel of Long Island drug experts and audience participation, and we'd like to see you there.
Norm DeVoskin's back, and a beautiful warm day today. Did we break any records?
Best will be honored at the Academy Awards, and Roma Torrey was out today asking some Long Islanders for their predictions. Roma?
Okay, Scott, I'm standing in front of the Lowe's Movie Theater at the Roosevelt Field Movie Theater Shopping Center, and the results of the unofficial News 12 Academy Awards survey is in, and the popular vote is a unanimous one. It goes to Rain Man for Best Picture, Dustin Hoffman for Best Actor, and it's pretty much a toss-up for Best Actress. We checked around with all the moviegoers coming in here earlier today, and here's what they had to say. Okay, who's going to win Best Picture tonight?
I think Rain Man. It seems to be all over. There's a lot of publicity on it, but it was a very good movie.
What about Best Actor?
I think Dustin Hoffman.
Dangerous Liaison.
Rain Man.
Or Rain Man. I'm Working Girl.
I would say Rain Man.
Why?
Why? Because just put those two actors together, and they did a terrific job. It was a fun picture to watch.
And Best Actor?
I'd say Dustin Hoffman.
I also think that Dustin Hoffman's definitely going to win Best Actor, and I think Sigourney Weaver's going to win Best Actress.
For which film?
For Gorillas to the Best.
Glenn Close. I loved her in all her pictures.
Rain Man, and I thought Dustin Hoffman was excellent.
Rain Man will definitely win Best Picture. Dustin Hoffman will win Best Actor, and Glenn Close, Best Actress.
You know that for sure?
Absolutely.
Okay, we've got a little crowd assembled here. We're going to find out what these people have to think. Very quickly, all of you, what's going to win Best Picture?
Rain Man! Rain Man!
It's unanimous. I'll be watching tonight. Melba, I know you're going to be voting for Accidental Tourist.
All right, Roma.
Thanks, Roma.
Thanks. It's jokes there. That's it for us. I'm Melba Tolliver.
I'm Scott Feldman. News 12 continues right now.
There's a Dix Hills housewife who disagrees, and she will be here to try and prove her point.
Also still ahead on News 12, well, surprise, surprise. And there were many in last night's Academy Awards. We'll take a look back at all the winners and losers in one of the biggest nights in Hollywood. Stay with us.
They hire cowboys and they hang their chaps up and now they're masked up and give them all that they lack. Now
I'm a Long Islander, and I'm...
From the Maltese Falcon on have been about courage, one kind or another. Since I acquired emphysema, I've discovered a very special...
Shtick. Okay. On April 11th, you can see Irene Blamore do that shtick at Stand Up New York in Manhattan. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us, Irene.
It was my pleasure.
Carol, back to you.
I don't know, Irene, a strong contender. Well, the big party's all over in Hollywood. Last night, the motion picture industry honored its very own with the 61st Annual Academy Awards, and Roma Torrey is here after a long, late night, huh?
Yeah, I was back from California on the red-eye, big expense account. I'm raring to go.
Right.
All in all, it was mostly an uninspired night, interminably long, no big surprises, and humor was pretty much absent with a couple of minor exceptions. It was an award ceremony marked by weird pairings of talent with non-talent, and in some cases, non-talent with non-talent. As in this, the example of the highly touted opening number, Snow White is singing and dancing with Rob Lowe. You figure that one. So don't feel bad if you didn't stay up all night. Here are some of the highlights for you.
I've been told for the past 5 weeks that maybe I should prepare for this. I can't be prepared for this moment.
Rain Man, as expected, was the big winner with 4 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Screenplay, Best Director, and Dustin Hoffman sounding very strangely like the character he played in Rain Man.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be jaded by this point. I'm very honored.
Jodie Foster, a young actress with a long career, surprised many for winning Best Actress in The Accused.
I just feel as if I've just been so lucky, and you know how when you're incredibly lucky you think you don't deserve it, and you know that like somebody's going to take your hand out of those peanuts any day and say, you don't belong here, get out of here.
Gina Davis beat out some stiff competition for her low-keyed portrayal of an offbeat pet trainer in Accidental Tourist.
I hope they offer me every part now, first.
And Kevin Kline, the Best Actor winner for A Fish Called Wanda, managed to prove that comedy is still appreciated in Hollywood, even though the program had little of it.
It's very encouraging that a comic role is honored in this way.
The only funny moments came from comedians Billy Crystal and Robin Williams.
spoons, political leaders. Hey, how about Gaddafi da? That's it. Hey, maybe Yasser Arafat. Hey, Mao Zedong. Ayatollah Kamaushi. Hey, that's a good one. Hey, Goofy Bush. Hey, Dan Quayle. No, that's too close. Okay.
And finally, the biggest suspense of the evening, Cher. Not for what she said or won, but what she wore.
Well, you know how everyone was paired up according to a C word? It was companions, couples, compadres. I would have to give this Oscar program a C word of its own, and it's not cooking, it's crummy. And, you know, I also have to say, technically it was no good. I think our people right here could do a better job with their eyes closed and their hands tied behind their back. Number one, our people are good. But number two, that was just some of the concept there, another C word. Some of the concept, as you said at the beginning, the Snow White thing, it was a total waste of 15 minutes. Absolutely. What a way to drag your feet into the beginning of an explosive show. Even the middle production number, it was dreadful. You know, you had all these young future stars of America, future flops of America, more like it. Hey, congratulations. You had picked Jodie Foster. You said that she should win, and she was a surprise.
You're hard on the pool form here at News 12.
That's right. I tied for first place, but I lost the tiebreaker.
I just want to say one thing about Glenn Close. I feel sorry for the next batch of women who were up against her in either the supporting or probably the leading women's role, because I don't think she's going to lose again after losing twice.
After Fatal Attraction and now this.
Liaison.
Well, you do take a look at, who is it, Marlene Dietrich, how many times? 5, 6 times the loser. Barbara Stanwyck, 5, 6, 7 times the loser. So Glenn Close is in some very good company there.
It just really was a little disappointing to see Martin Landau not win.
Yeah, I was rooting for him.
Yeah.
Sentimental favorite.
But Kevin Kline deserved it.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Roma.
Sure.
Well, that is News 12 for this hour. We thank you, as always, for joining us. I'm Lee Tyrell.
And I'm Carol Silva for Joe Chaffee and the entire morning and daytime crews here at News 12. We say have a great day, and to make sure that you do, we bring you some of the best of Oscar all over again. Enjoy and have a good day.
Remotely now, you know. It never gets boring.
It's nice to won and come back a year later and sort of focus on a lot of things that were a blur.
I think it's very showbiz, and I think it's fun.
They hire cowboys and they hang their chaps up and all their maps up and give them all that they lack. Now ain't it funny? They pay them money. Shows what you can do if your horse can act. Hooray for Hollywood. They hire fellas whose physiques are good.
Okay. Well, out in Hollywood, some people are saying, well, just wait until next year. The 61st Annual Academy Awards ended after 3.5 hours last night. It probably seemed endless to Roma Torrey, who's here to tell us about it. Roma? Yeah, my contacts are killing me this morning. The show's guiding theme had something to do with the letter C. Presenters were either couples, companions, or compadres, but I would employ the letter U. Uninspired, uneventful, and unfunny. Here now are some of the highlights and a touch of the lowlights.
I've been told for the past 5 weeks that maybe I should prepare for this. I can't be prepared for this moment.
Rain Man, as expected, was the big winner with 4 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Screenplay, Best Director, and Dustin Hoffman sounding very strangely like the character he played in Rain Man.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be jaded by this point. I'm very honored.
Jodie Foster, a young actress with a long career, surprised many for winning Best Actress in The Accused.
I just feel as if I've just been so lucky, and you know how when you're incredibly lucky, you think you don't deserve it, and you know that like somebody's going to take your hand out of those peanuts any day and say, you don't belong here, get out of here.
Gina Davis beat out some stiff competition for her low-keyed portrayal of an offbeat pet trainer in Accidental Tourist.
I hope they offer me every part now, first.
And Kevin Kline, the Best Actor winner for A Fish Called Wanda, managed to prove that comedy is still appreciated in Hollywood, even though the program had little of it.
It's very encouraging that a comic role is honored in this
way.
The only funny moments came from comedians Billy Crystal and Robin Williams.
Spoon's political leaders. Hey, how about Gaddafi? That's it. Hey, maybe Yasser Arafat. Hey, Mao Zedong. Ayatollah Kamauti. Hey, that's a good one. Hey, Goofy Bush. Hey, Dan Quayle. No, that's too close. Okay.
And now for the lowlights, a production number starring Rob Lowe and Snow White that we sometimes couldn't hear or see, and by the end, we didn't care.
Used to work a lot for Walt Disney, starring in cartoons every night and day.
But you said goodbye to Grumpy and Sleepy.
And finally, the biggest suspense of the evening, Cher. Not for what she said or won, but what she wore.
Really is a long walk to the...
Weird night.
Yeah.
Better luck next year.
All right,
For all of us.
Norma. And for all of us at News 12, stay tuned. More news ahead. Suffolk County is very high. That according to a Bellport school official who says that the incidence of teen pregnancy in Suffolk County is the highest in the state. Administrators in the Bellport School District are hoping to curb that problem by going public about it. As education editor Roma Torrey reports, they're getting the message out that schools can't handle this lesson plan alone.
Everybody knew she was pregnant. She denied it. And it was sort of obvious, like you couldn't hide it anymore.
She's talking about a friend, a former honors student at Bellport High School who became pregnant and had to leave school. Out of 680 female students at Bellport High, 37 are pregnant. School officials have taken the issue back to the homes by sending a letter notifying the parents.
In order to do something about it, we have to have input from the students, from the community, from the parents, and in order to do that, we have to be able to talk about it. And if we're doing anything different, I suppose it is in the area of open communication.
The parents have to be aware of the problems that the kids are being faced with, and we have to train our children to make good decisions.
The school has a special health program that includes discussions on teenage pregnancy. It's called Human Sexuality and Family Living. But according to this health teacher, it's going to take a lot more than classroom work to solve the problem.
And they tell us that it's not the lack of education. They know all the information that we're giving them, and they understand it. It's a matter of once they leave this classroom that they're not applying it.
Well, it's probably a lot of people didn't think it would happen to them, or else it was an accident and they didn't expect it to happen. It could just be that they're missing something in their life and they need something there, like a baby, to hold it together, or it could be used to hold relationships together.
Educating school-age students about teenage pregnancy is obviously not just the responsibility of schools. That's why Bellport High School has taken the initiative to bring the problem to the community. They've already held 3 meetings with the students and parents, and they were so successful, they scheduled a 4th. School officials estimate at the current rate there could be 70 pregnancies in this high school by the end of the year. By getting the message out to the families and educating the students at a young age, they're hopeful the trend will turn around.
People think, well, it's for dumb, stupid people that don't know what they're doing, and obviously she knew what she was doing, but maybe that instant she didn't. It can happen to anyone.
In Bellport, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
70, that's startling, isn't it?
Newsreel. One Media Crossways, Woodbury, New York, 11797.
Coming up, it's the decade of the child, or is it? With the state budget about to pass, it looks like Long Island schools could be headed from bad to worse. That's next on Education Today.
Long Island Education Today, with News 12's education editor, Roma Torrey.
It's practically impossible to live on Long Island without feeling punch-drunk from the constant pounding of our tax bills. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice as to whether or not we pay those taxes. That is with the exception of our school taxes. The tax that pays for our school budgets is the only one we can vote to accept or refuse. That freedom has made many taxpayers happy, particularly senior citizens. But for the people who run our schools, budget time is a dreaded period these days. More and more Long Island residents are taking their tax frustrations out on school votes, and that means austerity. Right now, 5 school districts are on austerity, and with the governor's small education aid proposal this year, the number of schools on austerity this year could easily multiply. With me now are 3 education experts, Dr. Bruce Brodsky, the legislative chairperson of the Nassau-Suffolk School Board's administration, Dr. Joseph Laria, superintendent of Elwood Schools, and Dr. Frank Saraceno, the superintendent of the East Meadow School District. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Very welcome.
Let's first look at the big picture, what's going on in Albany. Governor Cuomo, well, last year, schools, education aid to schools was approximately $650 million. This year, Governor Cuomo has proposed something to the tune of $244 million. That sounds frightfully low. We figured it out. We calculated it's less than the rate of inflation. It's about 4.1% increase. How are schools going to get along with that kind of education aid allotment? Dr. Brodsky?
Well, the fact is that here on Long Island, a lot of us are not going to get along. We're going to be faced with either raising property taxes locally or cutting programs dramatically. The $244 million that you related to in the governor's proposal, in actuality, comes down to less than $100 million in new revenue.
How do you figure that?
Well, what he has done is taken the money that he has paid school districts statewide for handicap programs, which is $148 million, the summer handicap program, and he has placed that burden on the local taxpayer and taken it out of the state aid to it. On Long Island, that represents $30 million of that $148 million. So we at the local level are going to have to tax the residents to make up for the state walking away from the handicapped children.
So what's happening is the responsibility for paying for preschool handicapped education as well as summer school handicapped education is now being placed at the feet of school districts rather than the state taking up that, paying for that bill.
It's more than being placed at the local school districts. I think the more important fact is the governor is telling us that we're not going to continue funding education and those programs. We're going to let the local taxpayer do it totally. It's not at the school district, it's at the taxpayer's doorstep.
Was it 20 years ago, we all hear these figures, and they're kind of astounding to me, that school districts, the amount of money of the school's budget that was paid for by education aid was, around the order of 50–60%. Now it's dropped incredibly low. What is it in East Meadow?
Well, I've been in East Meadow 31 years, and initially when I came to East Meadow, New York State funded 64% of the East Meadow budget, and the local taxpayer in this partnership, state-local taxpayer partnership, funded 36%. 15 years ago, it was around a 50-50 bit, and 10 years ago, we were down to a 36% funding from New York State. 5 years ago, we were down to 36%. Presently, we're at 31%. With the governor's proposal, for the first time in history, the state will contribute less than 30% of our total budget. This is laying everything at the local taxpayer's doorstep, and they're being left with highly unreasonable options. Either sell, get out, run to Florida. Our senior citizen population has grown. These are the people who built our community, and yet they're being left with very, very poor options.
So it sounds like, at least from the two of you, not too thrilled with the governor.
No.
We have a little treat for you. We were able to catch up with the governor about a month and a half ago, and we posed a question to him about what's happening to Long Island schools. Let's find out how he responded.
So they're saying that with what you had proposed in the budget with aid, it's just not going to cut it. It doesn't even meet the inflation rate. How are schools supposed to get along on that?
It's a lot of baloney. Here they go again, saying spend, spend, spend. You know what my advice is for you people on Long Island who are already getting hit with all kinds of taxes? You see these people coming, you better hide all your money. They're after all the money they can get from you. If they take it from Albany, you're going to pay it. What they're really saying to me is raise their income tax. There's another way. Be better. better at spending the money we gave you. You know how much we gave your schools in this state over the last 6 years? 70% increase, 72%. What did they do with all that money? The inflation rate was 3.5% a year. We gave 2.5 times the inflation rate, 2 times the inflation rate every year. What did you do with all the money? Now we're short 1 year, $2.6 billion. You're telling me the schools are going to collapse? Well, then what did you do with all that we gave you? And what would you do if we had a recession, as they're predicting? So I don't believe them. I think this is a scare tactic that they're using to take your money out of your pocket. What I say to them is spend less, spend smarter. What they're saying to you is either he should raise your income tax or I'll raise your real property tax. Tell them you're unhappy with that.
So you don't see students at all being affected by this?
Absolutely not. We gave 70%, 72% more over 6 years. There should be a little room. We're only talking about 1 year. We're not talking about withdrawing support forever. We're $2.6 billion short. And when that happens, you've got to learn a little discipline. That's where we are.
Whoa. Should I hide my pocketbook, gentlemen, or run the other way, as he said?
Well, I think the governor's statement is a bit extreme, and while I believe that the governor is an advocate of education, I do believe that in many respects he's getting some bad advice. The fact of the matter is that districts on Long Island are prudent and frugal in their spending, and we are spending wisely in terms of the educational results that the school districts in Nassau and Suffolk County generate. Let me be specific. In terms of Elwood, and the Elwood story is the story of many districts in Long Island. The last 5 years, our spending has increased at an annual rate of 4.8%. That's not unique for Elwood because many districts on Long Island are in the same category. Elwood's taxes over the last year have increased at an annual average rate of 5.8%. So basically those numbers, and the governor wants to talk numbers, we could talk numbers. Those numbers are indeed prudent, they are indeed wise, and they are indeed frugal. In terms of spending wisely, all one has to do is look at the educational results of the districts on Long Island. We are significantly above state norms in reading, writing, and math. We are significantly above the SAT scores in verbal and math. We stand out on Westinghouse scholarships. So the record of success in terms of academic excellence on Long Island is there.
Dr. Larry, I'm going to have to cut you off just for a minute. We're going to take a minute-long break, and we will be right back. We're talking about education aid on Long Island and what's to become of us. Don't go away.
Hey, this is Bob Hope. Cancer is a problem with many parts. To understand and to stop it will require expert knowledge from virtually...
Without cost to all patients, adults or children, you can help your friends, family, yourself. Please contact your local Deborah chapter. For caring is what life is all about.
Pets can be wonderful companions, especially for senior citizens. Hello, I'm Sandra Baccaday. If you're an older adult living alone, why not consider adopting an adult cat or dog? The League for Animal Protection has several lovable, housebroken dogs and cats who'd make wonderful companions. Many have all their shots and are spayed or neutered. So why not find out more? Call the League for Animal Protection's adoption hotline at 226-2070. Thank you.
We're back. We are responding to a mini interview with Governor Cuomo about education aid. And Dr. Larry, you were talking, you know, one thing, the governor doesn't seem to like Long Island schools very much.
Well, again, Roma, I think that's a problem with perception versus reality. And this is why I do believe that the governor somewhere along the line is getting some bad advice from some key people around him. Because I happen to believe with all my heart and soul that the governor is a true believer in all children of the entire state. So I don't believe that in his heart he would single out Long Island. There is a perception, however, that Long Island people are the big spenders in that we have some kind of affluent society here. And I think that the governor has a misconception based upon the advice that he's getting. I disagree strenuously with his statement that it's a lot of baloney. We have real problems here on mandates, for example. While we are spending frugally, and the record shows that with positive results, we have state mandates such as the Regents Action Plan. We have other mandates, such as the asbestos requirement, insurance problems. We have fuel oil tank mandates. And all of these mandates, when they come down to the local district, are not backed up by funding. So it creates an added pressure on the educational program and service for children.
Well, Dr. Saraceno, what do all these mandates cost your district, and how much are you getting in terms of help from the state to pay for these things?
Well, it's curious that the Governor Cuomo mentions the responsibility of the state, but in regard to mandates, as Dr. Laria mentioned, the 4 areas that Dr. Laria mentioned in relation to our East Meadow budget, they will be impacting our budget by almost $5 million next year, and that's on a $60 million base. So we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of an 8% increase that is just coming from 4 mandated items from New York State. This is just a turnkey budget. Just putting the key in the door, September 1, is going to cost us that much more money, and that's because it's mandated by New York State. Now, New York State, talking in terms of responsibilities, if we look across the nation, in this New York State Local Taxpayer Partnership, there are over 3/4 of the states in our union that are funding education at better than a 50% level. New York State is not meeting that. New York State is in the low 40s, low to middle 40s. On Long Island, I would guess, judging from the East Meadow picture, that's somewhere down in the 30s. And that is simply reprehensible as far as I'm concerned. The other issue I'd like to comment on is the mandated items that are passed down to the local school districts. There are 11 states in the nation that have mandated funding laws, which indicate that if a state legislature mandates that school districts institute some type of program, that they must also provide the money that impacts that school district for that mandate. We do not have that in New York State. Many of the mandates that have come down from the state have impacted the local taxpayer at 100% level. And this, again, gets back to the thought that I think we're getting our brains beaten in on Long Island, and I don't think it's a fair situation.
Yeah.
I was going to add to that. There is another issue, and that is teacher salaries. Ronald Reagan, President Reagan, and when Nation at Risk was issued, the national call went out years ago that if we're going to attract people to the profession and retain quality people, that salary levels have to be competitive and attractive. School budgets are labor-intense budgets. 80% of our budgets are salary and fringe. The governor should be reminded that he was the one who initiated Excellence in Teaching funds to improve salaries of teachers. And in some respects, while Excellence in Teaching funds have done that, it has created an added pressure on school boards during the time of collective bargaining. So that is another, even though it's not a mandate, so to speak, it's an element which is a driving force in school budgets. So we can't have it both ways in terms of needs versus wants. We have to analyze our needs versus wants, and if we want excellent teachers, then we have to pay the price for that. And that's an element which is driving school budgets, not only in Long Island, but also throughout this great state.
But to play devil's advocate, what the governor's saying is we only have so many dollars in that coffer with this tremendous deficit. How are we supposed to come up with all the extra money to help the schools out? He says that it's either income taxes going up or property taxes. And what is it? Do you buy that argument?
No, I don't, because first of all, nobody in the educational community has called for increases in income taxes. And that's a facade that the governor is laying out for the world to look at and point the accusing finger at us. One simple source of revenue that is not being tapped is the fact that in 1955, corporate New York, the companies in this country, in this state, made up 24% of the state revenue in taxes. This year, I should say in 1988, the corporate taxes that were contributed to the state budget was 14.9%.
So it's coming from individuals.
Certainly, the 10% plus that we've lost in corporate taxes has to be made up somewhere, and it's being made up by the local taxpayer again. So when the governor is saying income tax, no, we're not saying income tax. We're saying turn around and start paying taxing corporations at a rate that would be fair to everybody in the state. They're the ones who want to criticize us for education. Let them be a contributing member to the problem. And that is by putting your money where your mouth is. So what we're saying is raise the corporate tax back to a level of what it was 30-some-odd years ago. The governor, you know, I'm glad Joe mentioned the salaries. I mean, he wants it both ways.
Right.
And it doesn't work that way. And we're saying just be fair with everybody and be upfront. Don't start pointing fingers.
Yeah. I'd like to just concur with Joe in saying that while it wasn't a mandate, it was certainly a call to action. And statistics were pointed out that the school districts or the educational profession was attracting primarily graduates from the lower 30% of the graduating class. And that to process the minds of today, we needed people from the upper echelons, the brighter people from the classes, the more talented people. And to do that, we had to become competitive with local business and with industry. And the call to action was for school districts to get involved in making education a more lucrative profession from the standpoint of at least paying reasonable dollars. And now that is being used against us in our cry for more money. And when we talk about a labor-intensive profession, we are talking in those terms. And I can see what's going to happen now with a taxpayer revolt, and the person who is on a fixed income is going to say, why are we giving such a large raise to the teachers? A 4% GPI? Why are we going to 8%? Why are we going to 7%? And it's simply, again, talking out of both sides of a person's mouth.
All right, we have to take a break. When we talk about the money problem, so you have to address the problem of the formula, the education aid formula, and Long Island doesn't fare too well in that. We will be right back. Don't go away. Just before the last break, we mentioned the aid to education formula and the inequities built into that. Dr. Laria just sat on the Salerno Commission, which was designed to address the inequities in aid to education. Tell us, Dr. Laria, what were your findings? What were your results?
Well, essentially, it was an 11-member commission comprised of legislators and educators and people from business. And our task was to make recommendations to the governor and to the legislature with regard to revamping the education aid formula so that it would be fairer and more equitable to all children throughout all parts of the state. We made a series of recommendations in 2 volumes, and of those recommendations, I think some significant aspects deal with regional costs and pooling of property wealth and taking those matters into consideration, as well as resolving some inequities on property assessment and equalization rate procedures, which tie into tax rates. So I think on balance, as you look at the totality of the commission, I think it's more realistic than the Fleischman Commission, which preceded it. It's more realistic than the Rubin Commission. And I believe that since legislators themselves were on this commission, it has a sense of ownership. They have bought into it. Senator Donovan, Assemblyman Serrano, Assemblyman Baraga, Assemblyman Talon. These kinds of people, since they have bought into this, I think will take the leadership to move it through the legislature probably beginning next year.
Do you think it will help?
Absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind. You know, everyone will not be totally happy, as is the case in collective bargaining. We don't come in with a win-lose or a lose-lose. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
You know, gentlemen, just a general question. When you think about problems in education, you look at the city schools and you say there is a big problem. Students at risk, and the truancy, and their test scores, etc. Compare that to Long Island, and we don't seem so bad. How can you argue your plight in the face of what's going on just 30 miles down the road in the city?
We're not saying that you should take money away from the city or from the other metropolitan areas in New York, Buffalo, Rochester, areas like that, and give it to Long Island. What we're saying is that children statewide need more money. Certainly the city needs more money than we do, and a greater infusion of funds should be placed into the city, but not at the expense of the other students throughout the state. I mean, if we don't fund children properly for a year of education, 1/12 of their education is lost at that particular point, is affected. It's not lost completely. But certainly we don't want to hurt them even 1/12 of the time we have them. More and more pressures are being placed upon local school districts due to the social changes and sociological changes that are occurring in society. We can't give up on these kids. A lot of times we are faced with the burdens of doing things for them that they're not getting at home anymore. We don't want to play that role, but somebody's got to play it, and certainly we need additional funds for staff to provide those services. The city needs an inordinate amount of money, but the greater pot for education has to be expanded.
So you're saying we shouldn't suffer at the expense of areas.
One of the political ploys is how do you carve up the pie and get people fighting as to who should get a larger share of the pie. And I think what Dr. Brodsky is saying, and what we would concur with, is that it's not how you carve the pie. We need a bigger pie. That the expenses keep going up, the mandates keep coming down from Albany. We do have a greater initiative to provide for the children, and as a result of that, there is an additional funding that is needed. It's not to say take from New York City and give to Long Island, but they should not be taken from Long Island and given to New York City either. I think the needs of these students in New York City should be addressed full-faced and wholeheartedly, but it should be in consideration of what is needed, not in consideration of what the present size of the pie is.
Right.
I would plead the case for education in terms of making clear the point that tax rates are not only driven by expenditures, they're driven by revenues and also property assessed values. Now, we've spoken about expenditures and the pressures that we have on us and the fact that we are frugal. The record shows that with results. But in terms of revenues, the record will also show, and this is where I disagree with the governor, that while there have been state increases each year, statewide, those increases have not been keeping step with constitutional requirements of 50-50. And that was the point that you raised at the outset of the program. The Educational Conference Board proposal for year after year after year has been saying, let's level up. Let's get away from that 30%, that 40%, and let's try to bring it to that 50-50 balance. That's a constitutional issue. If the revenue sides are not addressed fairly and equitably, it creates pressure on the tax rate. Assessed value, the governor knows this, people at state government, there are inequities in terms of how properties are assessed statewide. This is one of the issues that the Salerno Commission dealt with. So if we have problems on assessed value, which is the denominator of the tax rate formula, and we have problems with revenues, all of the pressure is on the expense side.
Right.
So it really isn't just school districts are spending, spending, spending. And I think the governor has to put that in perspective.
Right. Gentlemen, 30 seconds each. If you have a summation, something you'd like to say to plead your cause.
Two messages. The first would be the governor, and that is the governor should maintain the commitment that he started 2 years ago in the Decade of the Child. If he's going to say we should educate the kids and give them what they need, then let him come up with the money and put it where his mouth is. We've given him where to get it from. Get it from corporate New York State. We're not saying increase taxes on the local taxpayer. The second thing is, I would hope that the local taxpayers realize that these are our children that we're dealing with, and I would urge them in May and June to go out and support those budgets, because it's our kids who need the community support.
Thank you. You took a little longer than 30 seconds, so you two are going to have to split.
Okay. Education is the cornerstone of our society. The quality of life in a community is directly related to the quality of schools, and the quality of life in this society is directly related to the quality of education children receive.
Very nice.
Just in relation to my own community, which is probably very little different from other communities, and that is that the impending results of what is being projected is that we are closing out the senior citizens who have really built the educational process on Long Island. We are leaving them with little options. We are closing out the option of young people to buy a home on Long Island. And with that, we will be closing out both ends of the spectrum. Vitality in a community is dependent upon the whole spectrum of life in the community, not just the earning middle class. Without any help from Albany, we are going to see communities die a cultural and a real death.
We have to go, gentlemen. I'm sorry. We could go on. Thank you so much,
You're
Dr. Brodsky, Dr. Lariat, Dr. Saraceno. It's a tough road ahead, but capable hands such as these. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Are you as restless as a willow in a windstorm? Are you as jumpy as a puppet on a string?
So on and so forth.
Right.
It just rained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get the old umbrella handy.
Yes, right.
Thanks, Roberto. Well, this is National Week of the Young Child. It's a time we're supposed to recognize quality programs for children. But News education editor Roma Torrey visited a nursery school in Roslyn, where you might say the children are recognized every day of the year.
Nursery school. At 3 and 4 years of age, one wonders why children need school at all. But here at the Roslyn Trinity Co-op School, the lessons aren't academic yet. Here, the children learn through play.
It gives them the opportunity to, in a non-threatening way, become part of a group situation before they go on to more formal schooling.
School director Linda Paul says not all children are cut out for nursery school. But she says there are ways parents can decide if the kids are ready for an early education.
It's good to try some other kinds of less formalized group experiences, like the libraries have story hours or forming a play group with a group of friends.
But if you're just starting to look for a nursery school in which to enroll your child for next fall, good luck. Experts say you really have to start looking at least a year in advance, and even then there are no guarantees. The tuition here is up to $1,700 a year, and parents have been known to sign up their children even before they're born.
The socialization skills develop, and you can also, as Janine said, learn from the ways that the teachers handle the children. You really learn a lot more parenting skills that way.
But the true test of the school comes from the kids themselves. If you had a choice to come here or to stay home all day, what would you choose?
Go to school.
In Roslyn, I'm Roma Torrey. News.
That was the scene in Baldwin, and as education editor Roma Torrey reports, it is a small world after all.
With all the cameras, you might think they were attending a major international event. Not quite, but you could say it is international. These nursery schoolers at the Children's Connection Day School in Baldwin are performing their annual spring concert of international music. It's called It's a Small World. But no matter what the occasion, when you get a group of parents together to watch their kids on a stage, make no doubt about it, that's a major event. I can't tell who had the bigger thrill, the kids or the parents.
Well, definitely the parents. My son is 4 years old, and this was his second play here at the Children's Connection, and this was more thrilling even than the first. They're just so adorable to watch. It is very exciting.
The children performed in costumes and languages from around the world. France, Africa, and of course, America.
I'm the Statue of Liberty because I have this.
Oh. And who's this?
Uncle
guy?
Sam. Uncle Sam.
Your Uncle Sam?
Yes.
Do you know who Uncle Sam is?
No.
It was obviously thrilling for the children on the stage, but from the looks on their faces, it was a day that clearly belonged to Mom and Dad.
The tears were in my eyes. I was just looking around to make sure no one saw. It was wonderful.
In Baldwin, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
That's great. Yeah. Do you remember your first time on stage?
Chilly wind on Sunday, all right. Well, it's been about 15 years since the war in Vietnam ended, and yet veterans continue to have great problems adjusting to life back home. That's the premise of a new movie called Jackknife, starring Robert De Niro and Ed Harris. Here's Roma Torrey now with her review.
Okay, Melba. Well, you know, when I walked in to see Jackknife, I really wasn't sure what to expect. With Robert De Niro in a film, you know it could be anything. To my great surprise, this is not a movie with guns or drugs or violence of any kind, not even any nudity. How boring, some of you might be saying, but this is nothing less than a very moving story about real people in a very real world. De Niro plays a Vietnam vet who's still struggling with nightmares of combat. He arrives one day at the home of a buddy from the war days, played beautifully by Ed Harris. He's having an even tougher time adjusting after the war. Now, he has a sister who's caught somewhere in the middle trying to carry on a relationship with De Niro, but all the while unable to reach her very emotionally tormented brother.
Susan, I'm sorry, I'm not ready.
Yeah, it's me. I told the guy I was a white knight going to meet a fair damsel. Give me your best. Just a mad seducer. That's me. What, you okay?
Yes, I'm wonderful.
The acting is on a level more usually associated with Broadway. In other words, it's brilliant. And yet it's so much like a play, it takes a while before the film grabs you. My advice, though, if it does feel slow in the beginning, stick with it. Jackknife builds to a beautiful climax. And it's to the film's credit that it's not just about three souls that you see there damaged by war. In its realism, we can all see parts of our own stories and people we know. No guns, no spaceships or murders, just real life for a change. And oh, how refreshing that is.
What a good change. Huh?
Yeah, real worthwhile.
I could watch De Niro in anything.
Me too.
Add Ed Harris to your list now.
Okay. Thanks, Roma.
All right, that's it for us this hour. I'm Melba Tolliver.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Scott Shelton.
Judge Kenneth Roll, very much in the headlines these days. He likes to row his boat in the Great South Bay every morning, he tells us. The judge is 68 years old now. He has 13 more years to serve as a Supreme Court judge. He is a Republican elected with backing from the conservatives.
In education news tonight, President Bush proposing a major education spending bill, and locally a Northport student has beaten the system. Our education editor, Roma Torrey, is here now with more on those stories.
Okay, we'll start with President Bush. President Bush has proclaimed himself the education president, and it's clear now he's trying to live up to the title. Yesterday, he proposed a special program to reform public schools. He's aiming to do this with an additional $441 million. Now, the education budget, as proposed by President Reagan back in January, amounted to $22 billion, and the Bush proposal is supposed to be in addition to that. The proposal is called Excellence in Education Act. It's designed, he said, to reward teachers, improve inner-city schools, lower the dropout rates, and eliminate drug abuse. That's a tall order. They are very noble intentions, but critics are calling it little more than rhetoric. They claim it's going to take a lot more than that to improve the problems in education. I spoke with a couple of local educators about the proposal, and here's what they had to say.
The president's proposal is very constructive. In concept, it has merit. It's good to talk in terms of recognizing teachers and quality schools and drug abuse prevention, but I think the funds to back that up are insufficient.
The more money you put into something, if it's put into the right things, it can't hurt. But like anything else, if it's a smokescreen, and that the money is going to be to save all of our educational system, that's not going to be the answer.
Now turning to a more local matter, a former student in the Northport School District has achieved for himself a First Amendment victory. It's taken 2 years, but it all started when Eric Brenner wrote a controversial short story for his school's literary magazine. It looked harmless enough, a short story called The Depths. At 17 years of age, Eric Brenner made headlines of his own when he made certain slang references to a male sex organ. The district superintendent, William Brosnan, objected to the story, calling it obscene, and he ordered that the magazine be pulled out of distribution. Brenner fought the decision by appealing to the state education commissioner, Thomas Sobel. And now, almost exactly a year to the day that he presented his argument, the commissioner has upheld Brenner's constitutional rights to free speech. Now, the commissioner has ordered Dr. Brosnan, the superintendent, to put the 500 copies of the magazine back into distribution within 10 days. Brosnan told me he's not commenting because he's deciding whether or not to appeal the decision.
For presidency. And one of the events was a conference for high school students. The former president spoke with about 500 teenagers from all over the island. Our education editor, Roma Torrey, has more.
Many of these students weren't even born when Gerald Ford became the nation's 38th president.
The year was 1974. The country was facing a constitutional crisis as President Nixon was forced to resign. At the time, President Ford had to make one of the most important decisions of his life, whether or not to pardon Nixon. He did, and today, even among students too young to remember, it remains perhaps the focal point of the Ford presidency.
I wondered if perhaps your pardon of Richard Nixon may have sent the wrong message to America's young kids.
I finally decided that I should spend all of my time on the problems of all of the Americans and not 25% of my time on the problems of one man. And the only way to solve the problem was to grant Mr. Nixon a pardon so that I could spend all of my time on the challenges facing the United States as a whole. It was an easy decision when you put it in that context.
The students raised topics from foreign policy to congressional pay raises to Oliver North.
I wondered if there's any advice you could give to President Bush on the possibility of pardoning Oliver North.
I refuse because it is so personal to make a recommendation publicly or privately.
Do any of you remember when President Ford took over the office?
Big. I remember. No, I'm going out. A little young then. Big.
But no matter how much they remember of those years, the experience here is a history lesson they'll never forget. Did you learn anything?
Yeah.
What today?
Why he pardoned Richard Nixon. That always I wondered about that.
I thought it was okay. I mean, I wish they had more time, so people can ask him questions.
I think all presidents should have a humorous side to him, but I think today he presented a view that nobody has ever seen, that he was also serious and did have opinions about the presidency that really stick out. And I think they'll remember both.
Nancy Klein is making progress today. According to her husband, Martin, it was just a month ago that the comatose woman from Upper Brookville entered a New Jersey rehabilitation center. And Martin Klein told News 12 today that his wife is undergoing therapy every day and that her health is slowly improving. The Klein family made headlines earlier this year when Martin Klein went to court to get permission to have an abortion performed on his comatose wife. Right to Life advocates, you'll remember, fought Klein all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. But in the end, the court decided in favor of Klein. Nancy Klein has been in a coma since a car accident in December.
Some of Long Island's finest and youngest legal minds are set to square off in the courtroom. They're high school students from Roslyn and Bayshore, and they're matching wits today in the finals of a mock trial competition. News 12's education editor Roma Torrey has a profile of the two teams.
If something looks a little off with this scene, it's just the age of the attorneys. No one is older than 17. But these students, all team members in the mock trial competition, are the best a high school education can provide.
I find that uniformly the caliber of the students is really excellent.
It's down to the Long Island finals now. Meet the Nassau champions from Roslyn High School.
It's a lot of hard work, but I think that's why we've been as successful as we have been. We're a new team.
That courtroom is dull and impersonal and cold. What are the lawyers and the witness going to have to make sure they do?
Project a little personality,
exactly.
Be a little friendlier.
You're going to have to be animated. You're going to have to come alive. Remember, you are not remote control robots.
The 14 students are led by a lawyer coach and 2 academic advisors. It's a young team. 5 of them are freshmen. They're proud and just a bit surprised by their success.
With the coaches we've had, even with the team we've had, it was very slim chance that we'd get even this far. The talent was always there, the desire was always there. It's the 5-hour meetings and going home and rewriting everything over again. That's what usually does it.
The Bayshore team won the Suffolk title 3 out of the past 4 years. They've spent long, hard hours practicing in this courtroom designed specifically for mock trial competition.
Now, Terry, directing your attention to the same class on December 8th. What, if anything, happened in class on that day?
Well, yes, Dr. Collins came back into the class and pulled me out and took me down to his office.
The 12 members of this team are mostly seniors. They say besides hard work, their strength is dedication.
A lot of us had to quit our job, quit another activity, quit babysitting or hanging out as much because this is our #1 priority right now.
Well, you really feel good about yourself when you're in the courtroom and the judge asks you a question, you come out saying really intelligent things. It's really good.
And believe it or not all of them want to become lawyers.
I want to be a broadcast journalism major, so I'd like to meet someone like Oprah Winfrey or something like that.
The winner of
of the Long Island Championship goes on to Albany to compete for best in the state. Now, already both districts have had past team members go on to become successful lawyers. So in a sense, you could say both schools have won already. No objections to that. In Bayshore, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Well, here's something to celebrate. Some birthdays seem a little more special than others. Take, for instance, 21, the dawn of adulthood, or 65. Now, that's the start of retirement for many. But there are many who think that one birthday just beats out all the rest. News 12's Ken Grimble.
This Long Island Scholarship Pageant, April 27th at 8 p.m. Tickets to the event are $15.
Mary King is 100 years old today. She's surrounded by friends and relatives at the A. Holly Patterson Nursing Home in Uniondale. Mary is not the only one here who celebrated 10 decades of life.
Asbestos in Long Island schools has a lot of folks concerned these days. Under a federal regulation, school districts throughout the state have to submit an asbestos management plan to the Department of Education by May 9th. Now, as the deadline approaches, our education editor, Roma Torrey, has been exploring the asbestos problem. She's here now with part 1 of her special report on asbestos in Long Island schools. Roma?
Scott, every school has it. There's good and bad news on the matter of asbestos in our schools. First, the good news. New York is one of, if not the most regulated states when it comes to protection against asbestos in school buildings. I spoke with many experts, from Albany officials to medical expert specialists, and they all seem to think Long Island schools are mostly aware of the health risks, and they're generally taking all the necessary precautions to protect the students and the employees. The bad news is the cost. Just at a time when taxes are skyrocketing, we're going to be seeing districts asking taxpayers for millions of dollars to pay for asbestos abatement. By law, schools have to address the asbestos problem, but lawmakers are doing practically nothing to help pay for the exorbitant costs. First, though, let's take a look in part 1 at a brief background of the asbestos problem. It's pretty enough to frame, but asbestos, which you see here under magnification, is a potential killer. Once known as the miracle mineral, asbestos, with its flexibility, strength, and heat resistance, was used in practically every home, workplace, and school. But science has revealed that asbestos can become deadly.
Two of the major health risks involved with asbestos are asbestosis, which is a scarring of the lung tissue, and mesothelioma, which is a cancer, an incurable cancer of the pleural lining of the lungs.
The problem comes from what is called friable asbestos, which you see here. It's considered friable if it crumbles easily.
A spray-on type asbestos in a boiler room that is uses fireproofing, it's highly friable, has the consistency, it looks like cotton candy. And you can, I mean, just by looking at it, you can see that fibers could be introduced to the air very, very easily. That's very dangerous asbestos. And
based on what you've seen, is that kind of asbestos being dealt with immediately?
yes, the last few years, a lot of that material has already been removed in many districts.
Asbestos-related diseases can take from 10 to 40 years to develop. Children are believed to be particularly vulnerable.
They're younger and have longer time for it to show up. And two, they have a higher metabolic rate. And obviously in schools, you find asbestos in the gyms a lot, and they're running around and they have more of a chance to breathe it in.
The federal government attacked the asbestos problem in 1986. That's when the Environmental Protection Agency produced a regulation called AHERA. It requires that all school districts inspect and either remove or contain the asbestos within their schools.
Between the federal AHERA regulation and New York State's regulations, all students who are in public schools are very well protected with regard to asbestos.
AHERA also requires extensive training for school maintenance workers. It's been an education that's allowed this Hicksville custodian to breathe a little easier. If you had children in this school, would you be concerned?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
For the same reason I just told you, because I feel it's safe.
I have to stress, asbestos-related diseases are considered rare, and yet it is possible to develop mesothelioma, that fatal lung cancer, from very minimal exposure to asbestos. Steve McQueen, the actor, by the way, died of that disease. So the threat is very real. If you're concerned about what your school district is doing about asbestos, you should contact your school's asbestos control coordinator. By law, every district has to have one. Tomorrow, we're going to look at the money problems involved in asbestos abatement in our schools.
Okay, Roma, thank you.
Sure.
We'll see you tomorrow. President Bush made a one-day stop in...
The
Hotel present the Miss Long Island Scholarship Pageant, April 27th at 8 p.m. Tickets to the event are $15, and you can get yours by calling 997-7114 or by writing this address. Hurry, though. The ticket supply is limited. Join us as News 12, Apple Bank, and the Garden City Hotel present the Miss Long Island Scholarship Pageant.
Asbestos in our schools has created a real panic among many concerned citizens, but because of strong federal and state regulations, the panic is mostly gone. Now the problem is how to pay for asbestos at abatement. Education editor Roma Torrey is here now with part 2 of her report on asbestos in our schools.
Thanks,
Roma.
Melba. Well, let's just recap from part 1. Asbestos is in every Long Island school, and there are basically 2 types. Friable, which crumbles easily in your hand. That is the dangerous kind. And then there's non-friable asbestos, which you will find in hard surfaces, such as floor tiles, for example. Unless that's crushed or sanded, that kind of asbestos-containing material is not considered hazardous. Under a federal regulation called AHIRA, school districts have to hire inspectors to assess the asbestos situation in their school buildings. Many districts then end up hiring contractors to remove or contain that asbestos. That is all very expensive, and as you'll see, it is creating real problems not only for school officials, but taxpayers as well. School districts all over Long Island are scrambling to remove or enclose their friable asbestos. That's the law. To do the job correctly, it takes lots of time and money, factors in very short supply. If you could characterize the scope of the asbestos problem on Long Island.
Large, very big problem. The AHIRA regulations have put us in a financial bind. The time scheduling is incredible, and the amount of workers and the unavailability of contractors to do this work really puts us in a jam.
Asbestos abatement in schools usually takes place during the summer when the students are gone. Now, this is a simulation area. On this side of the door, I would be safe. But on the other side of that door, you'd find workers walking around in what look like spacesuits, taking very special precautions. All of that attention and care costs money, lots of it. It's estimated the average abatement cost per school is about $500,000. Hicksville school officials are aiming to remove all of the asbestos from their 11 buildings within 3 years. The cost is $6.6 million. Without any aid from government, it's the taxpayers who'll bear the cost.
I'm concerned about the removal program because I think it's costing the taxpayers a fortune.
It's getting very difficult out here for the seniors to live. Many of them are thinking they might have to give up their homes if taxes keep going up.
We're under an obligation to do it, and we don't have the finances, and the district might have to go on austerity. That means that the children do not get the instructional supplies and equipment that they need for learning.
Asbestos in schools is one of the most regulated environmental and health concerns. Superintendents of buildings and grounds are swamped with dozens of rule books and instructional manuals.
When I was made the LEAD, the board granted me 4 hours a week to work on asbestos. I'm averaging over 4 hours a day.
These administrators, representing 10 Nassau districts, meet regularly to discuss nothing but asbestos. They're concerned with so much attention to the problem, the cure has gotten out of hand.
To go to the extent of changing, of ripping open walls to get at a material that's sealed in that wall that is not doing any danger to anybody, I think that gets to the point where it goes overboard.
Still, they admit it is better to be safe than sorry. When it comes to asbestos in our schools, though, being safe is a very costly proposition. Now, May 9th is the deadline by which time school districts must assess their asbestos situation. Any school that fails to comply with that deadline will face penalties of up to $10,000 a day. We can only imagine what that would do to taxes.
If it isn't one thing, it's another.
Yeah.
But are any schools in danger of that happening, not meeting the deadline?
I understand there are a few schools that have yet to hire their asbestos consultant, but they still have time, and it still can be done by May 9th.
And if they take the money to do that, as you point out, they're not going to have it to do something
They cost
else.
about $50,000 a shot, and that comes out of our tax dollars.
Okay.
Woof.
Another major road construction project got underway today as ground was broken for rebuilding the LIE Sag to Coast Parkway interchange. News 12's transportation editor Alan Dristel has the story.
It was a traditional groundbreaking. A few speeds.
It's going to be a nice week.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Roberto. This next story about some kids that really want to get involved and make a difference. It has been exactly a month now since the Exxon Valdez spilled millions of gallons of oil along the Alaska coastline. And of course, as we know, a number of animals have died as a result. Well, there's a first grade class on Long Island, some kids that have decided to go to the North Shore Animal League to see what they can do to help out.
It's more than 3,000 miles away from Alaska, but that's where you'll find the hearts and spirits of these first graders from Northport's Belrose Avenue Elementary School. When they heard that animals were dying as a result of the Exxon oil spill, their teacher said they just had to do something about it.
The fish die and birds eat them, and the oil gets on their beak, and they get sick and die.
They conducted an experiment to simulate the effects of the toxic oil on the wildlife. Instead of real animals, they used a feather duster to represent birds and a stuffed toy seal.
It's heavy.
It's pretty heavy, isn't it? It does the same thing with the sea otters and with the birds. It makes them very, very heavy. It sticks to their fur and their feathers.
And then when they heard the North Shore Animal League was raising funds to help with the cleanup, they each decided to earn the money the best way they knew how.
We had to do chores, and then we had to send in a note to tell Miss Moscow that we did all our chores, and then we sent in $200.
I just wanted the children to learn from this, that whatever their cause is in life, whether it's the homeless or drug abuse, that they act on it and that they not wait for corporations or other individuals.
They presented 200 single hard-earned dollars to the Animal League's president, Dave Gans.
The devastation was incredible, but with the help of contributors and people like these wonderful, wonderful kids who came in today, hopefully they'll be able to decrease it somewhat.
And we don't care if we just save one animal or none, because we just tried our best. We should learn more about the dangers of pollution. We should care about our world more.
In Port Washington, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
And finally, if you love African violets, but...
The big break that's going to occur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Roberto.
Sure.
Well, 4 mental patients wander the streets of New York, and they're called the Dream Team. It's a new film starring Michael Keaton, and News 12's Roma Torrey is here with a review. Roma.
Well, it's not a nightmare, thank goodness. Dream Team is one of about a dozen harmless film comedies churned out of Hollywood during this pre-summer season. This film takes itself a tad more seriously than many of the others, but the bottom line is that it's pure escapism. It happens to be about a group of 4 mental hospital patients who haven't exactly escaped, but through a violent chain of events, they find themselves alone, without supervision, wandering the streets of New York City. They each have their own weird disorders. Michael Keaton appears to be the most sane, but he has a tendency towards violence. Christopher Lloyd is a stickler for detail with a touch of schizophrenia. Peter Boyle just thinks he's Jesus Christ, and pudgy Stephen First is autistic. Now, you mix them all up, and you get one big, crazy Hollywood stew. Now, if your taste is for realism, you're going to have a hard time swallowing this one.
Yeah, your friends look like they've seen a little action, too.
Okay, you've noticed they're a little different.
I've noticed.
You want to know why? It's because we're a special combat unit with the United States Marine Corps, and we've been tracking some Libyan terrorists. In fact, I think we got them trailed to a bagel shop around the corner. Now, if we can just get some pants on the colonel.
Give me a break.
All right, we're 4 escaped lunatics.
Yes, I believe.
I got news for you.
It's an interesting premise with some very funny scenes, all nicely acted. There are even a couple of touching moments here, but it often falls flat, and it does take a while to get off the ground. Michael Keaton, as good as he is, displays some unintentional schizophrenia of his own. He seems to be trying very hard to tell us he's Jack Nicholson. Now, Dream Team may, in fact, remind you of that Nicholson classic, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. But if you think that the 2 films are at all comparable, you truly would have to be crazy. Too bad.
We won't argue with you.
Yeah, you saw it?
No.
No, not so great.
That's your last line. I wouldn't argue that.
The former Ranger put in his 7th goal of the series for a 3-1 lead. The Kings win it 4-1 as Gretzky congratulates Rudy. They force a 7th game Saturday in Los Angeles.
A 70-year-old woman is in critical condition after her car was hit by a Long Island Railroad train. The woman's car, a 1986
Ford, arrest while she was a patient at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. She had been there recovering from an open heart surgery following a heart attack last week. News 12's Roma Torre looks back now on the life and career of America's first lady of comedy, Lucille Ball.
It seemed everybody loved Lucy. Born in 1911 in Jamestown, New York, she moved to Hollywood at the age of 22 to become a showgirl. After a successful film career that included 75 movies, she turned to television with her husband, Desi Arnaz. I Love Lucy debuted in 1951, and the first situation comedy ever was born.
Now, the doctor said you have to take your medicine. Don't shout at me.
I Love Lucy dominated television screens for 6 years. It was the product of Desilu Productions, a company founded by Ball and Arnaz, and with the success of I Love Lucy, the couple became major Hollywood producers. Despite the cancellation of the program and Ball's divorce from Arnaz in 1960, she remained on television. She was considered the queen of television comedy after a reign of 23 years on the screen. The world of show business mourns her loss.
Lucille Ball was not just a comedian. She was a pioneer. She was a great artist, and she will be one of the cornerstones of, I think, one of the new forms of art, which is television.
I've always sort of heard that a sort of symbol of the American middle class, particularly outside America. She became a very interesting sociological phenomenon, I think.
It's always sad when the world loses one of its great clowns. We don't have enough clowns in the world to make us laugh, and I'm sorry she's gone.
Roma Torre, News 12, Long Island.
Lucille Ball is survived by her husband, Gary Morton, and her children, Lucy Arnaz and Desi Jr.
To watch the I Love Lucy shows forever. Never get tired of them.
And she married Desi back in 1940, and then it's keeping stiff upper lip, you know.
That's it. Well, Broadway has a new show and a new theater. You can see them at the same time if you go to the Criterion Center, where a rocked-out space musical called Starmites is center stage. Here to tell us all about it, Roma Torre.
Yeah, how's that again, you wonder? Well, Scott, for as many people out there who may love Starmites, there is bound to be an equal number who will no doubt despise it. This is a comic book musical aimed at a teenage audience, but it's just campy enough to appeal to some adults. Now imagine a sprinkling of Wizard of Oz, Little Shop of Horrors, Star Wars, and a bit of Peter Pan, and this is the Starmites experience. A lot of fantasy, little substance, but just endearing enough to draw you in. The story is strictly out of the comics, but what I enjoyed most was the almost childlike imagination that went into the production. No heavy special effects here or massive sets. It just features some very fanciful characters, including a lizard called Trincula, leader of boy warriors called Space Punk, and a Bette Midler type playing the Queen Diva.
Stories like the tell, my life may seem like heaven, babe, but boy, is it hell.
What an assortment. And yet what seems like very rude stuff here is remarkably sweet-tempered. It's definitely a nice show to take the kids to, and that alone is reason to keep it going. But beside that, Starmites is a lot of fun for some. The rock score offers a pleasant to raucous variety, and there are some very amusing moments, including an Elvis imitation by the character Space Punk, who swivels his hips enough to wash a day's laundry. That part is a bit R-rated, but otherwise Starmites is a definite D for good, especially for kids. So you wonder, Broadway just ain't what it used to be.
Well, something a little more sedate. Miss Long Island 1989 crowned last night at the Garden City Hotel. 12 Long Island women competing for the honor. The pageant including the traditional swimsuit, talent, and evening gown competition.
Vote for their annual school budgets. 43 districts are holding elections tomorrow, and News 12's education editor Roma Torrey is here now to tell us what we can expect. Roma?
Hey, Melba. Well, despite some very lean budgets this year, school districts throughout the island are gearing up for big battles at the polls. With county tax hikes announced and insufficient state aid for many districts, this year we're likely to be seeing a lot of budgets go down to defeat. That, of course, means austerity, and anyone who's been through it will tell you austerity can be very damaging. We mentioned 43 districts are voting tomorrow. Here now are some of the elections we'll be watching. In Nassau County, 2 districts on austerity, Levittown and North Merrick, are going to try to prevent history from repeating. In Levittown, educators are optimistic that with the help of additional state aid this year, the tax rate is only up 2.3%, or $39.93 per hundred of assessed property value. In North Merrick, also on austerity, taxpayers will be facing a jump of 8.3%, or $19.41 per hundred of assessed value. Elmont taxpayers will find a 14% increase at the polls tomorrow. Their taxes will rise to $15.02 per hundred. Administrators there insist it's an honest budget. And in Valley Stream, District 24, taxes are hiking up to $17.75, or 12% more than last year. In Suffolk County, there's a wide swing in proposed budgets this year. Bayport Blue Point District in Brookhaven is seeing a large jump in taxes, more than 9% over last year, bringing taxes up to $77.34 per hundred of assessed value. That district in Islip is getting a 13% tax hike. Homeowners are considering a new tax rate there of $6.64 per hundred. It's the opposite situation in the South Country School District. Taxes are going up there just $1 or 2%, bringing the tax rate to $53.48 per hundred. In an unusual move, parent groups in the East Patchogue area complain that's not enough to sustain a quality education for their children. And then there's the West Hampton Beach School District, which found itself with close to $2 million left over from last year's budget. Homeowners there would get a break with a proposed tax rate that's been reduced more than 13%. News 12 will, of course, have complete results of all the budget elections as soon as they become available. Melba, Scott.
All right, thank you, Roma. At least one school district, though, in Suffolk County is delaying its budget vote. The Shoreham Waiting District postponing the vote till June the 14th when it hopes to know the...
A lot of people tell me they are all for quality education in their schools, but they're also concerned with taxes.
Long Island. And now, the evening edition.
Today marks the first day of school budget elections this year on Long Island, and the battle lines are drawn at polling places in 43 districts across the island.
At a time when property taxes are skyrocketing, thousands of voters are deciding whether to accept their district's school budget or defeat it. Well, about a third of the districts are voting today, and one of them is Huntington, where education editor Roma Torrey is standing by at the district's administration office. Roma?
Thanks, Scott. Well, you all mentioned battle lines, and with tax revolt in the air throughout Long Island, there is some concern that there could be some wars at the polls this year. A lot of people tell me they are all for quality education in their schools, but they're also concerned with taxes so high they're afraid they could be losing their homes. Now, that economic climate is making some administrators in schools very nervous, especially today with voting going on. I am with one administrator, Dr. Richard Stock, superintendent of Huntington Schools. Dr. Stock, are you one of those nervous administrators I just mentioned?
Well, I'm concerned. I guess I wouldn't describe myself as being worried, but certainly this is an important day for us, and we are concerned about what the possible outcome of the election will be, yes.
I mentioned some people are concerned they could be losing their homes with taxes so high. Can you blame them for voting no?
Well, obviously, I don't want to be in a position of advocating people to vote no, but we certainly are concerned about the needs of the senior citizens on fixed incomes and also the young families, too, where there are both the husband and wife are both have to work in order to be able to live in the community. So yes, we are concerned about the taxpayers. We have to balance that concern, obviously, with the educational needs of the kids, and we try to walk that fine line.
What kind of argument can you give people to vote yes on their school budget?
Well, the budget that we're proposing here in Huntington, the tax rate will go up less than 5%. So essentially what we're saying is that we are going with a cost of living increase in the budget. The argument for that obviously is that we are in competition, if you will, with other school districts when people try to decide where they want to live. Obviously, the quality of a school system is a very important factor. And so even senior citizens, we would say it's important because the way in which your community is perceived is important, and also could be reflected negatively in real estate values, certainly if the image of a school system starts to decline.
Okay, Dr. Richard Stock, Superintendent of Huntington. You don't have to be an educator to realize what harm comes when students drop out of school. And dropout rates are rising in this country. University professors more than ever now are complaining students are actually unprepared for a college education. There is a professor now at the State University at Farmingdale who may have a solution, at least in part. He says part of the problem has to do with inequality in college education. Now, the kind of inequality he's talking about has to do with the status of part-time or adjunct teachers and the effect that has on the students. It is a bold new idea, one that has been endorsed by university professionals, and just recently the author, Fayez Samuel, was offered the chairmanship of a special committee on part-time education for the United University Professions, the Farmingdale chapter. He is here with us today, along with the president of the Farmingdale chapter of the United University Professions, Robert Reganzi. Thank you both for coming. You know, I mentioned that your idea has been thought highly of in university circles, and among them is John Riley, who happens to be the president of the United University Professionals, which is the union for your college professors. And, you know, I wouldn't exactly call it a professional endorsement, but he did say he was very pleased to hear that you had come out with this article. And he considers the situation involving adjunct professors today a considerable problem. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of it, I'm just very curious to find out the background of all of this, how you got interested in the idea in the first place.
Well, in January this year, I decided to write an article related to economic or banking. On February 9th, I heard President Bush on his first speech to the joint session of Congress, and I like what he said, really, concerning education. He started his speech on the part that he will not allow discrimination. Then he went on saying that the best program is improve education in America. Then he moved further that he was talking about that he would like to cut the dropout rate. Then he said he would like to have alternative certification, that he would like to put talented people from all fields in the classroom. Finally, he said, I wanted to be the educational president tonight. I would like to invite you to be the educational Congress. Then, after this, I felt as an American citizen, I know since I started teaching that there is some inequality in education. And again, I started to think to shift from my economic research or banking research to this article. I thought about it mainly the following day. I told my wife about the idea. She gave me a lot of push. She encouraged me to go ahead with this. I devoted 2 months. I was teaching only I am teaching only 2 courses at SUNY Farmingdale, and I used to stay maybe 20 hours a day to try to finish this article, and I completed it. I mailed the copy to President Bush on April 4th. He received it on April 6th, and
you're awaiting a reply.
I am in touch with the President's office. It sounds they are very corporate. Anytime I talk to them, they seem interested, but I still didn't get the answer. I informed him also, or his office, that this program will be on TV, or this idea.
Okay, now let's get into the meat of this. You talk about inequality in education. Now, you know, it's sort of a catchword, which implies to me inequality in education in terms of racism and sexual inequality, based on gender. But you're talking about an inequality that's altogether different from all of this.
Well, again, I know that all this field have been covered concerning inequality of races, or, all this has been covered before in separate books. And therefore they have now the community college, the increase in community college. However, the other inequality I'm talking about, to make it simple, the details in my article, which, as I said, I'm waiting for publication or commitment from the publisher, which I sent it to community college review, but I still don't have the answer yet. This kind of inequality, to make it very simple, we have two students that they go to school, they take the same course. One of these students get the course with full-time. Of course, they pay the same tuition. One of the students gets the course with full-time instructor. The second gets it with part-time instructor, all adjunct faculty instructor. Full-time instructor, they are required to maintain between average 3 to 5 hours office hours.
We're seeing here some statistics pertaining to how many full-time versus part-time, well, actually, part-time faculty members. It's a tremendous amount of the university faculty staff. It's the majority. It's more than half.
Majority. In New York State, the total number of adjunct faculty in 87-88, 50.5 percent. In Long Island, 87-88, 59%. In United States as a whole, in 1986, the data is not available. After 86, the percent is 36%. Now, going back to my example, now with office hours...
I want to hear how a student is disadvantaged, right.
Yeah, going back to my example that I gave before, now we have these two students that they pay the same tuition. The lucky one will get the course with full-time instructor with office hours that he will be available for his student, or the other one, the unlucky person, doesn't have this privilege.
And what would that do, though? Contribute to his discouragement in education?
Absolutely.
That would lead to dropping out?
That have a lot to do with dropout. Now, if we, if we see the advantage of meeting your instructor as a student outside the office or outside the classroom, it makes a lot different. From my own experience, I had a lot of students that they were going to drop, but with nice conversation with them, giving them, hold their hand by giving them
extra time and
attention. All this made the students change their mind and cut from the dropout from school.
All right, now we're going to hear from one of those students, and we want to hear from Professor Reganzi, who thinks very highly of this. Obviously, he's published it in his newsletter. All right, we have to take a break. When we come back, we will hear from you, Professor Reganzi, and we'll find out more about this brand new idea. Don't go away.
The Long Island Heart Council is dedicated to heart research, teaching, and patient care. At North Shore University Hospital, the Long Island Heart Council supports research to find new ways to fight cardiovascular diseases. The Long Island Heart Council needs your support to achieve and maintain its goals. Excellence in patient care requires excellence in research and in up-to-date educational programs for nurses and physicians. Please help the Long Island Heart Council to help you.
The English Revere tradition. So from the very first Jaguar to the very latest XJ6, Jaguars have been swift, extremely sure-footed, quick to respond, and able to stop on a penny. And with the warmth of polished wood and rich leather, Jaguars have always been as elegant as a 400-year-old manor house. Jaguar, a blending of art and machine. For the name of your Buckingham Group dealer, call toll-free.
1 in 8 homes will be hit by a burglary this year. The fact is, you need a home security system. And this free brochure will tell you all about the only security system good enough to be called AT&T. With AT&T 100% financing, dependable home security could cost as little as $2 a day. So call 1-800-523-0055 and your local AT&T dealer will deliver your free brochure. The right choice for your peace of mind.
I mentioned at the outset of the program that Professor Samuel's article may actually help to reduce the number of students in a college setting who are dropping out. How exactly will that work?
Well, again, this was well explained in my article. However, I could tell you that, again, as we said before, that the face-to-face conversation outside the classroom, the formal classroom with the instructor, will make the student be more comfortable. Again, over there in your office, you could simply explain a difficult question to the student, which you can't right now with 30 or 40 students in the classroom. All this, when you hold the student hand, all this will help the student to change from coming to withdraw to come for extra help within this office hours.
Now, when we talk about adjunct professors, these are people who are treated, in a sense, as second-class citizens, at least from what I'm hearing. They get approximately a third of the salary that full-time professors receive, and they're, in a sense, nomads. They have to travel from university to university, you know, picking up courses wherever they can find them. I guess that does put students at a disadvantage. They don't even have their own office hours.
There is no office hour, as I said in my article. Actually, the adjunct office is actually his own or personal automobile. You put your stuff in the trunk, and that's it. You don't have any office.
Professor Aganzi, what do you think of all of this? I mean, he's got some interesting ideas. Do you think it'll actually help reduce the dropout rate?
Yeah, I think that Professor Samuels was right on the mark. There have been a number of studies that were done in the late 70s and early 80s that indicated one of the most important components of student success is that interaction with faculty outside of the regular classroom setting. There was an interesting study done by Newman in 1985 that your viewers might be interested in, that they took high-risk students, those students who were expected to fail, and then they put them through a program. They had a control group and the group that they were working with, and at the end, they asked all the students who succeeded what was the most important criterion that assisted them in succeeding, in graduating. And all of them indicated some kind of a personal relationship with a staff person. They had developed some kind of a relationship. That's kind of a bit of a change, because in the 1960s, there was a movement to say essentially that it was the student's responsibility, totally the student's responsibility, and that students were immature, or they couldn't deal with authority, and there were all kinds of explanations, in part, to explain why people dropped out. Now, as I said, I think there's been an evolution. I think there's a much more clear understanding now that the commitment that the institution makes to a student is a mirror image of the commitment the student makes to the institution. And you have to have one with the other in order to succeed. And Professor Samuels identified something that really should have been obvious, but yet, I guess like so many things that should be obvious, were not, or was not. Specifically, the fact that part-time instructors, adjunct instructors, did not have the opportunity to interact with students in the formal guise of an office hour where you can sit down with the student, where you can go over, discuss if there's a misunderstanding, if the student doesn't understand all the criteria, or even very often some of it takes on the form of what we call academic advisement, sitting down and discussing where the student wants to go from here.
But those seemingly intangible things, little things, you feel actually go a long way to keeping a student in school and challenged enough to continue with his studies.
Well, the data seems to indicate that. You're going to hear from a student shortly, and you can hear what she has to say about that. But absolutely, I believe that absolutely be the case. In my own personal experience as a student, I can recall several professors who took the time out to get to know me. And that made all the difference in the world.
We can all, I mean,
yeah,
I'm thinking back
like
in my background, going to college as well as high school. Those professors, those teachers who stood with me and stuck with me and made themselves available after school were the ones that led me into the career that I'm in now.
You know, it's important to remember, and sometimes people aren't aware of this, that it's only 10 to 15% of the students who leave as a result of insufficient grades. Most students who leave college have passing grades, but they leave for a whole variety of other kind of reasons. And if you have the opportunity to speak to those students, I think, as Professor Samuel does, and as the literature seems to indicate, it does make a difference. I was so impressed with what Professor Samuel had to say in his article that when I spoke to him, I asked him if he would chair this Part-Time Concerns Committee because he obviously had a clear understanding. As he said, many part-timers, adjuncts, do not have access to a room. And if you have a student who, if your son or your daughter has a professor who is full-time and they have a question, they can go into the office on a one-to-one. They can meet with him. They can discuss that. That is not available.
Well, you obviously felt strongly enough about it to publish it in your United University Professions newsletter, right. Which I think we can see. We put up. There it is.
Okay. Yeah, we have a newsletter that comes out and speaks to particular concerns of our campus, our chapter, and we felt it was extremely important. As a matter of fact, the editor of the paper, Bruce Morgan, Professor Morgan, spent several afternoons interviewing Professor Samuels because we felt that this was significantly important. The whole questions of part-timers, I know you've spoke to John Riley, the president of the union statewide, and I'm sure he's indicated to you our concern about part-time adjuncts and professionals, that they receive the appropriate amount of pay, that they receive the opportunity to have office hours, paid office hours, that they can be all they can be. And that requires some changes.
Okay, we have to take a break, but do you actually feel that these ideas could be put into practical use throughout universities in the state?
Well, I guess I would have to answer that by saying I think they must be put into use, okay? I think they address a real concern.
Okay. Thank you both, and we will be right back. Don't go away.
I'm a Long Islander, and I'm proud of it. The long and the short of it is island pride.
I'm a Long Islander, I'm proud of it.
The long and the short of it is island pride.
For years they laughed and scoffed at me. They said I couldn't create the perfect blend of style, security, and insulation.
Yes, master.
But I've done it. I've created the perfect door, the Magnum 33 steel insulated door system.
It's available only from Elegant Entries, New York's oldest and largest insulated door manufacturer.
For security and energy-saving doors, windows, and garage doors, call Elegant Entries at 800-482-6900. Free shop at home, 800-482-6900. Call now. Sale going on.
The Long Island Heart Council is dedicated to heart research, teaching, and patient care. At North Shore University Hospital, the Long Island Heart Council supports research to find new ways to fight cardiovascular diseases. The Long Island Heart Council needs your support to achieve and maintain its goals. Excellence in patient care requires excellence in research and in up-to-date educational programs for nurses and physicians. Please help the Long Island Heart Council to help you.
We're talking about the plight of adjunct professors and the way in which students who have courses with these adjunct professors may actually be at a disadvantage because they're not allowed the extra attention that full-time professors are able to provide. We've got one student joining us today. Her name is Carol Holmes. She's a business major at SUNY Farmingdale who took a course with Professor Samuel, who's an adjunct professor, and discovered you had some problems and wanted to drop out. What was the story?
Well, going to class, I would study, read the chapters, come in class before class, discuss with those students certain topics, questions, and answers. During the course of the class, he would ask questions, and I assume from studying and, you know, thinking that I know everything, I would answer and raise my hand and answer the wrong question. And it seems like most of the things was over my head, overwhelming, or I don't know, you know, if I was reading the same thing everybody else was reading. I said to my girlfriend, this is over my head, this is above me. I don't think I'm, you know, forget it, I'm getting out of the class. She said, we'll speak with him, because he said he had, you know, open hours, come in any time, speak with him. I went on my break, I spoke with him, and he just come after class and speak with me. He said, what is the problem? I says, I don't know. I'm studying and it doesn't seem like I'm getting or grasping anything. It's too far above me. I'm getting out of here. I was intimidated, overwhelmed, and everything like that.
You actually wanted to drop the class?
Yes, and that was it. I was going to forget it for a while.
Now, as a business major, wouldn't you have needed economics?
Yes.
So what would that have done then in the future?
Thought at that time that I would just wait, you know, a while, you know, maybe a couple of years or so, or just forget about my degree now and just put it in the back burner.
Or find an easier professor, right?
Right, no.
No, it's not easy, Professor.
Right.
I'm not easy.
But, you know, just eventually, I guess, just wait a while and then come back after a couple of years. I figured I had more time to, you know, do more work or different studying or something like that. I spoke with him, and he said, you know, come anytime. What's the problem? I would, you know, say, you would say one question, thought I had the answer, raise my hand, and it was the wrong answer, and everybody else in class seems to know all the answers and questions, and it's just too hard for me. He said, well, come for extra help certain times a day. I would come on, like the days he didn't have classes, you know, before, and I find that I wasn't the only one in there. There was maybe 3 or 4 other students in my class, and from his other class in there, and he said, you're more than welcome to come before class. I would come up before class from different days, after class, his other class. During break, we'd go over there, go over some things like that. Then after going to him and stuff like that, I'd go to class and, you know, I could raise my hand and answer the right question, you know, I mean, everybody said, oh, you know, so that's it.
So he made himself available to you, and it turned what could have been a very sad story into a happy ending.
Right.
What was the result? You gave her a pretty good grade, didn't you?
I got a B+.
B+, I think she got
a B+. Now that's for somebody who was considering dropping out entirely.
Right.
You mentioned that there were other students that you spoke to in that same class who were thinking about dropping out as well.
Right.
So this is not a unique situation that Carol was facing. You seem to think this is fairly common.
It's common, and the student needs help. Definitely, the students need help. I made myself available for the student. This is why I said, in spite that office hours are not required, there is
we have to clarify that. Now, you're an adjunct professor, but you are making yourself available on your own free time.
Absolutely, yes.
Which is something that other adjunct professors are not encouraged to do, right?
But I'm sure there is some other adjunct, they do more than what I do.
But you're not paid for all these
No, we're not paid.
So there's no incentive.
Absolutely.
Except that you'd like to help students.
I have to help the students. If I'm doing the work, I have to do it right and help the students. And it's very important to have all the adjuncts to have an office hour, but with pay. They have to pay. If they require the adjunct instructor to give office hours to be equal to the full-time, they have to pay, you know, the school or whatever. I give different 3 alternatives in my article how to solve this problem or the solution.
If the status of adjunct professors was, you know, raised to the level that you find full-time professors in terms of salary and office hours and, you know, being compensated for all the extra things that professors usually have to do, what kind of effect do you think that have? I mean, if this was instituted statewide, what kind of effect would that have on students who go to colleges today? Would we have a better student?
We definitely will have better students, not only to cut the dropout rate, but she came to withdraw on this, I don't know what time or what day, but instead of she getting WD, she got higher grade because of special attention. She got B+. She didn't pass with D or C.
Right.
She got B+. That means we have well-educated students. Forget also about the dropout rate. Reduce the dropout rate is going, we have better. That's for the welfare of our students.
What can we tell, I mean, I know this is a little unusual, but viewers watching this, I mean, if they're concerned, maybe their students or they themselves, or their children, I'm sorry, or themselves are going to college, and they're concerned that, you know, with this majority of the faculty members being adjunct,
What can you do? Do you call your president of the university and say, you know, I demand that you treat them better?
Well, I would think that since President Bush used for himself a new, unique name and to be the educational president, I would think that they should get in touch with the president, use his influence, as well as the Secretary of the Education, to ask him to keep his pledge and to eliminate inequality by encouraging the states to eliminate inequality by requiring office hours for all adjunct, with paid, of course.
Now, you know, this inequality thing, I mean, it's so unusual. Do you feel that it's an idea that's going to catch on? We were talking before that it's one of those things that it's so obvious you overlook. Do you really feel that the idea would catch on and spread to other institutions throughout
If we would like to improve education, as the president said he would like to improve education in the United States, this is the first step he has to do, because we have advantage of improving education by having office hour, and we have this example, or Carol example, what she got. Not only to cut the dropout rate, as the president said, but also improving their grades, their knowledge, and what will be the impact on the economy by improving the student.
Okay, what's the next step then in terms of implementing this? What do we have to do?
Well, I'm waiting for the president's answer, which I'm sure that he will try. As he said, he will knock down any barrier left by the past discrimination. Here is, he have inequality, and I'm sure he would use his influence to encourage all the states to eliminate inequality by adopting the many things that I explained in the article. And I would also add that I would hope that the President Bush named the first school or the first state who adopt this program to be called the educational state, or the, you know, the education school.
And you know, make it realistic instead of just words, right? Instead of lip service. You want his words put into action. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you very much.
I honestly hope that your ideas are implemented. They sound like they would make a difference. We are unfortunately out of time, but hopefully our discussion has sparked some interest and perhaps action from the audience as well. If you'd like to contribute any ideas to Professor Samuel, he can be reached at SUNY College of Technology, Thompson Hall, room 226, Melville Road. That's in Farmingdale, New York, 11735. And those departments are, what are they, political science?
Economic, you know, it's hip.
Okay, and they can call you there, except you don't have an office.
No, I have an office.
Okay.
Thanks for my chairman, ex-chairman, as well as the current chairman. I insisted to have an office, and they very kind enough, and they gave me an office. So you put your foot
down. You're one of the lucky few. Thank you both, and thank you for watching. We will be back in about a month.
At Adelphi University, the furor over President Peter Diamandopoulos heated up today with a rally on the college campus. Students and faculty gathering on the lawn in front of the president's office to repeat their call for the president's resignation. They're protesting the Board of Trustees' recent refusal to discuss the matter with them. Here's more from Education Editor Roma Torre.
More than 100 students, staff, and faculty members gathered on the Adelphi campus lawn to make their feelings known about President Peter Diamandopoulos.
We will no longer be put in a situation where our administrators can't perform their jobs, when student voices can't be heard. The time has come to talk, and with your support, we'll make it happen. Thank you for being here today.
They complain about a number of problems, including a management style they call incompetent, spending excesses, cuts in programs and staff, among them the loss of 75 faculty and administrative positions since Diamandopoulos arrived 4 years ago. They even point out his salary.
I challenge you in Livermore to write on your Form 990 what your salary is. We know what it is. It's $187,000 a year. The average salary for college presidents in our category is $105,000.
He's totally inaccessible. Any sort of complaint, you know, no matter on what grounds, he won't talk to you about it. He walks around with his entourage, you know, sort of bullying everybody around, at least trying to intimidate people.
Under the Diamandopoulos administration, courses have been canceled, courses have been over-enrolled, and I'm not getting the education that I'm paying for because of all the budget cuts in all the different departments.
A spokesperson for Diamandopoulos says while the protesters have a right to free speech, the issue is finished.
We consider the matter closed.
Has he offered to sit down and talk with them at all?
He talks to faculty in different venues and at different times all the time. And there hasn't been an ad hoc meeting scheduled for this matter at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be talking to faculty again as he has.
There's a lot more to drug prevention than just saying no. Fifth graders at Lynbrook's Our Lady of Peace School just completed 9 weeks learning about the dangers of drugs in a program called Project Pride. Education editor Roma Torrey reports now on their graduation.
You may think it's a bit early for a graduation, but this is no ordinary degree these children are receiving. They've just completed Project Pride. It's a 9-week drug prevention program that's taught in elementary schools by the local police department.
Don't take drugs that you think you're going to have a good time scrapping with me. If you take drugs, you just can't win. If you come up with a common theory.
Lynbrook police officer Fred Fusswinkle says the program in Lynbrook for 2 years now has already made a difference in the community.
Feedback from my fellow officers shows that the program has definitely in Lynbrook rapport between the kids and the police department. There's been a trust that's been developed on both sides between the kids and the police, and it's been working both ways, and I think that's testimony that the program's been working.
But the real measure of success is determined by the graduates themselves.
Before I didn't know more. I knew about drugs and alcohol, but then later on, when he taught me this, I knew much more, and I'm glad that I took it.
What if they say only cool people do drugs?
Then you walk away, you know, you're walking away.
You don't need it, right?
No. Yeah. I'd rather keep my life instead of, you know, lose it. Yeah, lose it.
Of course, we've all heard say no to drugs, but these kids go a step further. They sing it.
No, no, no to drugs, that's all you have to say. Merrily, 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 no will make your day. No, no will make your day. No!
And judging by their enthusiasm, being drug-free is a high in itself. In Lynbrook, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
All right.
That's a good way to learn the lesson, huh?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
That's it for us this hour. I'm Melba Tolliver. Stay tuned.
Weeks of wrangling over the shape of the table. It was eventually round. On this date back in 1977, actress Joan...
After new Reliant air conditioner, I said, you bet. And now for the toughest test of all.
Well, 22 school districts hold their annual school budget elections today, and with an unusually high number of budget defeats so far this year, the expectations for schools isn't very good today. Education editor Roma Torrey tells us who's voting, and she also has the results of yesterday's election. Take it.
Well, Carol, it's only been a week since school budget votes began this year, and already we've got a total of 19 budget defeats. No doubt a large part of the reason has to do with taxpayers' concerns they're going to be taxed right out of their homes. Yesterday, 5 districts held elections, and out of that, 2 budgets went down. Let's take a look at them. Sayville taxpayers rejected a proposed tax increase of 10%, but they approved a $600,000 proposition for asbestos removal. In Malvern, taxpayers said no to a tax hike of 7%. But it was good news for school officials in the tiny district of Sagaponack. The one-room schoolhouse got the approval for an 8% tax hike. Fisher's Island residents said yes to a 7% increase in taxes for next year. And in New Suffolk, no surprise there, taxpayers okayed a 3.5% decrease in taxes. Now let's take a look at who's voting today. In Nassau County, taxpayers are going to the polls in Baldwin, Freeport, Hicksville, Island Trees, Manhasset, Plainview Old Bethpage, Roslyn, Syosset, and Wantagh, where their proposed 1.5% increase is the smallest in Nassau County. And let's go to Suffolk County. These districts are holding school elections. Amityville, Babylon, Bayshore, Central Islip, Connecticut, East Quogue, Laurel, Longwood, where taxes are proposed to go up 16%, Mattituck, Cutchogue, Patchogue, Medford, Sag Harbor, South Huntington, and finally Tuckahoe, where the budget would actually stay the same. Now, one thing you should keep in mind when you go to the polls to vote on your school budgets, the numbers that you see are almost all estimates. The advertised tax rate and the increase could actually change because the true tax rate is determined by the tax assessor's office, and that is not done until sometime in August, several months later. That makes preparing your school budgets a very frustrating venture, and perhaps it's no more frustrating than in Syosset, where some residents oppose the proposed budget, claiming the numbers don't add up. Syosset School Board proposed their new school budget this year. They calculated the tax rate the same way they've been doing it every year. But this year, according to some people, the numbers don't add up.
They are just perpetuating a big lie to the members of this community.
They argue the Syosset School Board is using last year's estimated numbers to calculate the budget when they should be using the actual tax rate. It turns out the actual tax rate is 84 cents higher.
They're giving us a false tax rate, and in this past year, $1,400,000 approximately was generated by this excess amount from 2718 to 2802.
But the school board explains they always print the estimated rather than actual numbers. They claim they do this because it's consistent. Is it a lie?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We do not know our assessed valuation number because that exact number is not decided until August. So we have estimated numbers, what we have to divide into estimated numbers, and we come up with an estimated rate.
It's never been a problem before, they say, because the difference between estimated and actual tax rates was always very little. But this year, the difference was substantial, and now they're appealing to the tax assessor's office for an explanation.
We must present our budget as we prepare it with our proposed tax rate.
You feel that's more important than actually publishing the true number that people have been paying for the past year?
Well, it might be possible later on during the school year but if the community is aware that there is a new tax rate, that can be shared with them. But I think at budget time, it is our responsibility to share with them what our proposed rate will be from year to year.
As a taxpayer, I'm as frustrated as everybody else that I can't go out and say this is exactly what your increase is going to be. But I think the moral of the story is I think we have to go to Nassau County and go to Mineola and find out what's happening there, which is what this Board of Education is pursuing at this time.
Well, they have a tough job. We checked with the president of the Nassau-Suffolk School Boards Association, and he defends Syosset's policy of printing the estimated tax rate instead of the actual from last year. He says that way it enables taxpayers to compare numbers from year to year, and he says it's standard procedure for most districts. We're going to tell you about the results in Syosset for tonight, as well as the 21 other districts, as soon as they become available on the nighttime edition starting at 10 p.m. Lee? Are we all wrapped up yet? No, we've got about 4 weeks left to go.
Okay.
We're not even halfway through.
Not yet, huh?
Nope.
All right, we'll be watching, Roma. Thank you. Well, the Sachem School District is once again hanging out the Help Wanted sign. They're looking for a new school superintendent. The man appointed to the post, Guy Sconzo, has resigned. The former superintendent of a New Jersey school district was to take over that job in July, but he resigned after published reports claim he left his former school district with a $2 million...
Visit the Pennywise Rudolph Clinic to get to the bottom of foot problems and the importance of your shoes.
I'm young and peppy and spunky and feisty.
Many of these seniors have told me that the days of staying home in the rocking chair have gone, and they remain active to prolong their youth.
When you pair up comedians Tim Conway and Tom Poston, you could say they're an odd couple. So it is no surprise that they're starring in the Neil Simon comedy at the Westbury Music Fair all this week. Our Roma Torrey had a chance to speak with them backstage at the theater.
Say something, will you? What? What do you say to a man who's crying in your bathroom? Sizes and everything?
It's quite a ways for Tom Poston and Tim Conway from the TV studios in Los Angeles. But neither could resist the offer to go on the road with Neil Simon's The Odd Couple.
You know, they slowed this play down tremendously. We normally can get through this play in about an hour and a half, but the laughter has slowed it down to almost 2 hours.
You know, I blame that on the people.
I do, too.
We've done it without people in the house, and we just go right through. It's just so much quicker.
Poston, a veteran comedian, is best known as the not-too-bright handyman on the Bob Newhart Show, a man he claims to be very fond of. And what does Mr. Newhart think about your involvement in the show?
Well, I don't think Bob knows it. Bob, you know, doesn't know very much. We just have to prop him up. Yeah, I think you got one more year left in you, Bob. Come on now, come on.
Conway insists he's not sure why he's still in the business, but he's lasted, and after years on McHale's Navy, the Carol Burnett Show, and his own series, he's come to be known as the comedian's comedian.
I think the kids are probably being cheated in what they think is comedy because, you know, it started probably way back with probably Animal House or something like that. And if you don't stick Jell-O up your nose and use four-letter words and look through a little hole and see a girl taking a shower, you pretty much have not included all the elements of comedy. But I feel that there are funnier things to be done.
They've put their own stamp on the 26-year-old comedy by adding lots of physical humor. And who else but Tim Conway could pull this off?
I've enjoyed working with Tim as much as I've ever enjoyed working with anybody in my life. Except Bob Newhart. You didn't hear that,
No, I didn't.
At the Westbury Music Fair, I'm Roma Torrey, News 12, Long Island.
Well, the Odd Couple runs at the Westbury Music Fair through Sunday, May the 14th.
Probably have a good run there, too.
Funny guy.
Still ahead on News 12, Karen Ryan has the wrap-up of the day's business news, and Roberto has the wrap-up.
She knew what the evidence was in the case, and she said it was her personal decision not to do it.
Would you like to be heard, Counselor? Judge, I was sort of overwhelmed.
Troop's attorney, C. Vernon Mason, maintained it was a case of mistaken identity all along.
It's still open, but they have exhausted all their leads. They say if any new leads come up, they will pursue them. Melba, Scott?
This story has really pretty much centered on Quincy Troop, never on the victim. We've never known who it was or what happened to her, any details of her story. We're not likely to either, I suppose.
No, prosecutors, we asked them if she would be coming back to school.
News today flags that New York City schools have been lowered to half-mast, marking the death of schools chancellor Dr. Richard Green. Green suffered from asthma for a long time, and he was felled by an acute attack last night. His wife woke up to find him having trouble walking, and he reportedly turned to her and said, "I'm not going to make it." Green was rushed to a nearby hospital where he died. The 53-year-old Dr. Green was superintendent of the Minneapolis schools before coming to head New York City school system 16 months ago. He inherited a system with one of the country's highest dropout rates, among other problems. Most recently, New York's education system has been rocked by community school board scandals. City officials will now begin a search for a new chancellor.
22 school districts across the island are holding budget elections today. It's the second week of district voting this year, and so far, 19 budgets have been defeated. Now, among those holding elections today, the Wantagh School District. Our Roma Torrey is standing by now in Wantagh with more on that story. Roma?
Thanks, Scott. We're at the Wantagh Elementary School, where voting has been pretty steady considering the bad weather today. Now, the Wantagh School District has the distinction of having the smallest tax increase in Nassau County. It's about 1.5%, which adds up to about 57 cents per $100 of assessed property value. Still, school officials are rather nervous about the outcome tonight. With me now is the superintendent of Wantagh Schools, Dr. George Vesculidis. Now, last year at this time, your school district was on austerity. Is your small tax increase this year an indication that you're concerned history could repeat itself?
Well, we're always concerned that history could repeat itself in terms of the issue of austerity, but quite frankly, I don't think so. The matter of austerity is something, as I say, that we're always concerned about, but I feel we always build a budget that is always lean, trim,
and one within the ability of the community to fund that particular program. So this 57-cent increase, while it is modest, meek, it is an attempt, as we always do, to attempt to develop the most streamlined budget that's educationally sound.
Now, there's been some concern that school districts' efforts to contain costs could actually cut into valuable educational programs. Do you think that's the case?
Well, in our case, no. I think we have attempted in every way possible to preserve the educational program, but in fact we have cut into other programs which are tangential and related to education, which are very important. We have completed a $10 million bond restoration project of refurbishing our buildings and grounds. One of the things that we actually should be doing at this point is implementing a planned maintenance program to maintain all of the refurbishing that we did. But in an effort to produce, again, the most streamlined budget and preserve educational programs, we've ended up cutting the whole planned maintenance program out of the budget.
Boy, that's frustrating, isn't it?
Yes, it is very frustrating. I think the most frustrating thing, though, is for the taxpayer, is the fact that this is the only area in our society where they can come out and vote yes or no on a tax increase. We don't have the opportunity as homeowners to say no to the increases that we experience at the gasoline pump. We don't have the opportunity to say no to the local bills which are heaped upon us. We don't have the opportunity to say no to the sin tax, which the governor has just
So what you're saying is that the system has to be changed.
I think the system has to be changed, and immediately has to be changed.
Okay.
It's an archaic system.
Dr. George Basculidis, thank you very much. I'm at the Wantagh School District. Just one note I'd like to point out. Last night at the Manhattan art auction, there was approximately $200 million of art exchanged, and that was the sales. We added up all of the budget increases that would be needed to run Long Island schools this year. It doesn't add up to that amount of money. Just something to think about. Reporting from the Wantagh School District, let's go back to the studio.
All right, thanks, Roma. Still ahead of us tonight on News 12, what can Nassau County do to relieve the tax burden on its residents? A special panel reviews some options.
And the digging begins on the new Long Island power line. We'll have that story, too, when we come back.
Hours every day. This is News 12 Long Island. And now, the daytime edition.
Taxpayers across the island have spoken once again. Voters took to the polls yesterday to cast their ballots on their local school budgets.
In all, 22 budgets were put to the vote. News 12's education editor Roma Torrey is here now with the results. Roma.
It's what we expected. Of those 22 budget elections yesterday, the breakdown of the results goes like this. 12 passed, 9 were rejected, and 1 a dead tie. Ordinarily, this ratio would be considered unusual, but given the economic climate on Long Island these days, that many budget rejections is not surprising, and most of the votes were very close, despite the fact that so many districts had pared their budgets down to bare bones. Let's see first in Suffolk County how it all looks. The following budgets were approved. Bayshore with a tiny 1% tax hike, East Quogue, Laurel, Mattituck, Cutchogue, Patchogue, Medford with a relatively large hike of almost 8%, South Huntington and Tuckahoe with a new budget that stays exactly the same. And these budgets in Suffolk County were defeated. Amityville, Babylon, Central Islip, Connecticut, and Longwood. Now, in Longwood, they've been asking for one of the largest tax increases this year of 13%. In Sag Harbor, it was unbelievably a dead tie. 677 voted for the budget. The exact same number voted against it. That district will reschedule another vote to be announced shortly. In Nassau County, these school budgets were approved. Freeport, Manhasset. Now, in Manhasset, they can look forward to a tax hike of 9% next year. That's pretty unusual. Plainview Old Bethpage, Roslyn, and Wantagh. Now, that district had the smallest tax increase of 1.5%. Wantagh had been on austerity 2 years ago, and voters, for the most part this year, were pretty supportive of the budget. We spoke with some of them, and they pretty much summed up the general feeling among taxpayers on Long Island these days.
We're being overtaxed in the Nassau County as it is right now. We're one of the highest tax parties in New York State, so I think we voted appropriately.
We've got a good community, a good group of kids that are well motivated, and I think that we should do everything we can to help them.
Finally now, let's look at the Nassau budgets that were defeated. We've got Baldwin, Hicksville, Island Trees. It was a close one there. That budget lost by just 16 votes. And finally, Syosset taxpayers turned down their district's proposed budget. Now, in the districts where the budgets have gone down to defeat, the school boards can resubmit either the same or a revised budget to the voters, or they can opt to go on austerity, which of course means no sports, busing, or any extracurricular activities, and that hurts. We've got about 45 districts left to go in the next few weeks, and News 12 will be there to tell you all about them.
Everyone's saying the same thing, an unusually high number of defeats. Does this mean we have to look at some other way to fund our school system?
That's the general cry from school officials. They're real upset because it seems that taxpayers can truly only vote for their school taxes. It's the only taxes they can decide. They can't vote for income tax. They can't vote for sin taxes. So they're so overtaxed, it seems, the only way they can take their frustrations out is to say no on their school budgets.
So the people who want to change this say, don't let people vote on school budgets either. In other words, don't vote on everything else, but let's not vote on school budgets either.
Exactly.
All right, Roma, thank you. Well, in other news, the wife of a murdered delivery man from Valley Stream tells
Days voting. Roma?
It's a tough break for schools. Long Island continues to see an unusually high number of budget defeats this year. It's only been a week into the month-long process, and so far, 28 budgets have been rejected by local taxpayers. That's 40%. School districts insist they've presented only the leanest budgets to the public, but apparently that's not good enough for many. Taxpayers say they're tired of tax increases no matter who would benefit from the revenue. Yesterday, 22 districts held elections, and of that number, 12 budgets passed. 9 were defeated, and 1 ended in a tie. Let's look now at the results in Suffolk County. The following budgets were approved in Suffolk County: Bayshore, East Quogue, Laurel, Mattatuck, Cutchogue, Patchogue, Medford with a new tax rate up 8% next year, South Huntington, and Tuckahoe. And these budgets in Suffolk County were defeated: Amityville, Babylon, Central Islip, Connetquot, and Longwood. They had been asking for one of the largest tax increases this year of 13%. In Sag Harbor, it was incredibly a dead tie. 677 voted for the budget. The exact same number voted against it. Maybe we should play that in the lottery. The district will reschedule another vote to be announced shortly. In Nassau County, these school budgets were approved. Freeport, Manhasset, they can look ahead to a tax hike next year of 9%. Plainview, Old Bethpage, Roslyn, and Wantagh. Now, that district had the smallest tax increase of just 1.5%. Finally, let's take a look at the Nassau budgets that were defeated. Baldwin, Hicksville, Island Trees. It was a close one in Island Trees. That budget lost by just 16 votes. And finally, Syosset taxpayers turned down their district's proposed new budget. It's likely that district will hold a second vote, but still, students were very concerned, they told me, about the future.
Well, that's really bad. As an athlete at Syosset High School, I'm a senior. Won't be affected by, I won't be affected by it next year, but as my teammates for next year, they're not going to have the opportunities in sports.
It's really disappointing because a lot of the after-school activities and in-school activities, such as the yearbook and stuff, can't be allowed to participate.
Voter turnout for school budget elections is traditionally very poor, but many districts have reported higher than average numbers this year. In Syosset, a little better than 25% of eligible voters turned out yesterday, and according to some school officials, that may have played a part in the election.
When 2,300 people vote no, and a district can get 2,500 voters to come out and support it, that says that our parents are staying home, and the ones that are coming out to vote no. So I think it's a combination of the economics, which is the underlying factor, I think, to everybody's problems, and also voter apathy.
Well, it's likely many of those districts where budgets were rejected will hold new elections sometime over the summer. We will, of course, be there to report all the results, and guess what? We've still got 45 elections left to go. So hang on to your hats.
All right, thanks, Roma. Will or heavy rain of late has really been a mess for commuters, but it is also taking...
Long Island, 24 hours every day. This is News 12, Long Island. And now, the evening edition.
Tonight, it's official. There will be no tuition hikes at any of the 34 SUNY campuses. And in a new budget plan unveiled by Governor Cuomo, there won't be any cuts in educational programs or staff either.
It's a much-awaited plan that seems to be good news for everyone. Our education editor, Roma Torrey, is here with more. Roma.
Colleen, it does sound too good to be true. It is good news to the extent that this plan to reduce $28 million in the SUNY budget will not entail a tuition increase or any cuts in programs or staff. Along with the chancellors of both the state and city universities, the governor has put together a rather complex list of cost-cutting measures. But what's good news today may not be next year, when some education officials say there's a good chance the same old budget problems may be back to haunt them. It's too early for cheering at the Stony Brook campus yet, but the school's president, Dr. John Marburger, says he's not unhappy about the governor's plan.
It does involve measures that could only have been taken with the cooperation of the governor and the chancellor, and most of the initiatives involve central funds that do not strongly affect the campus budgets.
The plan involves saving money in three basic categories. $11 million would come from so-called management actions, including measures to close certain buildings in the summer, improving efficiency in health services, and increasing collection of certain fees and hospital revenues. The second category involves transferring capital projects to bond financing. That would save $10 million. And the remaining funds would come out of the tuition assistance program. TAP had reserved $7 million to offset proposed tuition increases.
There are some fee increases in this package, and they will affect students and others who take certain kinds of programs. Parking fees, for example, will go up. Fees associated with overseas study may go up. Health fees may go up. So we are talking about an impact. There is no free lunch.
Before the plan, a number of programs, such as Stony Brook's prestigious dental school, was among those said to be on the chopping block. Faculty and staff positions as well. There was talk of retrenching hundreds of jobs at this campus alone. But for now, it seems all that cutting has been averted. But Dr. Marburger is not so certain SUNY is out of the hole just yet. He says much of the plan's proposed savings is at best temporary.
Most of these reductions are more or less one-time only, opportunistic reductions in budgets that work for this year, but next year they'll have to find something else.
What do you think it's going to be?
Well, let's hope that the economy of the state of New York improves and that there won't have to be any major reductions.
Now, the final decision on this plan will have to wait for the state legislature, and it's up to them to finally approve the proposed shift in TAP funds. Scott?
But at least for now, cautious optimism.
Yeah, there's some concern they may be raising tuitions next year, but that's next year's problem. For now, everything seems to be fine.
All right, thanks, Roma. President Bush today vowing to take back the streets from criminals, announcing a sweeping $1.2 billion anti-drug package today. And as Mike McKee reports, the plan calls for more prisons and prosecutors.
Widows and orphans stood in a driving rain as the president pledged to take back the streets at a memorial for slain police officers.
They're apparently in 6. Robert Golub remains behind bars on this Wednesday. Prosecutors saying there's new evidence that links the 21-year-old to the murder of 13-year-old Kelly Tinyas of Valley Stream. News 12's Lucy Yang has details.
A new haircut and his usual blue sweater, 21-year-old Robert Golub.
Tolliver, Bill Zimmerman. I like the way they present the news. Very concise, very direct, very informative.
I just like that they show everything that's happening here instead of, you know...
A citizens group in Mount Sinai is demanding a special election. The group known as CARE says bad weather and not voter support led to a 2-to-1 victory to build a new high school. They say voters have changed their minds and no longer want the new school. CARE claims growth in Mount Sinai is slowing and the taxpayers can't afford a new high school.
This is, of course, the season for school budget voting, and the results are in from the latest votes. In East Rockaway, taxpayers voted down their school budget, while only one lone voter on Fire Island gave a thumbs down to the budget there. That budget in Fire Island passed easily. 52 people were in favor of it, just one against. And joining us now is education editor Roma Torrey. She's got details on today's voting, and the saga goes on.
Yeah, it continues, and it will for a few more weeks. Well, Carol, Lee, I have some good news and some informational news for you. Before we get to the good news, though, I want to tell you about a new batch of school budget elections that will be going on today. Let's take a look at those districts voting in Suffolk County first. Bridgehampton, Comstock, Deer Park, East Islip, Eastport with a proposed budget increase of 16% in Brookhaven and 15% on the Southampton side, and West Islip is also voting today. Now we take a look at the Nassau County budget elections. These 5 districts are holding elections. Great Neck, Locust Valley, Mineola with a proposed hike of 14% this year, Rockville Center, and Roosevelt. I have to tell you, voter turnout is higher than usual in many districts this year, but when I say that translates in many cases to just a little better than 25% of the eligible voters showing up at the polls, you should realize there is a large degree of apathy out there. In some elections, we've seen budgets live or die on the strength of just a few votes, so your votes do make a difference. Now for the good news. 6 Long Island schools have been chosen the best in the nation by the United States Department of Education. They're among a group of 218 in the country that have been cited for excellence this year, and I'll tell you who they are on Long Island. Malvern High School, Manhasset Junior and Senior High School, Oyster Bay High School, Ward Melville High School, and 2 private schools, Long Island Lutheran High School, that's Carol's arch rival, and Mercy High School in Riverhead. I paid a visit to Oyster Bay High School shortly after they heard the announcement, and here's how it looked. If you ask anyone at Oyster Bay High School, they'll tell you they have an excellent school, and they don't need the seal of the United States Department of Education to prove it.
The youngsters feel very much a part of the school. Everyone knows everyone by first name. There's a high degree of personalization, individualization. When a student comes to Oyster Bay, someone takes them under his wing or under her wing for the duration of the 4 years. And I think for that reason we have a very high success rate with every single student who graduates.
I mean, we were sitting in English class reviewing for our AP test, and all of a sudden Dr. Scott came over the loudspeaker. And it was sort of, I think we all expected it. I think we all thought we deserved it.
The school's 385 students have access to sophisticated and elaborate resources, ranging from a holography room where they learn to make holograms, to a computer art and music room, to a bookstore, to a center that employs a full-time instructor to help students choose a college and career. But for a school that boasts just about everything money can buy, it's surprising that students cited none of those things when I asked them what makes them so special.
The material things are fine. They occupy our time, but what really makes the place what it is what's emotionally there between all the people.
I think being that it's a small school, we have a good relationship with everybody. You know, nobody gets lost in the crowd. There is no crowd. You know, like, we can always be one-on-one with the teachers, administrators, who's ever involved.
Everyone seems to feel that way, from teachers to custodians. And if you ask them what to put on the school's report card, there's no doubt what they'll say.
I give it an A+.
A's to all of them. Representatives from all 6 of Long Island's excellent schools will be traveling to Washington in September to be honored by President Bush in a special ceremony at the White House. And, of course, on the budget elections, News 12 will have results on all of those elections sometime on our nighttime edition.
Roma, do you have any idea what criteria they use to judge those schools?
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with their relationship to the community, parent support, the support of the students, and test scores was part of it. But mostly it was the feeling, the morale, which was certainly generated in Oyster Bay.
Yeah, you described it as kind of a New England high school. Very interesting. By the way, Lehigh, only my arch rival in basketball. I went to Holy Trinity in Hicksville. Big basketball rivalry. Thanks a lot. Well, we'll talk to you later on today about the school budget.